My toenail's gonna fall off.
first film I ever saw with her. Yes, and I loved shampoo.
Sorry. Caligula. How was I?
So I never saw nudity in film until I was in it. They wouldn't even let me go in to see my own film, which was hilarious because I said, I hate to say this, but I was the one who made it rated R.
Wow, everybody's doing it. And they're touching each other. Oh my God.
Brooke Shields. I mean, I'm sure I did see Fast Times at Ridgemont High when I was younger.
Big Bad Mama. So when we found out that Angie Dickinson was doing a scene, oh yes, we went to the drive-in.
The one with Marlon Brando, which included butter. Yeah, last time in Paris.
My own movie with my sister, Marla. I don't think it was like fully nude, but she'd been raped, and I saw her breast.
Pornos, maybe I saw it when I was young.
I'd never seen a movie where an actress just took the top off and nothing underneath. Well, wow. Anything is possible.
Right now, we're in a very interesting time where people are very aware of power dynamics, and especially when they pertain to sexuality. And this is all the result of the Me Too movement that hit Hollywood in 2017. First, though, we begin with the growing Me Too movement. Hundreds marching down Hollywood Boulevard, evidence of new rape allegations against Harvey Weinstein.
Actor Richard Dreyfuss is the latest big name to be accused of a new allegation of sexual assault, blaming actress Rachel Segal sexually. 3 women have now accused Dustin Hoffman.
5 women have come forward accusing Hoffman. Two associates now with the hashtag #MeToo movement. I think it's really important for women to know that nudity in film is a choice and it's never expectation.
For striptease, when we all had our final audition, we had to all perform a dance that we choreographed ourselves, chose our own music, and during that dance, we had to take off our top. You know, we didn't even have the role yet, and we were already doing nudity, which was awkward, but I did it.
You never audition nudity. I never had to take my clothes off to get a part. There is just no reason for, 30, 40, 50 people milling around when a nude scene is happening. I think lawyers that represent actresses are getting very aggressive in how they are writing the nudity writers.
There's actual contracts, part of the contract called a nudity right, where they get very specific about what you will and what you won't do. So when you get on set, you're protected, because there are times where you get on a set and you agree to do a certain amount of nudity, and the director will try to push this limit.
We went to the set of the HBO series The Deuce, where they have a job called intimacy.
And if you are asking your actors to simply roll around naked with each other, or even just with a piece of cloth between them, and get off on each other, you're asking your actors to do sex work. And besides being a violation of our human standards, is also not what these actors are hired to do, I would hope.
As an actress, I have to say that once I did nudity, I went from being a girl to a woman. As an actress, I became an actress turned artist.
There's something about being free from the hindrance of clothing. There is a real essence of strength of character and mind, because it's just raw me, and I'm not trying to be anything other than what is my physicality and what is my mind behind that.
I didn't know if they were saying I was a good actress or if they just liked to see me naked.
I think that the whole idea of feeling when you're a young actress that, here goes this inevitable awkward opportunity or I'm not going to get anywhere is part of a much bigger story.
Nudity is never going to go away. It's something we're always fascinated by. I think it's educational.
The purpose of art is to take what we have now and argue with eternity that it belongs in the eternal God. That's what advances us as a culture, us as a society. I think that there's that impulse to hold on to anything that is fleeting, and the new is just it's seen as perfection, it's seen as eternal. The human body between then and now is the only difference is what is sexually attractive, what isn't sexually attractive, and those things change too. The day after Michelangelo died, Pope hired an artist to come in and start painting because in that time span, nudity had gone from something that was acceptable and especially comprehensible. All of a sudden, nudity was totally unacceptable. So we see the pendulum of conservative and liberal. Just and it's of course in cinema it's the same thing. When you're at a museum or you're at home looking at a painting, you're looking at that illusionistic window. It's almost the same as a cinema frame. Cinema is painting. It's got the movement, the precise reproduction, and the narrative of great Renaissance paintings.
You gotta go do your thing, dude.
Probably 20 minutes after they invented film, somebody thought, wouldn't it be neat if we started photographing naked people? And so I think there's been nudity since the very early days. In fact, you might even say there's been nudity in films from before there were films. Edward Muybridge, a famous photographer, began experimenting photographing animals and humans in motion, and the human beings were almost always naked.
He was a pioneering filmmaker, and they were also pioneering news.
And then once movies kind of go out to the public as an entertainment form by the 1890s, I'm sure there were probably clandestine nudies and photographs of naked people. At the turn to the 20th century, movies were very, very short, maybe lasting a minute in length. They were mostly just, you might say, sensations or attractions. George Méliès in 1897 made a film, After the Ball, which featured a woman who later became his wife.
Very quick. You don't see a whole lot. I think mostly you see her rear, and but it was still risque with something that people had not seen, so it caused quite a stir.
Well, around 1913, 1914, Eastern filmmakers like Carl Lemke, T.W. Griffith, Cecil B. DeMille decided that the weather in New England and the unions in New England were dealing with much longer, and they decided to come out to California, which is like the perfect place for motion picture making. It's like God created the state that would be perfect for this new industry art. You basically got great clear weather, sunny weather, and the key year is probably 1915 when D.W. Griffith produces and directs Birth of a Nation, which I think you can probably consider the landmark flagship motion picture that begins what we think of as the narrative feature film that will be an evening's entertainment.
The thing that really invented nudity in films in America, ironically, was the greatest inventor in American history, and that would be Thomas Alva Edison. Edison claimed to have invented the motion picture camera and the motion picture projector. He didn't. The Lumiere brothers in France did, but he was strong enough in the United States to say that he did it and got patents on the motion picture projector and camera. So he then said that anyone who wanted to show a motion picture had to pay a license fee. And he formed something called the Trust, which was a monopoly that said if you want to do a picture in the United States, you have to pay Thomas Edison the Trust in order to show a picture. People didn't want to pay that. So a very small segment called the independents decided we're going to make our own. The problem they had was they weren't powerful like the monopoly trust, so they had to come up with a gimmick that would be able to allow them to compete. And they said, maybe we could show skin. And they knew that it had to have some kind of redeeming social importance. It couldn't be considered prurient or scandalous. So they decided to make it based on an artist model. It was filmed in New York, and the top artist model was a woman named Audrey Munson. And Audrey Munson is the inspiration for at least 15 statues and sculptures that are in New York City alone. So they decided to come up with a movie. She was the inspiration of all the sculptors, and they called it Inspiration. And that was in 1950. And as long as you were motionless, like a tableau, like a statue, that wasn't considered to be erotic or sexual. It was considered to be artistic and classical. It was a huge, huge success, no surprise. And she followed up a year later with Purity. Again, these all had to have some kind of social voice, like a dual role, purity and virtue. And she became the most famous actress in America. And it was a counterpoint to the main guys. They were the big guys, the Edison, the Trust. They were putting on people like Mary Pickford and Lillian Gish and trying to appeal to a huge audience. And so they were the girl next door. So the contrast with the independents putting out someone who was a nude artist model was certainly piqued the public's attention. This story became very tragic because she drank mercury and in a suicide attempt, and they said that she was very close to death. She somehow survived for the next 74 years, dying at age 104 in 1996, but she was in a sanitarium most of that time. So it was a very sad end, and people saw that as somebody poses nude, and it's the road to ruin and degradation.
A Daughter of the Gods, starring Annette Kellerman for Fox in 1960, has the nude swimming scenes. Annette Kellerman was a swimming star from Australia, and she was already a star before she made movies.
She held all the world records for swimming, and she also had gotten arrested in Boston in 1907 because she wore one-piece bathing suit, which was scandalous.
And the movies that she made in Hollywood were clearly designed to exploit her swimming abilities. And indeed, she appears naked, although she has long hair that artfully covers certain parts of herself.
She undresses, but she has dresses, and they come down and they cover her breasts. But just because she's moving, as opposed to this sculpted artist model did, it shifts from side to side, and there are the first glimpses of actually bare female flesh in an American film. And in fact, there was a movie made of it called $1 Million Mermaid, and starred Esther Williams in 1952. So once the barrier of showing nudity in film had been crossed, then it started to seep more into the mainstream. There was a movie in 1960 called Intolerance by the very famous director D.W. Griffith.
And one of the historical settings is Babylon. You know, it shows the debauchery that was going on at the time, which is, I think, 500 BC, and how crazy things got. And part of the debauchery is the extras in the background, bearing their breasts and orgies, and, you know, kind of like a pre-Caligula in many ways.
So it enabled them to make the argument that this had redeeming social importance, that it was based on history. It's not a problem. Audiences ate them up.
From about 1915 to 1927, the glorious age of silent cinema, you have the motion picture studios creating
The block background, bearing their breasts and orgies, and, you know, kind of like a pre-Caligula in many ways.
So it enabled them to make the argument that this had redeeming social importance, that it was based on history. It's not a problem. Audiences ate them up.
From about 1915 to 1927, the glorious age of silent cinema, you have the
It's just you're so you're obsessed with that. I just remember that her birthday was like 8 days before
production. And at the time, movies were
Like yours is not that for me. Something like that.
reputable.
Like
There
obsessed.
were some big sex scandals that happened in the early 20s. The William Desmond Taylor scandal, where he was murdered. And then there was the Fatty Arbuckle problem.
Headline making scandals involving drugs, death, suicide, rape. Hollywood was configured as a kind of Sodom on the Pacific.
People don't realize that movies were really risque back in the 20s.
He was coming off of something of a social revolution with regard to women in the 1920s. It was beginning to get reflected in sexual mores, and those were getting reflected in the movies. And people who were against where the future was heading, didn't like it, wanted to head it off, and so they thought that it would be necessary to have a code.
Hollywood had a huge public relations problem as a result of this. And of course, Hollywood wants to appeal to everybody. They make films for the mass audience. They don't want a black eye.
Well, in 1927, Wings came out, and it became the first Academy Award-winning picture. But it was scandalous in its own way. There were two men kissing in the film, and also Clara Bow, who was considered a very big star at the time. She exposed her breasts, and for a plain movie, a big production for that to happen, it was quite risque at the time.
And so increasingly in the late 1920s, various groups of what at the time were called moral guardians decide that Hollywood really has a bad influence. And this will only accelerate in 1927 with the onset of sound.
Almost overnight, the whole industry became sound-oriented. Silent movies were done within a year. During the Depression, people wanted to be cheered up, so they had sound movies and music and movies that spoke. A lot of them were movies reflecting what was going on in society.
Then you had sexual innuendo. That's when you had Mae West.
I shall die to make you happy.
I see a man in your life.
All of her films are getting condemned ratings from the new Legion of Decency.
They set up a thing called the Catholic Legion of Decency, which rates movies A, B, or C. And A is this is totally fine. B is we have some qualms about this, but if you have to see it, see it. C is if you see it, you're actually going to go to hell. They would give Catholics a list in church and tell them what movies to see. But it turns out that Catholics would take that list and go to the movies. They would take the list. They'd say, oh, this must be good.
I love the period right before the production kicks in. When you're watching people like Busby Berkeley just push the limit as far as cinema is going to go. All the girls are minted. And he knows exactly what he's doing. And he's probably not going to get away with this in a year.
And there were censorship boards popping up all over the country. Those censorship boards were a huge nuisance because they would have to cut their movies for each state. New York State was one of the worst, and so there are a lot of the versions of movies that would go out would be a lot more racy outside of New York State.
Movies had no First Amendment rights during this period. In 1915, the Supreme Court ruled that movies are a business pure and simple. Just like meat going across interstate lines, movies could be regulated by the states and by cities. No First Amendment rights at all until 1952. So if the state can regulate your industry, why not go for a self-regulation scheme that keeps the state, the city, and especially the feds off your back?
They decided to try to bring in somebody who would go to the various states and say, look, you don't need censorship boards. We'll censor ourselves according to a code of conduct.
And to allay those fears, the moguls decide to appoint a frontman to head their motion picture producers and distributors of America, which was a cartel of the Hollywood producers, where, like a lot of businessmen, they come together in order to regulate their own art and to keep out competition.
Hired Bill Hayes, who was the Postmaster General of the United States.
Who better to determine how Hollywood polices themselves than the former Postmaster General of the United States, right?
The Hays Code was created because Middle America, much as it is now, was up in arms about the scandals going on in Hollywood.
I mean, the Catholics had been at the work of artistic censorship for nearly 2,000 years, right? So they really knew how to do it.
And so in 1930, Will Hayes gets together with several key Catholic individuals in Los Angeles, and he formalizes these don'ts and be careful. He writes them out into a much more elaborate and specific production code.
I had to do a lot of research into the production code administration cuts to films. But that was fascinating too. Just the minute detail, the mere suggestion of flesh or indecency.
Well, what the code says about nudity is that nudity is prohibited, period, full stop, and that nudity is in fact or in silhouette is prohibited, and that other characters of the film looking at off-screen nudity cannot even pretend it's there and gaze upon it licentiously.
The nice thing about Will Hayes is that Will Hayes couldn't care less about morality. Couldn't care less. He was making $100,000 from the studios, and he was basically like Jack Valenti later on. He worked for the studios, and he cared about the studios, and that's where his loyalty was.
We look back at Will Hayes now and can have many laughs about it because everything is so. Thou shalt not do this. You should not have that. No nudity. No this. No that. And nothing licentious and lecherous. And used words that were very, very value judgment triggers.
The term pre-code does not really refer to before the code, but before the enforcement of the code, because the code existed throughout the pre-code era, but it just wasn't enforced. Fortunately, the studios thought that the code in 1930 was a public relations ploy, and they had absolutely no intention of enforcing it.
There were many companies, of course, in the red facing bankruptcy who were desperate, and in particular Paramount and Warner Brothers, they felt they couldn't be limited by the production code. They needed their sex to sell their movies during these desperate times. So
I'm so sorry. It's a real obsession. Okay.
The movie that really got them to enforce the code was The Sign of the Cross from 1932.
Sign of the Cross is filled with sex, filled with homosexuality, filled with bestiality. Everything you can think of is not terribly Christian. It's in the Bible.
Sign of the Cross displays Claudette Colbert in a way that the production code of 1934 certainly would not allow.
You see her breasts bobbing up in the water, but no one said a word. Pre-code. And DeMille had a foot fetish, and he had some kind of really unhealthy connection between nude women and gorillas. And in The Sign of the Cross, we have a sequence where a Christian woman is tied to a post, and this very horny-looking gorilla is walking towards her as if it's going to be a sexual. This is 1932, because DeMille, for all his, puritanical preachings, he showed you every bisexual.
It's very interesting because it looks like had the code not come in, there would have been nudity because nudity was coming. It was really clear. Murder of the Vanities, you see the women are nude, but they're covering their nipples.
That was followed 1 year later, 1933, by Ecstasy, which is the most notorious movies ever made. It was actually shot in Hungary.
My father told me about Hedy Lamarr and that he was so struck by her because that was really for him, I think probably the first time he'd seen a woman. So he would have been very young, saw Ecstasy, and he probably saw an early cut of it with his father.
And the scene takes place, she's out in this lake swimming, and she's draped her clothes over the horse, and the horse runs away. So she has to run after the horse in order to retrieve her clothes. So she runs through the woods, and she is full frontal nude.
The scene is something that is just so eye-popping in the context of Hollywood film in the 1930s. It's truly amazing. Now, the film, of course, didn't get a production code seal.
And then he said, 2 years later, she came to Hollywood, she came for dinner at the house, and he told me he couldn't take his eyes off of her breasts.
Ecstasy would have been censored by city agencies, by state agencies. It would probably show for a couple of nights at the local theater before the local cops came in and shut it down. And it might have been shown this censored version despite how it would have been advertised, because there's nothing like it in Hollywood cinema in the 30s and 40s.
That is maybe the first sex scene based on female pleasure. Full stop. If you've seen it, you know what I mean.
Throughout the pre-code era, you'd occasionally get glimpses of nudity in film. Maybe the most notorious example, Tarzan and the Snake.
This was a ploy used by a lot of producers because if you set it in a native country or a native setting, wear clothes in the jungle. There's a scene where Tarzan and Jane swim around the water nude, and a lot of people thought that was, we're supposed to think that was Sullivan, but it was not. It was body double. That's the first instance of a body double being used in a nude scene.
In the context of Hollywood cinema, this was aberrant. And it gave you a sort of a picture of what Hollywood cinema might have been like had not the production code come in and busted up the party in 1934.
And then in the very last pre-code movie, which was actually released after the code, but it was approved somehow before the code, and then it didn't go through the process. It was Scarlet Empress, and Scarlet Empress actually begins with a torture scene of women getting burned as witches, and they're all naked.
Then the production code came in 1934, and that was Joseph Green, who was a censor, a religious man, moral police, basically agreed that no film could be made in America unless it passed muster with him.
He's the guy who quite literally put his imprint on every classical Hollywood film.
Where we are working for finer and better movement from the very beginning. We work with production, authors, and all what to the end that the finished product may be free from racism objects.
There's a strong case to be made that the Hays Code, or rather the Green Code, that's really what it was, changed not only the morality of movies, but changed the morality of the country because of the influence that movies had.
Green was the guy who actually regulated Hollywood cinema from 1934 to 1954. Basically, what we think of as the classical studio system era. They give Green the power to actually forbid financing of a motion picture. Without Green's green light, a Hollywood studio could not get financing from the banks in New York to make the film.
The code movie teaches us is that there are ways around stuff to suggest the most vile things without actually having to show.
One of the first films that defied the moral order of the production code and the production code authority is Howard Hughes' The Outlaw.
What do you know about that?
Which is basically a 5-year-long dispute that Howard Hughes has with the Green Office, beginning in 41, into 43, and then it gets sort of released in 46, in which his advertising campaign is perhaps the most, in the Green Office eyes, most offensive thing about it, in which there'd be billboards enticing audiences with the tagline, what are the two great reasons to see Jay Russell as the outlaw? They would actually hire a blimp to go over San Francisco, advertising the film as well. Blimp imagery and Jane Russell imagery is kind of obvious.
For a long time, nudity was considered a career breaker. And in 1952, Marilyn Monroe was just starting to make it as a starlet. And a gossip columnist found out that there had been a calendar Marilyn had posed for in 1949. So they called a press conference. And they asked her, they said, what did you have on the calendar photo? And she said, radio. So it went from being a negative to a positive, and I think that's what changed the whole ethos of nudity in film.
In the 1950s, there's a growing market for what we call nudies. And these are basically shaved 16, 35 millimeter films sometimes of films, not production code films. They would never get a production code scene.
In the mid to late 50s,
in 1954, the New York State Court of Appeals ruled in the case of a motion picture called Garden Eve that nudity per se was not seen. And this, of course, opens the floodgates for filmmakers to portray on-screen nudity in a way they couldn't before.
the production code was starting to fall apart. You had people like Otto Preminger that were being shown without the seal. So the mores in the world was changing.
The nudie movie usually is like a volleyball. They would chat and they would swim. They were nudist camp. Nothing ever happened. And the shot regardless is very funny scene. Yourself, which is a pretty accurate representation of what life is.
And so if it was couched in the terms of health, fitness, exercise,
These theaters that are called art theaters. And they were all towns all over the place, most of them.
So the nudie cuties movies, you know, they wanted to stay under the radar because that's how they moved.
These films would also play to the man at like a bachelor party. Somebody has set up a 16mm projector and show what were called either blue movies in the 20s or 30s, or later stag films or nudies in the 50s and 60s.
Well, there was a subset of pictures away from the news camera, and in which they would add a premise by having somebody scary show up and chase the girls.
These type of movies with the damsel in distress and damsel in undress were referred to as monster movies.
A monster in Camp Sunshine, where it's supposed to be a gorilla that was played by Jim Henson. And then, you know, Ed Wood was unfortunately reduced to some of these pictures that were cheated dead.
It's an excuse for a bunch of exotic dancers to come out one by one and really plain, completely not sexy dance.
And then there was just quick. Sort of a Russ Meyer type that had guys in monster masks playing Frankenstein and Dracula, non-universal copyright. And they would chase the girls around. There's no erotic content whatsoever. They're just there to have girls running around and get as much action in the frame as possible.
And then there were some movies called Nudie Cuties. You made it more of a comedy. You could somehow insert some female nudity in it and get away with it. They didn't want to have things that might inflame the public and make young men's minds turn to dangerous things. Doris Wishman was one of the rare female directors who would be doing movies that had a lot of called TNA in them. And she did a series of movies with a very famous stripper in Chesty Morgan who had 73-inch natural breasts. And so she made a movie with Chesty Morgan called Agent 73. And then she did another movie with Chesty Morgan called Deadly Weapons. And with Chesty Morgan's natural doubts.
Doris Wishman did a couple of months, but Herschel Gordon Lewis had to take when he did Bloody, it was gore fun. It had nudity and it had a Playboy playmate in it. But the appeal of this movie was that you were seeing war in a way that you've never seen before. Pull out the girl's tongue and cut it off. And these were the progenitors of today's war. Incredibly. And they were one of the reasons for the British rating system, because they played driving. People would be driving down the street and look up at the screen and the kids in the car and there's this whole so just sort of like, oh my God,
Before The Godfather was even a thought in his head, Francis Ford Coppola started making a couple of nudie cuties. One is called The Bellboy and the Playgirls.
Russ Meyer had actually gotten the start of making these underground movies. One of them, that was one of the first American movies that could show with nudity, was called The Immoral Mr. Cheese.
Russ came along right at the time because you had these nudist films. They were really inventive, and he came up with the preposterous idea that cheese would be able to see through women's clothes.
And he goes to the dentist and he gets a shot of Novocaine, and next thing he knows, they're naked.
Within 4 days, cost $24,000. It opened up the floodgates of the missing pictures. We know what a media United States
It was like a money machine. And now you had all these people getting in on that, making what were called. But Russ came first, and Russ
but it was so outrageous for that to see that much nudity and before they.
Yes, the code was still in effect, but it didn't bother him because he was distributing his movies in a way that didn't require the system. The Immoral Mr. Cheese was like his peeing on Will Hayes' grave.
Peeping Tom was a British art film, very disturbing film even today. As in the context of the kind of voyeuristic murderer, he uses the camera kind of as a surrogate murder weapon. It opened the way for porn films with nudity to be distributed in the American market. The landmark film here is the Bridget Bardot vehicle, And God Created Woman, and it is a huge hit.
The line was CinemaScope was for photographing snakes and funerals, but Bean uses her stretched out across the screen at sunbathing.
it's as much sort of triumph of the medium as America's triumph of this very sexual moment.
When I waited in line to see Bridget Bardot and God Created Woman, I go, oh wow, oh wow, I love it.
Once they saw the box office returns or something like that, they realized nudity is something that Hollywood can traffic in for profit.
And I think that's what made the beginning of the indies, and that's when the studio system went belly up. They couldn't compete with that.
The landmark film to me that shows the production codes walking is Alfred Hitchcock's Film, which has everything the Green Office would not have approved. It has sex, it has violence, it has the relationship between sex and violence.
And that led to one of the most famous harrowing scenes in motion picture history. Everyone remembers that Janet Leigh gets stabbed in the shower by Anthony Perkins. She would not do a nude scene. She had a nudity clause. So they had to get a body double. And so they hired Marley Renfro, who was an actress and a model. And because it was not Janet Leigh, Hitchcock had to shoot it in such a way that you couldn't tell who was actually in the shower. Then you have the swinging 60s at the new handsome President John F. Kennedy after White the Eyes and now in a rather conservative period. And things opened up quite a bit. Marilyn Monroe was the first actress to nudity does not destroy a career, it can help a career. Marilyn Monroe was hired to do a film called Something's Gotta Give, and it was kind of her comeback film. She said, I need to make a splash, literally in this woman. And then she went in, her dressing room, and came out with a bathrobe and nothing. And she said, nobody looks as good as I do. The only nudity that survived very quickly. She comes to the edge of the pool, she sits on the edge of the pool, and the way she's seated, you cannot even see her rear end. And as she gets up, you can see one breast from the side and her entire rear end. Marilyn had been party so much that they were not that far into the film. And on June 8th, 1 week after her 36th birthday, she was fired permanently. She was the biggest star in the world, and if she would do a nude scene, who wouldn't do a nude scene? Probably the foremost Marilyn Monroe imitator at the time was Jane Dancer. So she made a movie in 1963. It was called Promises, Promises.
You gotta remember, there was Marilyn Monroe, and then Jane Mansfield was right behind her as far as popularity.
She takes a bubble bath, bubbles dissipate very quickly, and all of Jane was on display.
She liked to tease.
Outstanding.
All right.
And she knew this, and this is her stock in trade.
Now the floodgates are open.
She was the first celebrity post-Hays Commission to do a nude scene here in the United States.
Marilyn Monroe had done it, and Jane Mansfield had done it, and Mamie Van Doren did a movie called The Search for Gold.
I used to be a stripper down on Main. Now I'm the main attraction on the strip.
I tried to break the doors down. Jane Mansfield and Marilyn was actually the first one. Half asked me to Playboy magazine many times, and I turned him down. And I did it this time because I had a movie connection with it. It was 3 Nuts in Search of Gold. I did that movie strictly for money. It was a beer bath.
So I figured, why not take a beer bath? It really makes me feel alive.
Beer bath. Beer bath. Come on, he said, you make more money at the theaters. And I said, since I own the movie, some of it. I said, okay, I'll do it. That movie made a lot of money. So did the layout in Playboy magazine. That was the beginning of me opening the door for nudity.
Of course, there are films where nudity is important to the story. The Pawnbroker has nothing to do with sex, but it does use nudity in a very important way. The film itself is about a guy who suffered trauma during World War II, and part of the trauma was seeing these naked people being murdered, and so the idea that they felt good to cut that out because it's prurient interest was pretty ludicrous to most people. The Pawnbroker was one of the last films, actually, that had a major production crew battle. It made the production crew look really old-fashioned at that point. The production crew was going to be abandoned a couple years
We started looking to the Europeans, which had been, of course, using nudity long before we were. Antonioni's blow up now has two things to recommend it. One, it's his most accessible movie.
Couple of minutes. I put a couple of minutes to find the endings out.
And two, it's the first film to show pubic hair in modern cinema.
David Hemmings plays a photographer who takes a picture and he winds up seeing two illicit lovers who are played by Vanessa Redgrave. Who is topless in the film. And he meets two young, they used to call groupies, and he takes them home with him. Here is a flash of Jane Birkin's pubic hair, which is the first time that's ever been shown on an American movie screen. And it stayed in because it was quick.
I'm Curious Yellow was a foreign film. It was Swedish, and it had very explicit nudity. And there were movies with explicit nudity at the time, but this was playing at your neighborhood movie theater, so it became a really big deal. In fact, I remember seeing huge lines of people waiting to go into the theater. But then there was also a group of protesters with signs ban the film, pornography and stuff. The movie itself could be difficult to watch, and it's very much of its time. It's kind of like an experimental film.
The code started crumbling in the 60s because the 60s were the 60s. I mean, there was a lot of upheaval in our society. We had a president shot, a lot of things were going on in real life that didn't match the strident mores of the code, and people were rebelling against it.
And as in physics, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. They said we need to have a rating system in order to determine who can see these films.
We are not censors at all. What we do, and we don't make value judgments. There's not one of our ratings that means the film is good or bad. It just indicates the level of content. And then we give it descriptors along the level to show all those elements that are present at that level in the film.
That general change from the old classic Hollywood, which pretty much died around 1917.
Ratings came out in 1968. It was the first film to be rated X. It's a counterculture comedy. Robert De Niro starts to get involved in Peeping Tom.
You've heard of Popeyes? Well, this is called Peepeyes.
And eventually, he figures out how to make movies using this obsession. The X rating definitely helped. They wanted the X. The sex stuff is mostly relegated to Robert De Niro's scene where he's spying on women. But there's also a scene that involves Jerry Grant, who plays the character that's obsessed with the Kennedy assassination, where there is a naked woman on his bed, and he starts tracing the bullet trajectory of the gun that killed Kennedy.
I did my first nude scene in 1968, my first movie with this beautiful girl. And I think it was the first time in a studio movie that a man and a woman had been naked together. So I went up to the director and I said, when we're fighting on the floor, wouldn't it be great just to cut naked animals? And he looked and he went, you ask. So we come to the end of the day. She comes out in a bathrobe and just drops in. I said, oh. And they go, okay, get your trousers off. And I went, it's a bit cold in here. I said, get your trousers off. Well, the first assistant director, when we did the show, walked off. He was so outraged. Subversive stuff. This title of being naked the most of any young actor of that period was thrust upon me. I did not go seeking it. It was just that I came along at the very moment that the floodgates opened and they decided to allow nudity in movies. And about bloody time. It was ridiculous. It was sort of a line that was never crossed. When that was breached, oh, God, we all came rushing.
If you haven't seen a Russ Meyer film, I would say his films were his own genre.
He's such a funny guy, you know. He's just like so dry, and it's like, well, real gruff. Like, well, she's a lot smaller than most of my girls, but maybe the women will be able to relate better.
Nixon is played by Ernie Cabot.
Nudity was definitely essential in portraying who this character is.
And she's an infomaniac, and all of these different people kind of come and they meet her, and she wants to have sex with every one of them. It includes her brother. She's just filled with lust.
Like during the scene with myself and Vincent, Russ was down on the floor. Give it to her, yeah, pounding the floor like this, like just pounding. He was laying on the floor, pounding, and then he goes, "Cut, lunch. I gotta change my shorts."
The late 60s, early 70s was when everything really changed. You know, after Woodstock, everybody was rained on and was pretty much naked anyway. The floodgates began to open.
In fact, The Graduate and Easy Rider kind of opened the door, and all the movies that came before it looked so old-fashioned in comparison.
Because American actresses did not like to do nudity. You know, they thought that if they did, their careers would kind of be tainted in some way.
It wasn't whether or not when you were going to finally do it.
European actresses did. Kidding? No way. It's just everything's on. If it's, you know, part of the integral part of the script.
Women in Love, and there's a nude wrestling scene between Alan Bates and Oliver Reed, and it was weird and shocking and surprising. That's one of the few male nudity things that I remember seeing in movies.
When it was released in the United States, the American censors cut this scene where you see Ollie and Alan start to get into each other, and then it cuts to them laying on the floor panting. Was it too much for you? So what we get is probably the best known sodomy scene in a major motion picture, when it wasn't a sodomy scene until they cut it that way.
Everybody's talking. The first X-rated movie that became mainstream and that actually won the Academy Award was Midnight Cowboy. It does have nudity in it, but I think it's more rated X because of the subject matter.
So Sylvia Miles in Midnight Cowboy is a society lady, and John Boyd is a hustler, and they hook up and have sex. And the next day, he asks her for money, and she freaks out.
You know, Cass, that's the funny thing you mentioned money. I was just about to ask you for some.
You're gonna ask me for money?
Yeah, why do you think I come all the way up here from Texas for?
The hell do you think you're dealing with? Some old slut on 42nd Street. And I think sometimes I watch occasionally come on and I'll see that scene. It's hard watching, you know. I'm just so shocked at how real I was. In case you didn't happen to notice it, the big Texas longhorn bull. I'm one hell of a gorgeous chick. There was no arrangement made about nudity. No contract to deal with things like that.
And so you had brief nudity from Sylvia Miles and from Brenda McCarr, who were two of his older conquests.
Midnight Cowboy won an Oscar and was rated X, and that was the true application of the X rating. It was a more adult film.
In 1969, a film came out called Last Summer that was X-rated, and it was known for being a pioneering film because of the male nudity.
Last Summer is basically 4 kids left to their own devices in a sort of a rich summer town.
Hey, come on, let's go for a swim, huh? Bare ass? They'll see us. Not here.
bitch.
She'll probably go tell her mother.
The end last summer, the rape scene is basically very emotionally fraught because we have been four friends and sex has been just creeping up all the time. But we've both been pretty much in love with the Barbara Hershey character.
Major Truth. I love you both.
Yeah, and I love you too. And I love you too.
And she finally manipulates the pressure off of her onto Kathy Burns' character, Mr. Girl. So it ends up being a shifting power. It's like filming a fight when there's a rape scene going on. It's like how we choreograph this. I especially didn't feel like a pioneer when I'm over a close-up of a handheld camera or two 2x4s on a slant with Frank Perry yelling "up harder" in my ear through a bullhorn. I think to myself, I didn't even really think about the nudity when I got the job. Being young, I was willing to, do whatever it took to make a great film. People seem to forget we lived in a very different time back then. People didn't ask questions. You're either going to do something or not. There were no rules. Uncle Alan, about 6 months later, said to me, "I took you in the beer to see your film. I look up and there's 20 feet of your ass up on the screen. We used to change those diapers." I was never sexually thought of after I did Willard for about 15 years. I kissed that rat, and that was the end of me kissing any ladies for quite a number of years.
When Jack Valenti had first created the ratings in the late 1960s, he had not copyrighted or trademarked X-rated. He said, basically, if you want to self-rate yourself X without paying us a rating fee, you can go ahead and do that. This seemed like a reasonable solution at the time, but by the early 1970s, we had films like Deep Throat coming out that proudly self-rated themselves X, not just X, but triple X, and that bragged about it.
Once the pornographers realized that there was a rating that they could block themselves, it wasn't copyrighted. It was meant adult. They were after adult filmmakers, and so I think they felt that it was behooved them to slap the X in their product as well.
By the early to mid-70s, there came to be a confusion in a lot of people's minds. What's an X-rated movie? Is it hardcore pornography, like Deep Throat, The Devil and Miss Jones, Behind the Green Door, or is it a Hollywood adult film, like Midnight Cowboy and A Clockwork Orange?
Now, there's a few things that were going on. Just cutting this cat suit, and that was enough to sell. You didn't just need to do it. I mean, just to say, "Biddy well, little brother, biddy well." That's all you have to say.
Biddy well, little brother, biddy well.
And this kind of confusion realized itself, you might say, in the pages of the local newspaper. If you wanted to go to a movie, you looked up where it was playing in a newspaper. Well, for example, the Los Angeles Times, they got protests from their readers protesting, "Why are you advertising Deep Throat and The Devil and Miss Jones? Our little kids are being corrupted by this." And so the Los Angeles Times became one of the first newspapers to ban X-rated ads for movies.
Another early Hollywood film that featured full frontal nudity was a movie called Drive, He Said, directed by Jack Nicholson.
In Drive, He Said, Michael Morgana does a nude streaking scene across a college campus, and that was pretty new for the early 1970s. It was shocking.
This was probably the first time we saw, except for the Oscars, where we had a streaker in that as well, during a David Niven's speech. Quite likely.
The 70s, with its hedonism and also sort of crass commercialization of that area, brought about exploitation films as well as art films, and then just regular Hollywood movies, where it was liberating for actors and actresses to get on screen.
In Carnal Knowledge, you have huge megastars like Jack Nicholson and Anne Margaret doing nude scenes, wanting to do nude scenes specifically, and it kind of gives tacit approval to all kind of American stars doing nude scenes in film.
Anne Margaret was a dancer, dated Elvis Presley, and had been with Bye Bye Birdie, and she had done no nudity in films, and it was rather surprising in the movie Carnal Knowledge.
Jack Nicholson is in the shower in the background, and Margaret's lying on the bed.
And she's reading the newspaper, and she turns the page of the newspaper, and as she does that, she lifts her arm, and her breast is exposed.
And she gets up and goes to the shower, and you see her from behind, but you go, wow, that's Anne Margaret, and she's naked. And that was like, wow.
A lot of times after the actresses kind of broke their screen nudity virginity, when they finally did it and saw that it wasn't that bad or that it didn't hurt their career or they could get through it, then they started doing more and more nudity. And Anne Margaret followed up Carnal Knowledge by doing the nude scene, the topless scene from Magic in the operas.
The Last Picture Show from Peter Bogdanovich is a remarkable, wonderful film, and it also partakes of these kind of new freedoms of this period.
I think it was a lot of talk about the freedom of the screen, and my producers on the Last Picture Show, which we shot in 7, really wanted to use and the sexual aspects of the story, as they did in Easy Rider. The same producer. It's a story about a small town in Texas in 1951. The kids are coming of age.
You see frontal nudity as the people from the high school take off their clothes to skinny dip.
You want to join the club? Well, you got to get undressed out there on the diving board.
So everybody gets to what?
Sybil Shepherd was not sure she wanted to do it.
That's true. Yeah, I did it last Easter.
Okay.
Bert Schneider, the producer, said, "She won't do it." I said, "No, I'm going to cast it. We'll see about the nude scenes. Maybe we should do it. If she won't, we're going to double it." I wasn't going to give up her as an actress.
It's wonderfully in context of the film. It's not at all exploitative. It works with the film.
We sort of fell in love. And actually, that made it tougher for me. I wasn't sure I wanted to do it. The scene in the swimming pool, Nicky was there. He said, "Sylvia,
Did he need to have Sybil Shepherd be naked when she jumped in the pool? Probably not. But it is a way of telling a story that's different than the original. So, I mean, you can use nudity to make story points.
I could be completely murdered for saying this, but Europe is like the land of the 18-year-old actress and the 50-year-old man, and this is like a sort of love story that makes sense. This doesn't make sense in America to American audiences. This is something only Europeans seem to really do. You don't see that as much here.
Last Tango in Paris is a movie that stars Marlon Brando. He is looking at a French apartment for rent at the same time a young French woman. And they agree to rent the apartment and meet there just for sex. There's been a lot of talk about what the scene is where he sodomizes her, uses butter as a lubricant. Schneider claimed it wasn't in the script, claimed it was sprung on her. She said in an interview, "I felt as if I was being raped," something like that.
The press around this movie, did he really have sex with her? Did he mistreat her? Did he anally penetrate her?
Everything outside was cheap.
Certainly put butter on her.
If you go back to her interview, it really is that's a leap from what she said. She stayed in touch with Brandon. They were friends.
I'm talking about things that don't matter.
And I would describe her in that movie as nude instead of naked. There is something about her that's coquettish, and she's playing.
All in this, no, right.
women in prison genre began actually in the 1970s with Roger Corman.
I'm a long time woman, and I'm serving my time.
These were films that starred a wonderful actress named Pam Grier.
Where do you want to be buried? Nigga. And it's Miss Nigga, you.
Pam Grier should rule. I mean, if there was any justice in the world.
The first one I think was the Big Dollhouse, Women in Cages, Twilight People, and then the Black Mama, White Mama, and then Fox Ranch.
And Pam Grier became the #1 action kick-ass lady of the 70s.
And it was basically just a standard prison plot, but there's women in prison.
Something is set in motion, something where these women are deprived of their freedom and they're put all together in these terrible situations.
The compound vent, that's the nerve system. The victim died in convulsions.
And they were frequently naked
Thing to you.
and always rebelling at the end to get their freedom.
These movies became wildly popular, especially in the Deep South and the Midwest.
And European was more accepting in nudity, the Rubenesque, Sophia Loren, you could show a little more, bust on her. In America, they go, oh my God. When I was in the arena, they gave us an option to turn, face the camera, just act like you're really showering, you're bathing. And I said, well, I'm not going to cover up like the other characters are. They're going to pull your clothes off, and I had to be mentally prepared to have that done because it ended up to me as a child.
The hint of promised lesbian if there were no actual lesbians.
Okay, that's enough. Hurry up so you can get out of here and fix my hair.
Women in prison oppressed, they're going to explode with sexual, appetites and attraction, and they're just going to be borderline. Well, yeah, that's for when you oppress anybody. For a while, and plus they didn't have wardrobe, we just had T-shirts.
And since nothing succeeds like success, they would churn out as many of them as they could.
Your guess is as good as mine as to how I got that part engaged. We have a violent karate here. A strong way of dealing with it. You can't do this to me. I mean, yeah, it was rough. For some reason, it's like people that go to watch women wrestlers. They love seeing all those shower fights, which is where the nudity would come in. The shower scene was really treacherous because of the fact that there was no hot water. It was freezing cold, and here we were naked.
Alice in Wonderland is the innocent blonde girl who goes into a truly psychedelic world of talking animals.
Hey, wait! Fuck you! You can't wait when I'm late. I'm supposed to be at the Queen's party at 2:30. If I'm late, it could be like... Hello?
Bloodthirsty queens.
You misunderstand me, doll. I don't want to put all your hands. I want you to give me something.
I think that fantasy world was her journey into sexual discovery. She was a lot like me. She was young, naive, and idealist.
Mr. Rabbit, wait for me!
And she's incredibly beautiful, incredibly radiant.
I remember when I was like so excited, like, oh my gosh, I got my first film. Right? Yay! But I didn't have an agent. I didn't have an attorney. I signed the contract. I don't even know what I was signing.
I shouldn't be doing this.
If I had issues with nudity when I read the script, I don't remember. It was a role. I was playing a character, and the character needed to be naked.
If it feels good, it is good. Learn to trust yourself. I grew up in La Mirada. There was a spot where you could see the drive-in monster.
Very nice.
And there were other kids there too. And one of the kids was like, I'm going to bring binoculars next time. I was like, oh, genius. And I remember, like, my parents were like, oh, what do you want for Christmas? I said, oh, I want a pair of binoculars.
When I was a kid, teenager, you'd sneak to the drive-in, you'd see an R-rated movie. You expected it. You demanded nudity. There better be some gratuitous nudity here. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, the actors would drop her top. And is it something that would play as well now as it did back then? Probably not.
And then Alice Wonderland got an R-rated movie.
Which is where then it became popular because it obviously had a much larger audience.
That reflects the 1970s, that it was so liberty that they could show a softcore projected in public in a drive-in theater. I mean, if that happened now, without a doubt, there would be, Twitter would explode.
Pick up the book.
I don't like women giving me orders.
I spit on your grave. Camille Keaton was a model in Italy, and she made one of the classics of horror that was called I Spit on Your Grave.
Camille Keaton is what they call a scream queen. And a scream queen is an actress at a certain age that began her career being chased around by guys in hockey masks, what have you. That's a scream queen.
I can't believe that I'm sitting here 40 years later and we're having an interview about this film. Now that means something to me. I have chills. The plot of the film is about a woman that goes off to write her book and she goes to the country. Shortly thereafter, in a secluded area she's in, she gets raped by 4 men.
And she's stripped and totally exposed and sets about for the rest of the film to seek revenge. So there are a number of scenes of her taking off her clothes, seducing men, and then exacting her revenge on the men who had raped her.
We're the first to make a film where a woman does go back and get revenge on her attackers.
They're all about remaking European movies, usually Ingmar Bergman, like The Virgin Spring. When you realize where these movies, what the inspirations came from, you go, whoa, it's kind of Tony for a trashy exploitation.
Well, when I read the script, I was very excited about it. Here's a script that can give me the opportunity to fly, be vulnerable. I can be everything. I can kill the nudity. That worried me a little bit. I loved everything else about the film. She's a strong character. The director and I were talking about how these nude scenes would be made. And there was a lot of trust and respect between all of us. It came out in Chicago and immediately was banned in over 200 theaters. And I think it had to do with not just me being nude, what happens to me in the film, the rape and the revenge, and it was so real life. But what she did in the film is certainly to show women that they can be strong and that they can face their attackers. And I think they do that today more.
Well, they talk about in the 80s slasher films, the final girl, which is usually a virtual figure. I believe that's all about Halloween.
Halloween might have started this craze where the good girl keeps her clothes on and she lives. The bad girl gets undressed or has sex and she gets slaughtered.
A lot of teen guys, underage guys, were allowed to see slasher films. They were not allowed to see teen sex films. And the irony was, why is it okay to see people being killed and slaughtered, but not okay to see a naked body having sex?
What I find so funny about this idea of, the good version who keeps her clothes on is Jamie Lee Curtis herself is like made so much fun of it. And her big quote is that she didn't show her tits until she went legit. It wasn't until she moved out of horror films into serious movies that people started asking her to take her shirt off.
By the way, we went, we're not the only ones who went to the girls were used on the couch.
Jamie Lee Curtis was not the only star to kind of perform surprising nude scenes. Take somebody like Malcolm McDowell, who went off of movies like If and The Lucky Man and Clockwork Orange to take the really controversial lead role in Caligula.
Malcolm McDowell will always be remembered for Clockwork Orange, but he will also live in infamy for playing title in Tito Brass's Caligula.
Do I know what the plot is in Caligula? I have no fucking idea. It's a fascinating part of Roman history.
All anyone remembers though is how mad.
See, I didn't want to play him as a madman because that's boring and there's no. If he's mad, he's mad. That's it. There's no moral issue with him.
Sleeping with his horse, having sex with his sister, burying people up to the neck and then cutting their heads off. All these are sins of torture.
He kind of came up with this thing. He was an anarchist, that he was destroying the Roman Empire from the top. Sound familiar?
Caesar, Emperor of Rome, Lord of the world.
I didn't want to do any nudity in Caligula because everybody else was nude in that movie except me, pretty much. And they go, nope, everybody else can, and I'm not going to. So that's the way that was. I know I said it's pretty stupid if I'm in a rainstorm not to be naked. So, I figured that was okay. But no, making love to this, I didn't take that stuff. Caligula, which was, I guess, one of the great porn movies of all time. We didn't know at the time. That's what it became.
It is a pure X-rated movie. Back when X meant something.
I hated it because, somewhere when you watch that movie, you realize there is really a wonderful movie here that's been hijacked by Bob Guccione, who was the publisher of Penthouse. But he had absolutely no taste. All you had to do was look at his magazines to figure that out.
Peter O'Toole and John Gilbert and Helen Mirren are all in this movie. I know. He hates me because you are wild. So I am gone. Watch out.
He figured if I paid for these sets, my business is pornography. Hey, let's shoot a porno movie. The shot would be of me close up. When I shot that shot, I'm looking at a pet falcon. So cut two lesbians in the 69 position, licking and God knows what else, at it, humping, writhing around. Come back to me, quizzical smile. And I sat there with Mary, my wife, and we were like, holy fuck, what is this?
There was a landmark movie in 1979 called 10, which was directed by Blake Edwards, the husband of Mary Poppins, Julie Andrews. And the idea of the movie is Perfect 10. Go Derek became an Ego 2 actress in the nude movies of the early 80s. And if you went to a Go Derek movie, you would expect that several times she would disrobe. I think in the history of cinema, it's always been considered much more artistic and acceptable if the actress does nudity as opposed to if the actor does nudity.
I think that this is the hypocritical side of business. And indeed, men in general say, of course, we want to look at this beautiful, voluptuous body of a woman. But a man with a penis hanging out, who wants to see that? Doesn't have the same sort of beauty, not at least to a heterosexual man.
Nudity in American films is slowly becoming more like European films used to be.
And then we go through this kind of renaissance of directors like Paul Mazursky and Paul Schrader with American Gigolo, with a new kind of freedom.
What's amazing about American Gigolo, which was a very popular movie in the 1980s, is that the star of the movie, Richard Gere, showed his penis.
So it still remains, I think to this day it's a little bit of, I don't want to say scandal, but it's a little bit shocking and surprising what a major male star decides to do.
Blake Edwards made an SOB about the movie industry and put his wife, Julianne, as the star. He played on her, who was a squeaky clean Disney heroine who never swore and was just the sound of music. The movie is a huge flop, and there's no nudity, and he decides to do this. And the only kind of nudity he can come up with would be daring or would be box office is to have his wife show up.
It wasn't a long nude scene, but it was very poppins naked, and that is an exciting thing to see.
That was all done. Yeah, I just think it's a great send-up of Hollywood. But you know, Hollywood doesn't always like send-ups.
They have even those right. Well, it's Xavier Hollander, who I never met, unfortunately. But I was the third hooker. The first one was in Red Grave, then there was Joey Heatherton, and then there was me.
You're back again. Xavier Hollander and her girls. Money comes easy to the girls of Xavier Hollander.
So Martine Bestwick is an actress who was in tons of films throughout the 60s and 70s. And in fact, she was in a lot of Bond movies. She was in From Russia with Love and Thunderballs. I love that big contact with the girl.
Well, it's not what I cook.
That's very easy. This is about a hooker. I mean, what am I going to do? I'm going to pretend that, she's going to have it off with someone dressed.
Boys downtown like Sonia. You are the best.
Do you really say that?
Oh yeah, and more. But of course, they're very respectful.
Of course.
It's always a pleasure to serve.
Actually, it was really a cute script. And it was about a film within a film. It was about Hollywood, trying to undermine this woman.
And I gotta tell you, one of the most campy, great nude scenes of all time happens in that movie where Martine Bestwick is completely naked inside of the pool, rubbing oil on Batman, Adam West, while he smokes a cigarette. And he's completely naked, by the way, as is she. Only in the late 70s, early 80s would you do a nude scene that is this weird and crazy, but it's classic.
The Howling from 1981 is one of the great werewolf movies ever made. One of the seats of the movie is that sex, particularly vicious time to the wolf.
They're coming from each side of the street, and the fire is getting bigger and bigger, and they're both naked.
Sex scenes are not all that much fun. There are certain visual aspects that need to happen in a sex scene and things that you need to be able to see and not see and not be covered.
And then when they're on top of each other, they're animals.
Do I think the scene would have worked without the movie? Probably not. That particular scene, no, because it was the whole scene was engineered toward the fact that you see this woman naked. And it's also beautiful. It's saying that it's very attractive. And it's sexy as well.
Yes, The Howling 2. I was contracted to do that nude scene, and started out with a ripping. I call it the rip away dress, where I tore my dress open, and then we have a threesome.
So they make her like a blonde werewolf. She's in kind of a bodysuit, but they've got hair glued all over her breast down here, kind of a bush down here. And you'll have to ask more about that. He's a crazy guy, and he directed the two sequels, and they're snarling at each other. And Philippe's going, "This has got to be the first three-way in werewolf history."
Personal best is
I think, the best movie I've ever seen about the athletic affair. Mariel Hemingway plays this track and field athlete, and she falls in love with a older woman who's also an athlete.
It was controversial. There's no question. It was the first film of its kind.
But this was a film that explored lesbian relationship, not just as something that was part of a male fantasy or in some sort of soft porn film. That the subject was treated with respect.
There was a I mean, it was Mariel Hemingway was doing a sex scene with a woman. She winds up with a man at the end of the film, which was a claim that lesbianism is a phase. But the last line of that movie restates that the women is the important relationship.
The nudity was, again, a little more akin to what real life was all about. If two women are in the steam room and they're athletes, they're probably not going to have towels that go from below their knees to their chins. They're probably going to take the towels off and be naked and just continue to talk.
Nudity is expected when the story's it's really not about I need this gratuitous moment of nudity to accentuate this. Now, there have been movies and there's tons of them where that's definitely the reason why they put it in there. I would say that Star 80 affected my career far more than Personally Best did. Star 80 was more difficult for people to watch.
It's about this meteoric rise of this girl who worked in a Dairy Queen in Canada.
May I take your order now?
And something sweet, soft, light, cute. To Playmate of the Year, and then co-starring in a film by Peter Bogdanovich, with whom she also had a romantic relationship. That ends horrifically with pimpy husband Paul Snyder murdering her with a shotgun, violating the corpse, and then walking his own.
In a film like Star 80, nudity is absolutely necessary. It's like whether or not Playboy movie or a movie about Playboy. You're going to see some breasts. It's their life.
There was a big misinterpretation about how I got the role.
It was so much attention over the breast augmentation.
Yes, I wouldn't have gotten the role had I not had breasts. That's absolutely true.
She had that done for the movie.
And so,
but I did it for me. I wouldn't have done that because of a movie. Thank you.
I gotta be honest with you. When I first got the script of the story, I thought it was horrible.
What's wrong with him?
He's got the personality, but it's Bob Fosse.
Bob Fosse did not want you. You're tomboyish. You're from the mountains. You're not a playboy. You're not like a sexy girl league type girl. And I wasn't. And that's exactly why I wanted to play. I had a certain name. Why aren't you still a superstar? With what movies? With what work? There is no work. And he put me in a certain role. There is a scene with John Vernon. Got a little too excited, and I'm going to be as polite as I can about this. He didn't follow the rules of working stunts. Hard. Not okay. Movie I signed was not film. The script changes. This is not okay with me. My feeling is I would rather see breast, even a penis, than I would violence.
The reason I think that the women in prison movies were so important, especially in the 80s, where Rambo and Commando was coming out, women in prison, that works worldwide, translates very well.
This is what we need to do. This is what is selling.
Well, yes. I mean, we weren't doing Shawshank Redemption.
If you didn't agree to something, you weren't going to work.
There is actually a list of what the producers, the directors, and the distributors want. We need 3 shower scenes, we need 2 rapes, we need this, we need that.
You know, for Valley Girl, it was simply a distribution deal.
necessity.
Atlantic Releasings, when I met with them. And they said, well, you know, we made them agree you were going to show naked breasts in 4 scenes in this movie.
It was like in the contract as nudity. We need 3 sets of boobs in this particular film.
Is that a problem for you? I said, no. It is a problem if I do it whatever way I think of. And they said, no, we don't care how we see them. We just want to see them. And so they would send me little notes, more breasts.
My manager was a woman, said to me, oh, you know, actresses do this all the time. It's very common. And it's okay and it's nothing to be embarrassed about.
When I read the script, I was like, oh yeah, I'll do this movie, but I don't want to do the nudity makeup. I just get somebody else in the movie.
And I thought that was interesting because a woman is saying that to me, not a man.
And then I remember my agent at the time saying, okay, I'll talk to them and tell them that. And then what happened was my agent didn't talk to them and tell them that.
I was skeptical, is she saying that because she wants to get the job, do the job, or is she saying that because that is how it's received in the world?
Years later, it's all over the internet forever and ever for the rest of my life, which I don't mind because I've done total nude. But to me, I don't want to be the pair of boobs for that distribution deal. I want to be the pair of boobs because it matters to me.
I kind of felt like nudity was an important element in the sex scenes and pastimes because it would be uncomfortable.
Yeah, well, the scene with Jennifer Jason Leigh in the dugout, the older man, very tough scene to watch, very hurtful, very realistic.
This is not how you wanted it or imagined it, and your mind is not in the space that makes you feel the way you thought you would feel. I thought when I got lucky enough to direct a movie that I would be able to show it from a different point of view.
You know, she takes nudity and intimacy and the messiness of being a young person trying to figure it out, and she looks at it through a couple different angles.
It's strange. You have to tell them exactly what they're doing, where the hands are, where the touch are, because it's almost like more than in other scenes, they need the permission to do the things. And then to see a naked guy for the first time would be, you know, quite a freak out for a young girl. But as it turned out, I was not allowed to do that. And they said, if you have that shot, you'll get an X rating. When I saw the scene cut together, it did not occur to me like, oh, that's an X-rated scene. To me, X-rated meant porn. So we had to blow it up. So just like in every other film, we saw a guy who's topless, which is nothing, essentially.
It came. Didn't you feel it?
Yeah, I guess I did.
So it was cut way down. And they said, see, it's better now. like we improved your scene. Thanks a lot.
I don't know if we can make it now. Back then, some of the objections might be more from the right wing and conservative on the Christian side. Now, the objection might be more from the left, which is, well, if someone's having sex, someone's being exploited.
I mean, distinguishing between essential nudity and exploitation nudity is really tricky because sometimes they clash even in the same film.
To me, the greatest nude scene in the history of movies is Phoebe Cates in Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Judge Reinhold then steps into the bathroom, takes a peek out the window at Phoebe Cates in his luminous red bikini.
You know how cute I was?
You know, I feel kind of uncomfortable about the whole thing because I didn't want to be, oh, I'm the one that's insisting that she do a topless scene. But it was in the script and it was a scene that was needed because we wanted to show the big disconnect between what the fantasy is and then the humiliation of it not being. And I really told her, you know, she had to talk to the producer, Art Linson, who handled it.
Anybody fucking dog anymore?
I think the scene works, and I think it helps the humor of what happens to Judge Reinhold after that?
What they're teaching in private school isn't private anymore. Especially at the Cherryvale Academy for Girls.
Are you feeling romantic now, my darling?
Private school is a classic, like, bloody farce plot, and three guys dress in drag to sneak into the girls' academy.
You only go around once, honey. We gotta grab for all the look you can get.
Well, first of all, Phoebe Kate, she was my idol. And she said, are you worried about the nudity at all? And I said, why would I be worried about the nudity? I said, it's a great role. I'm not worried about it. She said, oh, good. I'm so happy because I was naked like 25 times in Paradise. And we just hit it off.
Private school also contains one of the best remembered shower scenes because it goes on and on.
So there's a boy who's dressed as a girl who's hiding in the sun, and he's voyeuristically watching boys who used to the showers. And in the movie, you see me in the shower a long time. Then you see me in the locker room getting dressed. Then it cuts back and I'm in the shower again. I did so many shower scenes that I always thought of myself as the cleanest actress in Hollywood.
Phoebe Cates and Matthew Modine, they were excited about losing their virginity. And then my character, Jordan, was interested in Matthew Modine's character. So I tried to steal him away from her.
The scene of her horseback riding is maybe the, I don't want to say the high point or the low point, but it's the something point of gratuitous nudity. Because not only does she take off her top and ride on the horse, but then they give us a slow motion replay.
I said, how about if my helmet falls off and then my hair can blow in the wind in slow motion? And they said, oh, we love it. That's a great idea. When am I ever going to look this good again? Why not have it on film for the rest of time where I can remember, oh my gosh, I looked great and I had no problem with any of it.
Okay, Last American Virgin is a movie that is very unexpected. What do you do if two best friends fall for the same girl? She winds up choosing to be with the guy who's more popular. Gary is the guy who's shyer. Maybe he's not as confident, but he falls for her as well. And it's a very simple story. It's a story that I think happens to a lot of people.
Yeah, Brett.
I'd rather see Godzilla than that.
The love scene in Virgin, I really loved about it. It was slow, and it was gentle, and it was beautiful. Again, guys would not come in and see this film unless they thought that, I'm going to get to see someone naked, and then they learn about this beauty, this kind of romantic aspect of it. It kind of lures guys into the nudity aspect.
The movie is crazy. It's full of pranks.
It's 9 inches.
Oh my God, I'm having a heart attack.
I didn't want to be a typecast as someone who just did nudity. I didn't have the choices that women do today, and I'm very happy to see that women today have the choices where they can choose to do nudity or not.
Yeah, I mean,
If a woman's comfortable with it,
okay.
great. If they don't, that's fine too. It doesn't mean you're going to be given more or less of an opportunity. I think it just has to do with who you are.
No Way Out is the 1987 movie, and it's where I think a lot of people really became Sean Young and Kevin Costner fans.
Pretty impressed with me.
No!
Yes.
I remember Roger Donaldson said at the end of the audition, when he finally offered me the part, he said, well, lift up your shirt, let me see. I want to make sure you don't have any scars or anything on you. And so I was like, okay. And it was really ridiculous on a certain level. It's not like you could say to the producers, I love this part, but I don't want to do the nudity. That was like, you had to do the nudity because that was what they were banking on as part of their sexy project,
Key scene in that movie, and the one I think fans of 80s sex scenes remember, is in the limo when they're driving around Washington.
Well, I remember doing the love scene and thinking how retarded it was that I was the only one undressed and Kevin was nervous. Kevin was really nervous, and I remember turning to him and saying, "You're dressed. What are you talking about? Get it together, would you?"
There's a scene early in the movie that's really sexy where Sean Young is in a mink coat and just opens it up in the hallway of her apartment.
Oh, nice meeting you, Tom.
People
thought it was a really sexy scene, and they thought it was kind of humorous and casual and very comfortable. And it's interesting because that's kind of good acting, where you're in a situation where you don't really want to be, and you're trying to make it look comfortable and authentic. You don't have to say. You never say a word. So the double edge is always in show businesses. You want to be attractive enough that people want you to be naked, but you want to work with people that aren't going to abuse it.
Tracy Lawrence is obviously famous for being a porn star who got into the business underage, and then all of those films she made quickly became illegal. About 1987, she did a movie produced by Roger Corman called Not of This Earth.
It was my first mainstream leading role, and it changed everything.
Actually, when you get to know each other, really see each other together.
Well, when I read the script for Not of This Earth, it was clear where, that there was nudity in the film.
Don't tell me that here.
Jackie. As in all of Roger Corman's, or at least the ones I've seen, and Jim Murphy's films, you always have the female character that somehow manages to lose her top at some point.
What do you do to earn your keep besides passing nurse?
Most many.
Such as
fixing meals that Johnson never eats.
I mean, all kinds of bizarre, ridiculous scenarios.
Why don't you pick up them glasses? You wouldn't want to miss anything.
That's just the way that they had their formula. That's what they did. And for me, it wasn't that big of a deal. It was never a conversation that I had with the director or Roger. It was, here's this lead role. Do you want this?
Henry and June was the first film to receive an NC-17 because that was the first film we happened to see that hit that level after we trademarked the rating.
And all of a sudden, X just became a subset of the rating system that became so onerous that they had to actually get rid of the X rating altogether, change it to NC-17, which is kind of a toothless rating.
Henry and June is about the author Henry Miller, who wrote a lot of tawdry novels, and so his life, which his wife June had having kind of a strange polyamorous three-way relationship with Nias Nin, another author of sort of erotica.
And Henry and June took full advantage of that NC-17 rating with the lesbian scene between Uma Thurman and Maria Medeiros.
Fred Ward is naked quite a lot of that movie too. I applaud the fact that the sex scenes were not, they didn't pull back because the authors and the people in question were so kind of open about their sexuality. Bad Lieutenant from 1992, and this movie also got an NC-17 rating. Harvey Keitel is an actor who has appeared in quite a few movies, but this one was the most kind of out there, and he looks like a guy at the end of his rope. Not just a bad police officer, but he is a drug addict, he's a murderer, he's just an all-around bad person.
You fucking stay there, and you want me to do every fucking thing?
Keitel is drunk and he's very naked. It's not disgusting because he's naked. The character is disgusting. You know it's coming because it's so infamous in that movie, but it's a powerful moment for that character.
In 1992, the movie The Crying Game was released. It really became a hit because of the surprise that a secret that was supposed to be kept about some big revelation in the film.
And it's like the song Lola. She walks like a woman and talks like a man.
You did not, did you?
It was stunning, and it was done so brilliantly. It's a beautiful film, it's a great film. But I think it also played off of the fact that we expect to see certain things in movies when it comes to nudity.
We're taking male sexuality and we're playing it. And that makes most men very
No, don't ask me. No. Can't pretend that much.
It says as much about how we expect to see things in movies as about the movie itself, the characters.
In the early mid-1990s, there was this just cluster of erotic thrillers.
There were so many movies where women became empowered.
Basic Instinct is another film that had the kind of publicity you can't manufacture in advance.
Are you sorry he's dead?
Yeah, I liked fucking him.
We've got Michael Douglas playing sex addict, and he just literally is up to his eyeballs in Sharon Stone's charisma.
Really, really rare in certain time for any actress to do that graphic of a scene where she then crosses her legs.
It's one of the most famous and iconic scenes in contemporary cinema.
But the scene that was really surprising to me was the beginning. It wasn't just that she was naked and to be a tool of some other man's sexual gratification. She was naked and murdered a man. And so that juxtaposition of clearly intentional, clearly acting and planning out her plans, but also naked, stuck in my mind.
One of the most empowering images for nudity in film that I can recall, or the first thing that really struck me, was Julianne Moore in Shortcuts.
Like, she is so in her scene that she has no idea that she's bottom, so it makes the scene funny and real and gives me more empathy towards her.
I wonder whether anybody would even be in the mood for a drink if we had to drive around half the night looking for an open market. Did you kiss your tits? Did you touch him? Touch him? Touch him?
She's done so much nudity in so many different films that it just seems like it's part of her career. It doesn't seem like she's exploiting it or being exploited. It's just that she's an actress who is completely comfortable doing nudity.
When the empathy is apt, then you know it's necessary. When the empathy is drained out, there's objectification.
Showgirls is just an old-fashioned Hollywood story about how Gal comes to Vegas and get naked so she can become a star. I've seen it a million times. It actually basically is all about Eve.
Did you enjoy that out there?
Yeah, darling, I think
Sabrina Redford, Elizabeth Berkley, lesbian pull dance between the lighting, the music, the bumping and grinding, the reaction from the crowd. It encapsulates everything Showgirls is about.
It's like jumping off a cliff, a small cliff, you know, and okay, I'm just gonna do it.
Yeah, Paul Verhoeven and screenwriter Joe Esterhaus wanted to make the movie NC-17 deliberately. They wanted to get that rating.
Was I just taken advantage of, and I thought that I was being a really great committed actress, but really they were just turning me into like a softcore porn kind of performance? That movie has like ruined my personal life when it comes to relationships. I get like nudity shamed all the time.
When you do this, when you're a smart director, you make the audience accept it. You're not saying, if they're naked, they would be naked. You know, the same way as if you were making movies about construction workers, you'd expect the characters to be wearing hard hats. It really is the same thing.
So Debbie Moore in Striptease, the nudity was interesting because she didn't look anything like she did in About Last Night. The reason is she had breast implants. I think she felt really good about herself. She looked amazing. Obviously, those nude scenes with Burt Reynolds especially that people remember.
You just don't know how much I worship you.
How much?
I wonder if you could look at the trajectory of nudity over one actress's career.
You can absolutely trace an actress' career in the nude scenes. Take Teresa Russell, for example, where she started early with Straight Time, then it was Bad Timing, then Eureka, then Black Widow, then Ken Russell's Whore, and Wild Things, and very eclectic films from there as well. Kathleen Turner shocked everyone with explicit nudity in Body Heat from 1981, and it was all essential to the plot. As her career went on, she was seen in essential nude scenes in Romancing the Stone, Crimes of Passion, Rita Park, War of the Roses. Tess provided Nastasha Kinski a lot of acclaim in 1979 with an essential nude scene, although she started much earlier than that in Stage You Are in Boarding School in 1978, and then her career kind of exploded to feature other scenes like Cat People, which may be her most popular film. And somebody else whose career you can trace basically in their lead scenes is Griffith, here in essential lead scenes in Something Wild. He's full with Paul Newman, Night Moves, Body Double, and quite a few other ones.
A distinction needs to be made about attitude when you advise an actress to take a role and take her clothes off. If the representatives or the producers and studios thinking is heartless and not regarding the artist as an artist, then why? Not good.
Kate Winslet was nude in like probably her first 20 movies.
The first time an actress is nude in a film, it's a big deal, right? She's showing herself, she's vulnerable, she's sensitive, she's emotional, and then it's hard to kind of reconcile her nudity with her mind of a character.
Like there are movies where she did like full frontal nudity and everything, and they were quirky and they were great, and it like really showcased her as an actress that sort of was comfortable in her own skin and everything.
Titanic, it was one of the biggest close movies ever, and the nudity in that was confined to Kate getting her portrait painted by Leonardo. It was what we would call tasteful.
And being the families that we were going to see, I think when that moment occurred, they figured we were going to get the traditional 1950s era shot where we saw the naked back of the woman and the guy would see it and that'd be it. But no, we actually saw Piglet's character topless.
Titanic was a very, very interesting film for us as far as nudity is concerned, because in our board we had mostly all PG-13s except for one or two of the fathers.
But it's a beautiful moment, and it's true to the story, and it's actually one of the most important scenes in the movie. It's the moment where we realize that she's going to be herself, surprising Danica. Boogie Nights is made in the 90s, but it's actually largely set.
Very, very interesting film for us as far as nudity is concerned, because in our board we had mostly all PG-13s except for one or two of the fathers.
But it's a beautiful moment, and it's true to the story, and it's actually one of the most important scenes in the movie. It's the moment where we realize that she's going to be herself, surprising Danica. Boogie Nights is made in the 90s, but it's actually largely set in the 1970s, at the height of the porn industry, when filmmakers were making literally hundreds of porn movies and showing in theaters, because this was before the internet and before even cable TV or anything like that.
It, I think, gave a very accurate picture of what it's like to be on a porn set.
And the chaos brought the switch over from film to video.
We just keep shooting this video. We shoot it and then we deal with it later.
Well, not Sanderson directed it. This amazing cast. Burt Reynolds playing kind of a father figure who makes all these movies. Julianne Moore is his wife, who also still appears in porn movies. And Heather Graham plays Roller Girl, who dropped out of high school, sits on roller skates, and is becoming a pretty big porn star. Mark Wahlberg, who has discovered, classic Hollywood style, certain gift that it just can't think. He becomes the star of porn in the 70s. It's oil and drugs and crime and everything like that. Everything that kind of was bad about the post-70s porn industry.
I want to fuck it. It's my big day. Everybody get ready to fucking now.
Those are very true to the subject matter. You can't have a movie about the porn industry and then cut away when there's going to be the sexy scene. So for the first time, Mark Wahlberg's character was Heather Graham's Roller Girl, and Burt Reynolds is there with them and says, "You guys want to go at it?" And she just puts off the clothes and skates over to other than the skates.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you gonna take this?
I'll take this. Don't fucking come in.
Aim it in. Spoiler alert, this movie came out 20 years ago. We haven't seen it, but eventually, we see a lot of reaction shots of people reacting to Mark Wahlberg. We finally get the money shots.
And the end is, it's a gloss on the end of Raging Bull. Could have been a contender. Could have been somebody. Instead of a bum, which is what I am. Ready to go on, film a scene, and just to check his confidence, he unbuttons his pants, and you see for the first time what everyone's talked about in the movie,
What's he supposed to have this giant penis? So it was a custom-made giant penis. All got to see it. Yeah.
Looking in the mirror, and then when he stands up, the head's cut off. So it's like the personality is gone. He is.
The end of Boogie Nights, I won't kid you, we received a lot of comment about after we rated it R, but I have to share with you that the comments came from the media, not from parents. They thought it was a true rating. They thought it was right on.
The rebirth of sex comedies was very high. There had to have been, for a while.
Legal channels?
Just a bad reception. Just like a hairy ass. What's that? You know what? Just give me this, please.
The new generation coming up hadn't really seen those movies of the 80s. So it was right time, right place, and then it sparked a big genre again going into the tape.
We all get laid before we graduate.
And it's relatable because we all go through that stage of life.
That comes easier for some than others. One that it does not come easy for is Jason Biggs, who at one point asks his friend Steve Stifler,
What exactly does third base feel like? Warm apple pie. Yeah?
the most famous scene in the movie, of course, involves Jason Biggs attempting to make love to a warm apple pie and getting interrupted by Eugene Levy as his father.
Trip. It's not what it looks like.
Nadia's a foreign exchange student. She's just like everyone else, finding herself and her sexuality. And boy,
You need to change, right?
what do you find?
No, not at all.
She has a really good accent.
Go ahead and get on and get changed.
If I hadn't done American Pie and I hadn't done the role of Nadia and the nudity that came along with it, I might not have a career today.
That's true. Are you hungry?
The scene of her stripping down on the webcam is like that's burned into the memories of like the kids who were in high school.
So rather than as important as the guys spied on the girls' holes in American Pie, the guys that spied on the naked girls.
I mean, kids are taking pictures of themselves and putting it on the internet all the time. So it's not as big of a deal. You see it online every day. You see it on Instagram or wherever. I didn't really think about the fact that my character had nudity. I was a struggling actor. I was auditioning for everything I could. So when I got the role, I was just so excited to get it. I tried really hard to just go in there, not be nervous. We added some stuff that wasn't actually in the script. So like when I walk to the mirror and I'm topless and I'm looking at myself, I kind of look at my stomach and think I'm not happy with the way I look. That's what girls do. Doing American Pie in the role of Nadia changed everything for me in my career. I ended up getting a 3-picture deal with Miramax because of it.
Looks like you could use an extra hand.
Jim!
Well,
Shame on you.
yeah.
So if something comes in now, it is important what kind of project it is, and then what kind of nudity is it? Is it important for what the script's about, or is it gratuitous and they're just throwing it in there to get some kind of a rating?
And so that was kind of like, hey, we can do this again. And there were so many that were needing to be a parody movie a couple years later.
I thought, what a funny role. I don't think I can get naked. Like, I don't think I can do that part of it.
So, got your class schedule right.
I don't need the class schedule. I am the complete school to be object of performance for poor nerds who cannot get American pussy.
To spoof the gratuitous nudity in American Pie, they just had Serena Vincent walk around the school completely nude.
As though foreign exchange students are supposed to be naked.
100% completely fake. That's not her natural hair color. Oh my god, I can't believe she's wearing the same outfit as me.
I remember telling my agents, like, and they said, nope, it's not what I see you for.
She went to class nude, walked the halls nude, went to prom nude, went to sporting events nude. She gets to sing a little song.
The comedy made it more fun and less intimidating. However,
Shooting nude scenes are one thing. That's like one beast. Dealing with the world judging afterwards was something that I wasn't prepared for. I started off on a kid show. I started off Yellow Power Ranger on Power Rangers Lost Galaxy. The most interesting thing about the Power Rangers was that a lot of Power Rangers fans were offended that one of my next big roles was none other than and Cabin Fever. Because there was new Cabin Fever. I was offered many roles after none other than Cabin Fever that were all about me new. So that's an interesting part of the business is like what casting directors and what the business and what the world sees you as. But then watching yourself on the big screen and totally naked, I wasn't prepared for it. I didn't think about that part.
I wasn't ready to walk into a theater and see myself naked that big. On a big screen, and I attribute that night of the premiere to me becoming very ill to the point of where I almost died. Seeing myself that big on screen, I became totally anorexic and I went down to 76 pounds. And then also I wasn't prepared for the entire world picking your body apart. It was really something. I had no clue that something like that could happen. Terminator 3 is about John Connor, who has been living off the grid. The Terminator actually is his ally and helps John Connor from getting killed by the evil new cyborg, the TX, which is me.
We have Kristana Loken do the opening credit sequence, actually, where she lands from another time. And there's a car that pulls up, this beautiful sports car convertible, and naked she walks through the street to the car and she carjacks it.
I like this car. Well, I was familiar with the nudity in the Terminator franchise, what we would call the birthing scene, when Arnold's character comes to Earth for the first time from the future, and Robert Patrick's character, and I figured there's not going to be anything different from my character. But I was just glad it was the very last day of filming, and I had all that time to get into shape. Women that are powerful and that can match men or best them in battle really stand out. What price do you put on your body, and what are you willing to get? It's easier for a man to have his shirt off and not have anything thought of it other than a woman, even if they're in bed together, which I agree. The bed sheets up here, it looks weird.
oh, I don't want to be known as the actress who just does nudity. And I didn't know if anybody would take me seriously, or let alone give me roles that didn't demand that.
As a woman, if you have your eyes open and you have a good solid brain on your head, you can do it. And there's nobody saying that you can't in this day and age, except the women themselves.
So there's theories of humor that say that what funny things are benign violations. They're violations of how the world should be, but they're not threatened. So for instance, Ken Davidian in Borat, you're not used to seeing really heavy dudes running around naked, and so perceiving that makes you feel uncomfortable, and that kind of feeling of uncomfortableness leads you to think of it as funny.
I had no idea of such a thing. I had never seen an Ollie G, but I know I auditioned in character, dressed with a suit that I wore when I was 360 pounds. The nudity that we did, I never saw written on any paper. The big superstar is going to run around naked, and I made sure he was naked because he did it. So I'll be darned if I'm not going to.
The sequence where Borat and Ken Davidian's character, who's a very large man, he's over 300 pounds, and having a naked wrestling match that just keeps going. It just goes on and on. It doesn't shy away from. I mean, that's a movie that earned its graphic movie rating.
That scene with Ken Davidian and Sacha Baron Cohen is one of the funniest nude scenes I've ever seen in my life.
We had a naked fight for the television, a lamp. They were all stunt equipment. So he could hit me with it, I can hit him with it. I said, if I'm naked, people are going to go like this. They're going to go, oh. He said, yeah, that's what we want. It was the first time and the only time I had control of anything. But Sasha's the one that wants to go to the cliff and jump off. Those are my testimonies. Sure, he's gassed me, but I wasn't farting out gas for him to die. It was just a little accident.
We made this movie called Zack and Miri Made a Porno. It was a little bit of nudity, more so than any of the other movies. But it's not graphic. It's certainly a misleading type. You're not seeing any penetration in Zack and Miri Made a Porno.
What? We're making a porno, and we just need to know what you would be or would not be interested in doing.
If anything.
No anal. Oh, definitely no anal. Anal is hugging. I don't do that. Anal.
Oh, wait, oral. I like it.
Yay! Title got the movie green. But then when it came time for the movie to come out, some networks were like, we won't play commercial for this before midnight.
You can see the MPAA like putting its fingers even on just the topic of porn, because they initially wanted Kevin Smith to cut the words "make a porno" out of the film and just call it Zack and Miri, which means nothing. Like, that's the draw of the movie, is that these two schlubs want to go make a porn to save their coffee shop. Anyway.
This man list, there are 1,000 people that would definitely buy a porno we were in just to be like, hey, I sit next to that guy in civics. Look at his fucking dick.
You know, there's some adult actresses, former adult actresses in the movie. You had Tracy Morgan, who's obviously infamous, although she's not nude herself.
When you look at a film like Zack and Miri, I think that comedy and the nudity that were actually in Zack and Miri were perfect. I mean, the scene wouldn't have worked if she hadn't been, fully bare and there.
Kevin Smith ran into a lot of problems just trying to get the movie distributed and marketed.
It makes you uncomfortable anyway. You don't show me anything. You don't want to show me anything.
You might wander in to see a movie called Zack and Miri with my mom, not knowing that it's about what it's about, and then all of a sudden you're like, make a porno.
It's such a shame because I think it's one of his better films. That people are so afraid of the title, but people are afraid of sex. You know, maybe they're a little bit afraid of nudity too.
There's a billboard for Zack and Miri porno. It said Seth Rogen and Elizabeth Banks, and they were just stick figures.
Katie Morgan gets kind of naked, and then Jason Mewes gets really naked. Jason Mewes goes full dick out of it. He shaved his pubes into a heart. I remember when I showed the movie to Africa, nobody had ever said this. The entire time I'd show people the movie and stuff, nobody ever noticed. As soon as the movie's done, Affleck goes, "You shave a heart into his pubes?" I was like, looking awfully close, weren't you?
Anybody that read the 50 Shades of Grey books, all the suburban housewives, they were going to the theater and weren't expecting nudity. Come on.
It's kind of funny because the movie is so vanilla.
You're a sadist.
I'm a dominant.
What does that mean?
It means I want you.
I think filmmakers keep the ratings in mind all the time now because they sign a contract at the beginning promising to deliver a film rated R or 13 or less.
I will 100% stick up for 50 Shades of Grey. There's a huge difference between the way Sam Taylor Johnson shoots a sex scene and a lot of like the 80s directors would shoot a sex scene. 80s directors are like, here is the body, isn't it beautiful? And Sam Taylor Johnson says, here is a bit of fabric. Do you want to imagine what that would feel like? She's asking you to use your imagination to bring yourself to the scene.
They work very hard to suggest rather than show a lot of graphics. You'll see how they did it very skillfully without getting an NC-17.
It seems in life and in the film industry, there's this correlation between nudity and attractiveness, right? You want to see the attractive people naked, but that pairing then leads to bad consequences, such that people are like, well, to be naked, you have to be attractive.
Nudity isn't just limited to young or the perfectly proportioned. You don't have to be a perfect 10.
It's really nice being in your 50s as an actress because nobody actually asks you to get naked anymore. Or very rarely. And usually an actress in their 50s doesn't really want to do a nude scene.
When we see older actors or actresses get naked in an everyday setting, so Kathy Bates and About Schmidt.
And she did a movie with Jack Nicholson, who seems to bring the sensuality out in older women, and they get in the hot tub together. And Kathy Bates strips off completely and climbs in a hot tub with Jack Nicholson, and you see her entering the hot tub and then sitting in the hot tub with her, which is kind of surprising at the time.
Oh, that's better. Oh, what a night.
You know, the look on Jack Nicholson's face is, it's like, the easiest read on that is like, it's an ugly body, but it's, I think it was that feminine power and that confidence that women like are supposed to be somehow ashamed of not having that perfect body. Kathy Bates like, look, this is me, baby. I'm in the tub with you. I mean, it was brilliant.
Right now, we're in a very interesting time where people are very aware of power dynamics.
The destruction of the accepted paradigm in Hollywood in the last 18 months has happened faster than probably in the last 100 years of the business.
Since Harvey Weinstein and the Me Too movement got underway, we've definitely seen a lot more talk about what can be done to make actresses and occasionally actors
You
feel
seen
more
this shit?
comfortable on a set.
I am
Vanina, you
finding
seen
that
this shit?
I am being
Rabbi,
hired
you
more
seen this
by
shit? Vanina,
studios
you
and
seen
other
this shit?
directors are
Rachel,
being
you seen
hired
this shit?
more
Ray, you seen this shit? Rito, you seen this shit?
filmmaker
Ricky,
knows
you seen
now
this shit? Rebecca,
if I
you seen
have
this shit?
nudity in my
Nick, you seen
film,
this shit?
it will be
Lauren, you seen
absolutely
this shit?
cross-examined by the internet. None of us are excited about why we have come
Get
to
up, you seen this shit?
We are all thrilled to be
Brack,
part of this solution.
you seen
So I
this
need to
shit?
make sure I
This
have a
rabbi
reason
eats
for it. I need
pastas
to
and making
justify
his
it.
pussy.
I can't just have cheap nudity in this film for no reason. Everything's been upended because all of this institutionalized sexism and harassment has been coming to life.
No, and I don't think we ever want to get in a situation where people say we can't have nudity in films or television because it's too problematic. That's a problem.
And now there's more of a system of checks and balances.
You want people to just sort of feel like whatever they're doing, they signed up to do.
I think that's good, just in terms of every artist should be cross-examining everything they do. I think there were a lot of moves that were not cross-examined.
And I think things are changing very quickly because, again, there's just such a light shown on Hollywood right now, post Weinstein. I don't think that the executives have a choice anymore.
I was going towards the set down a corridor in the studio, and I see at the end of the corridor, Gilbert came back running down, going, "Oh, Phil! Oh, welcome. I've been on the set. Just going to the set." He goes, "I've never seen so much cock in all my life."
I went back through my resume on IMDb, and I'm like, starting at the bottom, which was the 80s, nude, not nude. I actually counted, I did 35 nude scenes in films, but I've done 185 movies.
One of the strange things about the Green Board was what they never did was that after we came back and showed us the movie, they never went to see it in theater. So at Corner, we had a practice of taking the cuts of the day and showing them to friends, and then immediately they would take all the cuts and send them to the shop and buy it. And almost all the movies that came from the world of that period that are rated are pictures that actually are X-rated cuts.
Barry Dillon was the head of business. They had put 11 minutes on it. As it starts to get on, they did that. And it was very funny. Go to a commercial.
Larry Charles said, "Go through those black doors and the stages in front of you. That's the direction we're at." When I ran, I slipped and fell. And therefore he fell on top of me. Because the one thing we didn't do is prepare for afterwards. 2 detectives from the actual hotel came and took me out, and he said to me, when we get to the end of the steps, get into the blue van. I mean, this guy's taking me to jail. Yeah, I don't know what they did with Sasha, but nobody thought about me. I was sitting there freezing. There's nothing in the van to cover yourself with. There was no contingencies made previously to any concerns about being arrested. They were all made on the spot.
Did you see a film called Lose the Warmest? I saw that movie and I was shocked because I was watching these 2 women go at it, spanking each other and, scissoring each other and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, wow, now there's a movie I could never do.
I did a movie called The Naked Monster, and they decided to add in a gratuitous shower scene, but it was satirical. So my character, Nikki, the narrator, says, suddenly Nikki felt compelled to shower for no reason at all. And I'm like looking at the camera going, what? And I'm like, you, get out of here.
So shooting in the actual house that Dorothy was murdered in and where Aaron Robert committed suicide in meant it gave it more of a texture.
And the day before we shot the murder scene in the actual place where it took place, Bob Foss and I spent the night there at his request. And I'm asking him, oh, lying there. I was the best piece of it. Why are we doing this? Because I want to. Shut up.
Filming in that house was horrible. Nobody made me spend the night there. I couldn't have done it.
He was freaking me out. I got maybe 3 hours. But I think that's what he wanted. He wanted me on. He wanted me uncomfortable. He did a good job. He wanted me uncomfortable.
Oh man, how am I gonna turn that down?
Yeah. First time I saw her touch their breasts, I was happy. I was excited. And I'm still looking. Breasts are like the life giver.
They're beautiful. I think they're beautiful.
Breasts would be right now. Baby titties, I like it. Breasts.
It's really kind of an annoying word, isn't it? Are you guys annoyed by it? Like breasts?
Older. Sando. Chocolate cookies. Cans.
Crackers?
Jugs.
Moneymakers?
Tits.
Tits.
Sometimes with my little babies. Boobs. Yeah, pretty much boobs. Yeah, boobs.
Corn country.
Real breast that just sort of is flowing. I mean, it is just nobody can keep their eyes off of it.
You know, we all look at breasts. Women look at breasts, men look at breasts. There's not a girl that doesn't poke for a Playboy if she gets a chance, even if she's offended that her man is reading it.
I enjoy looking at a pair of beautiful women's breasts. Regardless if they're not their own, I think they're beautiful.
I don't know, I've always kind of been like the goat hunter, yeah, like the crocodile hunter. So I look at myself, like just check out boobs.
Andrew Garber, on a website called JJ One Club. Thanks, Andrew Garber, on a website called JJ One Club. Naked women doing jumping jacks. Women doing jumping jacks.
We did jumping jacks and takes and punches, all naked.
Exactly.
So guys, we're gonna pick up the top and then throw it right in. You can do it kind of quick. It started actually as a joke about 6 years ago. I was at a friend's house and they were watching Baywatch, and I kept joking about how silly the show was. The main point of it is to see the women, running in and out of the water in slow motion. Why don't they just have a channel that gives you that? I kept joking. Better yet than running, I'll have people jumping jacks. I'll call it JJ1, it'll be like VH1. Nothing but women jumping up and down. I'm just gonna have you kind of like running in place. Like good Baywatch run. Arms. There you go. Excellent. Perfect. I got a write up on some website and got, I think it was close to 1 million hits over the weekend. And the server was dog slow, they couldn't get anything to happen. And after I found out 1 million hits, it cost me, like $800 just that weekend to give away everything for free. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to start charging. Make people pay if they want to see this stuff. All right, let's go ahead and just do 5 jumping jacks, I think. All right.
I remember being at a family gathering, like Thanksgiving or Christmas, and I heard my dad whispering with her friend, and the friend's daughter came up, "You're getting boobs." What do you mean? I'm getting boobs?
Very important for me to have big breasts. I don't want to say big, but a decent size. Because I was pretty growing up, and when you have a nice face, when you have a nice body, you want to have the whole package. Why not?
one day I got my C cup naturally, just because I wanted to stop breastfeeding. In our culture, many girls are desirous of breasts because it is the visible symbol of femininity. I think all of it is culturally created. There's no question about that. If one has long, pendulous breasts in Africa, and this is seen as the sign of the mother, and this is seen as a good thing, well, clearly that relates to the particular culture in which those breasts are accepted. We have a different culture. For the women that develop early, sometimes it can be pretty traumatic because they're not really ready, and so it's still a little girl that's playing, and suddenly she has this woman, female identity that she's not ready for. And then on the other end of the spectrum, there are girls that don't develop till they're 14 or 15, and frequently they feel like, what's wrong with me? It's like, I've done something wrong. I remember, I just really wanted them. Even tried the socks in the bra, and not go out like that because I always felt like I'd be faking, I'm a big old faker. But I would sit there in the mirror and be like, I had this really weird dream the other night that I was like back in high school, except this time I had really big boobs and everybody wanted to rock with me. My best friend Anne, she had puberty at the right time, like 13.
That's just the angel.
And she didn't have a large rack on her, but she had a nice, she just looked great. She then, everybody, and the guys would just like turn their heads as she walked by. That never happened to me. Every girl at the school, it felt like I was the only one that had treated that way. And I've heard other girls have, but everybody had boobs, and I didn't. And I'm not talking, I had small ones. I'm talking nothing, nothing until 16 years old. And that was my junior year. My freshman, sophomore year, I'm still looking like I'm in the 8th grade or 7th grade. So it just made me feel weird. And I just would make up for it by being silly.
There is something very seductive about the look of a woman with a not too prominent breast. I mean, you don't want balloons. You don't want something that's overly large, but something that's shapely and that is noticeable. So I think it's coming from men to begin with.
They just look so good. They don't know what attracts them.
All they know is that they're attracted. They're attracted to their breasts. It just is how sexy. It just turns them on.
There's something in man's brain that pulls you over, and you look at the breasts, and it doesn't mean you're a bad guy or a pervert. Just if you see breasts going by, it's nature, and you're like, then you snap, oh, I'm gonna go up.
When I was a little kid, I had a weird obsession with we're going through the JCPenney catalog and cutting out the boobs of the bra section. And then I put them in like baseball card sleeves, which are like little sheets where you can stuff your baseball cards in. I put them in there by breast size, and then had a folder that my mother found that I was like 10 at this time too, of all the boobs in order from A's to like double D. It was great. I was a boob collector. Most kids traded baseball cards. I traded boobs.
Well, men are fascinated by women's breasts first because of the fact that they don't have them.
Men can't really seem to fathom the idea of a woman not being completely enamored with the fact that she has breasts. Literally Brady the other day asked me, he's like, I mean, isn't it so much fun? Don't you wake up in the morning and you're just like, yeah. That means he's a breast man. He doesn't have something like a guy. He's a breast man.
I guess I would be considered a breast man. I'd rather have big boobs than a big ass.
Or cat.
get certified to teach Bikram yoga, and I got interested in the acting industry and wanted to get out here and see what happened. When I was younger, when I was in high school, I thought about getting into it. To fit better in clothes. I think it'll feel better to walk around in a bathing suit. I'll be able to wear tops that I wasn't able to wear before. It's really big. I mean, if I didn't get breast implants, it wouldn't be the end of the world. It's not something that I have to have or that'll make my life or break it. It's just something that I can't change and nobody else can, so I want to do it. Most people in the world have this ideal body that they want, and everybody that I know works really hard to get this ideal body, whether it be women or men.
I think that most women go to lengths to augment their breasts because number one, they want to feel better about themselves. You know, of all the breasts that I've seen, it's really hard to find a breast that looks as good without an implant as it does with a properly placed implant. I think there is probably a disadvantage to the idea of having perfect breasts. You know, the larger breasted women are saying, gosh, why can't I be bouncing around the gym with smaller breasts, not having to worry about this? And the smaller breasted ones are, why can't I have the larger breasts and running around that outfit? Everybody looking at me doing that. You know, people just, always want something that they can't have.
Linda Castronova, and this is Michael, my husband, and we're in Houston at Dr. Johnson's office for breast augmentation surgery.
Your change is that.
Yeah. How are you doing? Good, how are you?
I think women want perfect breasts because of something that they grow up with. They understand, I think, the same things that most everyone does about the attraction of men to breast. But a lot of women, surprise me, to find out they're not getting their breasts because of sexual things or something like that. They're getting them because they look better in their clothes.
Linda, come on back, Linda. Mr. Castronova, you can come on back with her. Spread all her legs. Hi, Linda. How you doing today? Castronova, how are you?
Get a breast.
Come on back this way, hon. I'm interested in it to lift after a baby and also to proportion my body size so that it will look better in clothes. Better symmetry, right? Yeah. I'm a C right now, and I'm going to triple D. So hopefully whenever I lose the weight, I'll maintain at least a double D.
I was kind of suggested it to her in the first place because I know that Linda has, a little self-esteem problem where she looks, and I thought if we could cheat a little bit, I would give her that boost of self-esteem. She work plus we get to cheat a little bit. She get results now instead of.
He's been real supportive. I'm the one who's real nervous, but he's been real supportive.
Yeah,
so I'm excited. All right, we'll come on back. We're gonna go this way, Mr. Castronova. We'll see you in about an hour, and the receptionist will show you where to go and give you a map. Okay? She's gonna be fine. Okay. All right, then come on back this way.
We have a fairly wide range of occupations, all the way from housewives to moms to topless dancers.
Housewives to moms to topless dancers. Like
We're trying to know one timer, and and we're gonna go check out some of the clubs in the Houston area. A lot of them are along the Westheimer Strip. Some of the top 5 in Houston are the men's clubs, Treasures, Centerfold. This is one of the nicer clubs. This is where a lot of the high rollers are.
Well, the first time I saw her dance was probably in Atlantis about a month before I came down. Typical mother, you have a bad view of what this job really is, and I really thought that I was going to be bothered watching her with no clothes on. Once I got in the club and realized that what you normally hear about a topless place is not necessarily always the truth. And you can make that profession, as well as any other profession, good or bad. And it's all up to that person. So I thought, well, I can do this. I'm a good dancer. I just need to
Then the mom did it?
do some things to my body before I get on stage. So after I have a breast augmentation, I can do that.
What is your stage name? I think it should be Lucky. Lucky.
Well, I think that's what I'm going to do.
Terry Lucky.
The breast augmentation is something that I have wanted to do literally for years, but have not had the money to do it. So it's just kind of got put on the back burner.
What about a leprechaun outfit?
And as far as talking her into it, I don't know that there was any talking into it. I never really even knew that she had even considered having an augmentation because she likes her breast.
She said, I want to get implants. It's just to perk up what I have already. I feel like I'm very blessed with what I have. They're not off center or misshapen or anything like that, but just to give it a little bit more volume, just a little. I want to get out of debt. That's what I'm going to do. I want to be debt free. She's kind of made herself and I think that her getting out of the weekends and meeting people and hanging out with guys and having a drink or two. She doesn't drink very much, but I think it's going to add some spice to her life,
I find it curious that women, particularly from a conservative culture like Texas, which remains still relatively conservative, are so motivated to pursue breast augmentation. And what that communicates to me is that these women have bought into this concept that this is my value. I must continually work at enhancing this value.
To me, it's a large flaw that's very noticeable, and it can cause a lot of problems for you, or it has for me. So I think things will change once I get that fixed. I may want to show my titties to everybody. That's why I told Dr. Johnson, I said, they just have to be perfect. So, because I'm probably going to be showing them to everybody in the world.
The more I found out about Dr. Johnson, the more impressed I was. His credentials and his obvious results.
Expertise.
Yeah. Plus, just seeing some of his work, the internet allows you to do that.
So how did you, are these people you have that had come here, or there are people that you contacted because you're interested in surgery?
When I was pre-marriage, I was when I was in the service, just ran into a few in the industry, entertainment industry. I just, we just, as a matter of fact, Linda's good friends with him now. She's met, she's really talked to him. They're really sweet. Can we say names? Oh, really? Max and Alex, Charms,
Minnie.
She's gonna kill me. Yeah, Minnie Mouse.
Now don't do Minnie.
Yeah.
Millie talked about you. Yeah, she told us.
She emailed and said, hey, that's great. Maybe we're going to be in the same.
Yeah, she told us.
been twice I got ready for my divorce. They were little 300 cc's, and I found that the guys liked them, but the girls that had, because I was maybe a full C, girls that had maybe done these, they were making some bucks. Okay, so I went back and I got like, I guess my next set was something like 800 cc's. This is my very first glamour picture. Let's see where I come. 800 how it felt to like 1,000 or so.
I like how this lady calls them CCs, cubic centimeters. That's probably how we should do it.
It got me into the magazines, got me noticed. And I think after that it became more or less an addiction. Because you look at your competition. I mean, if you're in this business, you have to look at your competition. You have to see what other girls are doing that you're not, that maybe you can do to further your own career. And a lot of these girls were getting bigger. And some of these girls were, to me, were huge. They're 1,400, 1,500 cc's. Well, now I'm like 4,000 cc's. But back then, I mean, 1,500 cc's to me was like humongous. And they were getting covers on magazines and everything like that. Here I was just sitting here with these little employees, getting a few pictures here and there, but not really getting noticed. And that's how I decided to embark on slowly evolving into the 50-inch, triple J, whatever I am now, double M, whatever I am. When we see a woman with really, really large breasts, often the assumption is that she's some kind of floozy.
Just because you have big breasts doesn't mean that you should be able to wear things that show them off. But someone who has smaller breasts can, if not look at that way. It's considered to be provocative. Like if you just wear a little cute tank top.
They look so not sassy. Sometimes when I'm wearing something like, I feel cheap.
They've done studies where they show pictures of women, big-breasted women, small-breasted women, to both men and women, and the people will pretty consistently say that the large-breasted woman is not reliable. She's not very smart. She's immoral. And the small-breasted woman is good for her. She's smart. She's, reliable. She's dependable.
There are reasons that there are studies that say that people perceive big-breasted women as immoral and loose, maybe slutty, is because we do make the breast a sexual object. The bigger, the more the titillation. The bigger the boob, the more the sexual titillation. That's our culture.
The stereotype is that I was promiscuous, I was easy, just because I had them, I was gonna flash them. I'm really unhappy with my breast. Basically, I think my breasts are making the rest of my body image go down. I've always assumed that when a guy chooses me over, say, my friend, that it's because of my breasts. I never assume that it's, he thinks, I have a cute smile or nice legs or anything else. I always assume that it all boils down to the breast.
Nice to meet you. We're going to go second door on the right. Okay.
Let's see here now. Amber, we're going to talk about breast reduction, right?
Yeah. I'm 22 now, and the idea to get a reduction first popped in my head when I was maybe my senior year in high school, so I was about 17, 18. So it's been in the back of my head, but I never seriously thought about it until the health of the side effects, the symptoms started showing.
What are the main problems that you're experiencing? Are you having neck pain, back pain, or
pain? The digging in of my bra. After I got out of high school, I started having a lot of upper back pain. I started getting grooves in my shoulders where my bra straps at. They're so thick, they dig in.
Oh.
All my friends that I went to high school with, they all got implants. All of them have implants. So Most of them, their breasts sit up high. They can wear their breasts are large at the same time. They can still wear the small shirts and everything else. And I can't do that. I feel I'm young. I want to be able to do that, and I shouldn't have to, lug these around during my 20s.
It's going to be roughly right here. It's very much going to be here. It's going to be a little bit larger than that. And the whole breast comes up more like this. That's fine. That'll be great.
I had 7-year-old. I think the breast is what really started it.
Probably my dress size did have something to do with my persona in movies. I think God knows my roles are kind of targeted that way.
I think men have
put me in that category of pigeonhole me into that blonde with a big breast. But I capitalize on that big time. I just let them think what they want to, and I get what I want.
Well, my ex-boyfriend, it definitely gave me the upper hand because he had a breast fetish. I mean, some guys like a nice butt, some guys like nice lips or whatever, or hair, but he was definitely a breast guy. So if he could just sit there for 30 minutes a day and massage my breasts, he would pretty much do anything I wanted to. And I mean, it's not a bad deal, so it definitely helped me in that relationship.
Okay, well, here we are. This is the Julie Strain Museum, and it's a big, huge collection of me, just about everything that I've been in, produced, been on, photographed, toys, dolls, Christmas ornaments, paintings, you name it. Okay, we're walking, people, we're walking. These are some of my DVDs up here. And here's my character fact, too. They played in the Heavy Metal 2000 movie. Look, shit. It matches my boobs. That's so funny. Breasts have been a source of power for me. My whole financial situation, my whole lifestyle, where I live, everything happened because I was brave enough to get the internet. There's no way that I could be in this town and be competing against these young girls with these pinup jobs and be painted by all the artists around the world, to be photographed by all these great people and be hired to do the Snap-on tool calendar. They don't hire flat-chested women. They just don't. Okay, everybody, welcome to the Tit Show.
Let's look at that. Let's look at the history of Snap-on tool. That catalog. Snap-on tool. Calendar.
Business aesthetics, and this is a tit town. You gotta have boobs. You gotta chrome the bumpers if you want to take the car to the car show. And I want to win. I want the first place trophy. So next time I go in, I'll get 700 instead of 600. I don't care. Like changing tires on the car. Let's just say I made millions off my breast. Millions. So it's been a really good investment. And I recommend it.
It's probably right.
Oh, the internet. Well, that's my basic bread and butter right there. That's where I get most of my money. That's where most of my fans know me. I share a server with Mr. Kid and Jules, Musty Audra, Tim Barrett, Treasure Chest, and we all share the Uptown chat. Mr. Flubber is here. Hi there, Mr. Flubber. Mr. Flubber, like I said, he's like, you see him all over the place. You see him at just about any breast expansion site. Mr. Flubber will be there.
which don't you see?
Before I was pursuing comedy, I was an actress. I came here initially for that, and I thought that it would help my career to get a boob job. That was one of the things I definitely thought that. I just thought that's how it had to be. If I'm going to be, the people who get the roles are the people who are the sexier people, and I didn't think that me with the breast that I have now was sexy enough. And then I started doing stand-up comedy. I was talking to my manager, my then manager. I'm no longer with him. I was talking to him and I asked him about boob jobs and what did he think? And he said, honestly, Selena, I think getting a boob job, I didn't want to bring it up, but since you're asking me, I think that would help your career 100%.
I'm scared. Are you all into this line?
How are you doing this morning?
I'm scared.
Scared? You know everyone who comes in here tonight will be in the chair. Barbie in your chair. Did you get to sleep?
A little bit.
Look in the mirror and say, this is the last time I'm going to get to see my breasts.
I forgot to do that.
Don't worry, you're going to be just fine. All right, here we go. You had a dream? You have boobs?
You're living in a culture where you've gotten literally hundreds of thousands of messages that your body is not sexy, and not beautiful, and you're not pretty, and you don't fit the ideal, then it's not just like this whim that, oh, I think I'll go get a breast augment. You're under a huge amount of education. And in Texas, for instance, students who, especially ones who came from upper class, upper socioeconomic strata in Dallas and Houston, the two big cities, would say that it was common for girls graduating from high school to get breast augmentation surgery as a high school graduation present.
Well, I think she's beautiful. I think she needed it. She looks great the way she was. You know, I had the breast augmentation after having 3 children, so therefore I'm very lopsided. Thought I needed to definite have something done there, you know. But Tara's perfect, you know. I didn't think she needed that, but you know, this is what she wanted for graduation. So, you know, instead of headlights for a car, she was headlights for herself.
I was thinking of doing a scene, and when I got here and started talking with the nurse, they kind of boosted me up. So I was thinking maybe a D, and I think I'm back to the scene.
This nurse knew that I liked the Grand Tetons in Jackson Hole, and we were talking about we had so many breast surgeries we were doing, and she finally said, well, why don't you just schedule a day for surgery, you know, for breast surgery, and just call it Teton Day, because Teton is French for breast.
I'm very nervous, and I'm sure she is too, because both of us are very vain, I guess, as you will, and these boobs have been Hollywood perfect, because I'm probably going to be showing them everybody. I mean, she already does, but I probably will show them to everybody, so they have to be Hollywood perfect. My biggest fear is they're not going to turn out the way I want them to, but I hear he's the inventor of this procedure, and I'm just going to trust him. I'm going to explain to him what I want and what I want to look like, and they say that if they're just going to look like what I have, the big, you know, but it's only that I've seen some jobs that are just horrible. That's the biggest fear, is that this is like a mistake, but I'm pretty sure, I'm almost positive that this is not a mistake, because I'm going to love them. I'm sure of it. I actually am sure that I'm going to love them.
One day I did 17 patients in one day, 34 breasts in one day.
What was the average time surgery actually in surgery?
Well, for those patients, in surgery time would be about 45 minutes to an hour, but I had 3 rooms going. And this facility we have here now, I use only 1 room, but we will do 12 patients doing it through the belly button right there on the office.
If you need help, dog.
Okay. All right. Come on back. Excited. I'm scared. I'm scared.
It's a strange thing. What do you think about the guy who's missing a toenail? What do you think about a guy that eats his own toenails? Yeah. Have those been done yet? I don't want to see it. No, that's what they just do. They do a great too, bro. Hell yeah. I love the part when you go on this surgeon, they're like, I count down from 100. 100, 99, 98, 97. And then they're just out. Yeah.
Grand Teton Day is finished until next month.
Well, there were two reasons that I started Perfect 10. The catalyst happened when I was at Four Seasons one night with a friend that I had referred to Playboy. And Playboy had just turned her down, and she was very distraught. And here's this beautiful girl with natural breasts, who I thought was better looking than 95% of the girls in Playboy. And she was really distraught. And I said, what can I do to make this girl feel better about herself? I guess I'm going to have to start my own magazine.
Norm Jada. Hello.
I think that breast implants are really bad for women, and one of the reasons I started Perfect 10 was to discourage women from having implants unnecessarily because they really damage a woman's body, and women shouldn't have to turn on the television and see some woman with gigantic, breasts and say, oh my God, I have to look like that. I think that there are very few people who actually have this emphasis on big breasts. I can think of one or two magazines that compete with me that seem to emphasize big breasts, but I don't think that the average guy on the street has to see big breasts. I just think it's really not even the case. I think the average guy on the street wants to see natural breasts.
Real.
I'm a real.
Yeah, definitely real. I'm prepping for real.
Most of the men that I talk to, that I date, everybody keeps saying, oh, I hate breast implants. But everybody dates girls with breast implants.
But I'll take fake.
Why?
I'm not picky.
Why? If you know they're fake, what's the fun?
I thought she was asking a question. I'm not opposed to anything, of course. Just if you had your druthers, I think it'd be real. I used to be against them, but after a little direct experience, I definitely approve. I would never tell my wife to get a boob job for one reason, she already has one. But even if she didn't, I wouldn't tell her that because she could say, well, why don't you get your penis enlarged?
Implants, especially the ones that got really large implants, you can tell they're implants, that it's not natural. So a lot of times it's like, okay, this girl got implants because she wanted bigger boobs, because she wanted this attention, and you'll get it. You definitely will get it.
But it's something actually, when you see a girl's fake boobs, you kind of think that she's insecure about something.
But maybe, they're chasing the illusion of what they want their life to be.
To me, I don't think it matters whether or not they're fake or not, as long as they're medium size. Not way big. What is medium size to you? Medium size is like me do it. Like this. Like I can fit my hand in it. And it's not too big. It's just not big and not small. I can't describe it any further. I don't know. B cup. How's that? B cup. I've been good at telling what size cup size. An A. You're an A? Okay, B cup. All right.
I don't mind. I like A cups too. I'm just saying.
I think it's great if the natural breasts look great, but I think their size is fairly irrelevant.
I am a 38 triple D. I would like to be a Victoria's Secret D. And the reason I say that Victoria's Secret is because that's a standard D size. I'll do any department store, any store, and just go buy it.
I'll have full pictures, okay, and then afterwards I'll line up this picture and we'll have an after picture next to it. It's a great comparison. Okay.
My breasts are I don't even tip it. They're such a small part of my anatomy, but it's made such a difference, in my life.
The right.
This one a little bit?
Yeah.
Never thought it would be different if I didn't have large breasts. I know I would have saved a lot of money on expensive bras. I think I would have stayed more active after high school, definitely. I don't know, maybe I wouldn't have ran into some of the negative people that, or at least their negative attention wouldn't have been put on me if my breasts were small. I feel that I'm not taken as seriously as I would be if my breasts were smaller. I wouldn't be as sexualized, so people would listen more to what I have to say instead of judging me on my outside appearances.
All right.
Dress them for anything you want them for. Let's put it that way. It's to draw attention. It's to make me feel good about myself. They're for showing off.
They help you and be a girl to get more of what you want.
Ultimate feminine advertisement.
Making money, feeling better in clothes, sexual stimulation, having sex. They're there to play with when you have them and to watch them bounce.
Well, I think the breasts are for feeding babies. That's biologically, that's their function. That's what they're for. We're mammals, and mammary glands evolved originally to provide a fluid that the offspring could ingest that would protect them against viruses and bacteria. It originally wasn't a nutritious fluid. It was originally an antibiotic, antiviral agent. And then millions of years ago, eventually, the nutritional value also evolved along with it. But that's what mammary glands are for.
We're having this nurse in today to support a mom, Abby Dotson, and all mothers who breastfeed in public. June 14th, I was walking through the mall and I was breastfeeding my daughter, Ricky, and I was approached by a security guard and told that I had to cover up. I told him no, and we argued back and forth for a little while. He told me that someone had complained about his feet, and I told him that that person didn't have to look.
These women are either painfully naive, pitifully ignorant, or on some kind of a twisted agenda. And that's what worries me the most about these women, especially the public breastfeeders. These women are a little bit kooky. Like it or not, we sexualize the woman's breast. It is covered up. It is a sexual object, and there's no way around that. I mean, we can pretend it's not. We can act like it's not, and then we can say that it serves a useful biological purpose. The woman's breast is sexualized.
They were made for one reason, and that's to feed. But then why would they feel good to be sensitive under other certain particular occasions?
We have a problem with the fact of the breast, with accepting the idea of something being maternal and sexual. They're really jumpy about that kind of thing.
People would rather just have the breast remain hidden and not have to confront the fact that, that there are two things that our breasts are used for. One of them is very acceptable in public, and one of them is not. And, it's hard. It's a dichotomy that people can't reconcile.
In our society, women don't usually breastfeed in public. They don't go topless. And so where do we see breasts? Where do we see nude breasts? We see them in strip shows. We see them in pornography.
Well, the little bit of international travel I've done, I mean, one of the first shocks I ever had was going to a nude beach. Women, bare-breasted women walking around. I thought, man, I just walked into some place I'm not used to. I never saw this in Ohio. So I guess clearly other cultures look at the woman's breast differently than we do.
I love to take to some topless. I don't want to have any tan lines. I'm a model. I can do it everywhere in the world. In Spain, in the south of France, in all the islands, but I cannot do it in Santa Monica Beach in California.
I don't think other cultures are so obsessed with it. They walk around, shirtless.
I always
like want to see the real boob, the actual boob, but it's always better not seeing the boob. Yeah. Does that make sense? When you see the boob, it's like you're like, oh my god, the nipple's so big. Yeah. Or, you know, like, or it's not what you expect.
Because we're, you know, a little colonial, a little bit, because seeing somebody's boob fall out accidentally is like that's something you call everybody you know about because it's such a freak thing. You know, I think that makes it better to be an American. I think you appreciate boobs because it's not something you can't take for granted, you know, because it may not happen. You may never get to see one again.
Here's what's up. 414. 414.
If something is required to be covered, if someone can't have something, it leads to an obsession, a wanting it. And
Shout out
if you
to Top
require breasts to be covered, they're going to become sexual objects. It's the repression, it's the legal or cultural repression of women's breasts that leads to them becoming sexual objects.
I think a woman that thinks it's acceptable to wander around the streets without a top on, one, does not understand the nature of men. Not that that men are inherently evil in that regard, but men are very visually stimulated sexually, unlike most women. So if a woman starts wandering around, displaying her body, this communicates a very strong sexual message to most men.
I find that when I'm out talking in parks or just walking through town or whatever, men will just notice and then go about their business. If anybody approaches me, it's usually a woman. I have either women who go, good for you, I wish I had the guts to do that, but you just don't. Or I'll have women who come up and can't understand why in the world I would want to expose my breasts and run the risk of being assaulted. And I'm thinking, you know, for 2 years, I've never had a man approach me.
Women grow up feeling badly about their bodies, and that's a real problem. They feel that they have a poor self-concept. The media reinforces that, of course, with images of anorexic women as models, or Playboy images of unrealistic women who had breast augmentation, and that's the image that people grow up with. If breasts were much more natural and common in society, if women felt comfortable taking off their shirts on the beach or in the park, wherever they chose, then there would be no big thing.
When I first told Peter that I wanted to have a mastectomy, it actually had been something we had talked about through the years, and I'd say, oh, I'd just get them chopped off if that happened to me when we discussed somebody else. But boy, when it happens to you, it's a very different ball game.
Well, I was in shock when
Maybe
Sarah
other
was diagnosed with cancer. And when you hear the word cancer, most people are just scared of it. And you immediately start thinking that someone's going to die.
My diagnosis was that I had a 2-centimeter tumor in my right breast. And they talk about where it is on your breast. It was at 11 o'clock. The surgeon talks about that, and that my right breast, my left breast was not diseased.
Where Sarah totally blew my mind at any rate was at an interview with the surgeon she stated she wanted to have both breasts removed.
They sent me to a shrink because I wanted to have the second breast removed. And she looked at me after a while, after an hour of asking me some very strange questions. And what she wanted to know was I going to regret it? I said, we have to celebrate all the time that none of us have had a recurrence. She said, God, I'll say. She said, I would have no qualms about calling any of you in the middle of the night and just say, hey, Charbel, I'm desperate straits. Hand the phone to Joanne or to anybody.
I was far more concerned with Sarah's health than I was whether or not she had breasts. At the time she was diagnosed with cancer, we've been married 34 or 5 years. We've been together a long time. And being healthy is far more important than whether I had some boobs to look at.
I was so damn glad that it hadn't traveled all over my body. It didn't matter. But then I do remember coming home and I could not cope with looking at myself. That was a chapter I never thought I'd enter. And I took the dressings off and I simply could not look. I was not ready for the scarring and the way I was going to look.
I had no fears about Sarah looking less attractive. I still think she's about the most attractive woman I know. So she was worried to look at herself after she had her breasts removed. And she asked me to look first. And these things don't gross me out. She's a beautiful woman. It just doesn't matter.
I remember when I went for my checkup after my mastectomy, and I'm lying there on the table, still not 100% used to the fact that I have no breasts. And I'm lying there, and the surgeon came in, and he was French, and he goes, beautiful, gorgeous, beautiful. And he's looking at his handiwork, praising himself. He's saying, good clean job. Did you have any breasts? No, I didn't. I had fried eggs. Never had nice breasts until I was pregnant. Right, depending what day it is. I take them out. They're silicone. They fit in my bra. Would you like to see one? Oh, yeah, sometimes my son-in-laws have tried to see if they could float. Last year at Mother's Day, see, here's one. It's warm. Has a nipple on it. You can get them with nipples or without.
Oh, it's a lot of fun. It's sort of a hoot. And she on purpose changes the sizes to see if anyone else will notice because she is so comfortable having a variety of clothes. She has some days where she walks to Fillmore Avenue in a t-shirt and no boobs at all. And it's an interesting situation with our grandchildren because they now have identified with the fact that she has different appearances. And one kid one day just looked at it and said, Nana, you don't have your boobs on. If I can blow my own horn here. When Dr. Johnson had finished the surgery, it worked out so well that they didn't even have to, case bandage, which is a standard procedure. He said they're so well established and it worked out so good. Let's just put her in a nice support bra and, send her home. The nurse said, Doctor, we wanted to talk to you about got nothing here to fit her. Everything that they ordered was on back order. And I said, Dr. Johnson, I've got a tree in the car for the occasion. And he goes, and they'll fit her now? I said, yeah. I thought I had ordered them already. And he goes, forget them. He goes, you're the exception and not the norm. I want you to know that.
I feel sorry for this woman. She's a nursing family. She's a nursing family. She's nursing happy.
How hard that was for me to find.
We're getting sick to the family happy.
The water bra. These are all ovary surgery. And then,
Just a lump of tiger.
yeah.
I'd be like, lady, I'm sorry, I can't tell the difference.
After surgery. Been doing really good. I've lost weight since surgery and feel more confident. And I said we just went to Las Vegas and it was so neat because, you know, guys are looking at you and one guy came up to me and said, "Oh, those are beautiful. Can I touch them?" Yeah. And this one now is Mike bought for me. And
We lucked out. I mean, clearance rack. It was like, I'm serious. We got such a great deal. We ended up spending like $80.
it was just a little corset. Then I had on some black, jeans, and I felt he was like,
This guy
"Don't wear the shirt over it, show it all." And I was like, "No, I have to wear the shirt over it because I still,
I never said that. I said don't button.
Yeah.
Because she was experimenting.
This guy is creepy.
Madonna.
I beg to
Of
differ.
course, shirt over.
Yeah, I think it looked pretty good. When I first saw them, I was like, "Oh God." I didn't want people to think I was a titty dancer or something,
It's funny. She was bending over at one point.
Yeah.
Get something, a bite or something like that.
It's amazing how stupid guys it really is. Yeah.
Bigger boobs.
Yeah.
More brain drain. Any benefit I get from it is secondary, and consequences of life. So, and I think we've done that.
Now, what
Very happy.
So, because I'm surprised. Everybody's very nice. My before after pictures. And another dramatic, as you can see. I kind of underestimated front facing. I don't know. It just looks. I feel like it looks like a whole different person. I can feel it like totally on my shoulders and everything. I'm happy today. I'm going on vacation. As far as like before the surgery, I like my comfortability. That's like the number one thing that has changed. I feel more self-confident. I feel like lighter. I mean, physically I feel lighter. Like it's not as top heavy, of course. And I had more energy. I'm more motivated to get up and do like physical activity. I feel better about myself. More comfortable in clothes. I can dress for the weather. Dress for summertime. I get much less reaction than I did before. Whereas mainly it was from men before. They're still impressed over size, but because I'm smaller now, I don't get I feel like I still may be larger than the average size woman, but compared to what I was and to what I am now, it's so different. I don't get all the comments and everything else and the cat calls that I was getting before.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are your eight stunning contestants.
I'm 110% happy. I haven't regretted anything that I've done. My clothes fit good. Everything. I don't regret it at all. I'm really happy with everything.
My life is different with the implants. Mostly because I can actually wear some clothing that like this. I could have never done this before. I mean, even having a
smaller chest because they were so uneven in size was no way. I've never been able to wear anything like this ever. She seems to be doing well. I get phone calls from her on the way home from work. She's like, "You better see last night." I'm like, "Oh." And then of course it's changed my life because I've gotten into dancing and I love it. I absolutely love it. The positive things about it are I don't sit in my apartment all weekend. I know I have to come to the club and I have to get dressed up. I have to look the best that I can look, and I'm entertained. I love this. I absolutely love this. I mean, regardless of, I mean, like I said, they were fine. They were a good size. They were small, but they weren't. I wasn't flat chested or I wasn't unhappy with them. But now it's like I absolutely love my body. They're a part of me now, so, and I think I need to get body. And actually, I might even go in and get an enlarged. Yeah. Because, like, you know, first I was like, oh, I should be doing this. I'll just get a little bit bigger, you know. But now that I see it, I'm like, I can feel it. You know, so yeah, I'm like, bigger.
How is it affected your sexuality at all? You feel more sexual or
Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes, ma'am. It is definitely. I mean, you just have no idea. Oh, yeah, several times. Not near enough, but several times. And let me tell you, it's just been awesome. It's been awesome.
I can handle. But some people, you know, they snicker, they laugh out loud, they point at you and laugh. It's scary, it's humiliating. It's very tough for me. I don't normally go out in public. I'm always afraid of going out where somebody thinks my sisters or anything because I don't want them to be embarrassed, you know, to be seen with me. So that's always been my focal point. You know, I have friends and I have sisters that I'm very close to, but I've always had a problem going in public with them because I don't want to have to inflict them with what I have to go through all the time. It's very hard to get me out of the house. It depends on where I am. If I'm in the club and I have the breast, I am that. If I got the biggest breast in the club, I am a big fish in a little pond and I love it. Great. If I'm in a grocery store and I'm with a bunch of housewives that are running around going, oh, look at her. It makes me feel like, yeah, I'm a sideshow here. I'm not normal. It doesn't make anybody feel better. But I look at it and I have to keep telling myself, I'm doing this for my son, I'm doing this for myself, I'm earning a lot of, you know, I'm earning enough money anyway, not a lot, I'm not a millionaire, I wish, but I'm earning enough money to be able to do what I want to do, provide for my son. And this is a trade-off. This is what I have to trade off. So they, in a sense, makes the humiliation, intimidation, the low self-esteem worth it. When I was in the office with the doctor about doctor does breast augmentation, and he talked to me about it. And it was funny because he would look at my breast, and he said, yeah, I can do it. I would do this because he decides ultimately he actually has integrity. And he left me with pictures of women without shirts on to see. And I started looking at it with my mom, and it just became plainly obvious that I was ignoring the voice inside of me that said I should not be doing this. Like that this really isn't me. That it's just ridiculous. Why do I really need boobs to be? What is that going to improve in my life? I should find out what it is that I'm lacking in my own mind, in my own self-esteem that I need to get boobs to compensate for. That's not the problem. The problem is my own self-image, you know, because the most beautiful thing about a person is confidence. When people walk around, no matter what size, shape, or anything else, they know their own worth or their own beauty. They are beautiful. Your boobs don't matter in that equation at all. The part of you is not who you are. But that's the other thing to this voice. Finally, I'm like, well, you know what? I don't think I want to do this. And we left. And I remember when I was walking away from the office, we had to walk past the place, and it looked different to me than when I walked in. Because when I walked in, it looked like what I'm wanting. That's a promise. And when I was leaving, I felt like weight being lifted off my shoulders. And we left, and I just felt better. I think there's still too much emphasis on breasts. If you've got over 100,000 women a year doing breast augmentation surgery, I think that is still a number that is troubling. You talk to any girl in the world, there might only be 2% of women that are really happy with their breasts. Everybody would do a little change if they could. I think it is our natural-born, God-given, or nature-given right to enjoy our body. You know, this is a tremendous gift to have a body and to have breasts that can do things. I don't know. Sometimes I'm kind of like, I wish that I could just not have to deal with it.
I think when you're young, that's kind of the first thing you see because the girl, you know, every guy talks about boobs. You're kind of brought up thinking, oh, the boobs are the most important thing. But I think as you develop and you kind of realize what you like, I think boobs become less and less important, and it's more about other things.
In all honesty, you know, if you're in love with the girl, that I can't finish this serious statement because I know you're going to make fun of me. I'm serious. If you love the girl, it doesn't matter if she has indented boobs. You know, it doesn't matter.
I'm not any less of a woman at all. No, my breasts do not identify who I am, and I'm actually a better woman, I think, for losing them. I think I'm just a better person in some ways.
Oh, God. I guess I'd have to use my head more, I guess.
I think it would really hugely help if women would stop using their breasts to get ahead.
I don't know. I kind of feel like keep with it. It's it's a celebration of our femininity.
Yeah, the breast is only a body part, and I don't know why it has to have any more importance than your elbow or your knee.
I don't know. It's strange, but people like food. That's what it comes down to.
Is this a good movie? Yeah. Version, you know? What's this? Oh, it's a great movie. There's a climate easy to K2, baby. Listen!
I think people are interested in trying to know what actually happened to our minds. You ain't Farsimeter, you're the deaf zone. There is a struggle in every life, in every breath, every thought. Everything hurts, every limb, every cell is screaming, oxygen, oxygen, oxygen. You don't feel the cold anymore. Time seems to stand still. There's so many reasons to turn around. Only a couple of reasons to continue. In one hand, people question us climbing a mountain like K2. In the other hand, they're upset when people don't go up and rescue people in this dreadful environment where you likely will be killed by doing so. There will be things we never will know. But the question you should ask yourself, what would you do?
This talk we got here, it's nice to wake up to this sight this morning. As my belief is, everybody has a love climbing, and the first thing a child wants to do is climb something. The art of rock climbing is relearning what you need intuitively as a child.
You get situated perspective as well. Different times are beautiful. If you want to have a nice story with good quality, you can have it. Beautiful is really like you want to get.
Pretty good view already. It's pretty hard to beat actually.
It is quite different from Western world. It's quite different because Western people they are more adventurous about adventure. Our people also like adventure, but they love flying.
Where are we? Oh, we are not like a gecko. All right. Primo del raccontatore di questa barca. Qui la compagnia pubblica mezza la nostra.
Everything is wrong. It's glaciers, it's black mountains, fills you with respect. Cages, absolutely, the king.
The higher it gets, the more interesting it gets. So when it comes to climbing 8,000, it's you want to do it, but at the same time you have this fear. This is serious. This is for real. Make one step wrong, your history. Finally here, such a relief. Good job. It's good to go again. A perfect night. Good. Yes. 3 months we were on this expedition. When we reached Camp 4, it was already a magic moment. The whole earth is beside you. And then, behind you, you see another mountain. And that's good too. It's a mountain on a mountain. Jer was coming, he was filming, I was asking Jer how are you feeling? And you know, he was almost crying. So happy to be here. I was trying. Hear his voice, you know, it's something what we already achieved, you know, it's already something. This is what he said. We had a brilliant night, no clouds, almost nothing. And then we went to the summit. overall, like, this is our day. So we moved up the slopes before. Fred and I started out a little more slowly. Both of us felt really strong, very positive.
There were perfect conditions. We totally have one day in a minute. There wasn't a day like this that I can remember. Because it was
starting to get light and see up ahead, looking up, seeing a tight space of climbers moving extremely slowly.
what did he do? We are way back in time. We are really late. I don't know what this stuff we're gonna do.
Very disappointing.
I was so devastated. Getting so much effort for months, and then you just realize that there's no way we're gonna be able to summit and come back down in daylight. We just went out. It was simple as that.
Everybody thinks that coming down is the easy thing. It makes sense, but don't believe it for 1 minute. I went up in 54 for my candy for Italy. At the time, it seems like suicide. No one knew what would happen to a human body or mind at that altitude. They tested us in a ridiculous manner for months. I didn't care. Of the 11 climbers chosen for the K2 expedition, I, Walter Bonatti, was the youngest. I should have died on K2. But the thing that was to affect me most profoundly was after the climb. It was the story.
Many of the other climbers there had been on Everest or other 8,000ers before K2. I hadn't been higher than 6,200. I just wanted to come along to see how high we could get. When we finally got to the bottleneck, there's actually a traffic jam.
YouTube
I just wanted to
amazing.
come along to see how high we
That's
could get.
good. It's amazing. It's the wannabes that is shitty.
There's actually a traffic jam.
So,
I just wanted to come along to see how high we could get. When we finally got to the bottleneck, there's actually a traffic jam. The Iraq was the main danger. It's probably almost 100 meters high, slightly overhanging, and it could crack any time.
It's very, very delicate place. It's notorious. Ice can drop at any time. It's a Russian roulette. That's what it is.
The main tactic to avoid the dangers of this rat is to be fast to minimize the time exposed to it. We'll start with a good feeling waiting there.
We had a lot of respect. So, yeah, we knew that was monster there.
Hay sí que se podían poner tornillos de hielo bien, y de qué maneras estaba escalando, poniendo todo el peso en la cuerda y la cuerda tirando de los tornillos, quizás era un poco, me daba...
Above 8,000, you can only trust yourself. You wanted to progress out to try to have rest outside of the exposed. It's exhausting to be in a queue, to wait. You can climb at your own pace. Several others also wanted to wait there until people passed.
The bigger the chain, the bigger the chance that there is somebody in this chain who is, making a mistake.
Drum unflipped his rope, trying to pass me.
We were all shocked when he fell, but when he stopped, he stood up and waved. So we thought he was fine.
Standing up. He's okay. But then we saw him falling again and sliding further down.
What's happening? Out there in the air, I picked up my camera and I zoomed in trying to find and locate it. How can someone fall? This is a perfect day. That's right. It's great. How is it possible?
During, I understood that you and Kemba are climbing. Are you in the lead? And has there been an accident? Over.
Is he in the run? Yeah, no.
Wow, he's still alive. We have to do something.
Is everybody coming down?
Siri, do you know if everyone is coming down at this point? Over.
Of course, we had a discussion. Should we turn around, to try to help? We talked about it, and then we said, listen, Serbian guys are going down, the Americans are there, I think it doesn't make sense, to go down. There's another big conversation we discovered about the accident.
After a few moments, start climbing.
Almost like, I'm gonna save this guy. I'm gonna save him. There's no way he's gonna die. Not this thing. No way. It's not gonna happen. Let's shoot up.
Coming down, maybe you guys a little bit, so I came down pretty fast. 10 minutes. Maybe no signs of life already.
April's on vacation. That's what it is. They're paying more for it. It's a thing. I look out for the business. They're paying more for it, and it's like, oh, the bill is that here. iHeart should make it. They have a button. They just press it, and when the person's on vacation or sick or something, and then it just doesn't play their. It's called live read. It doesn't play their live read when they're not there because it's not live. And actually paying for it to sound like it's live, it's not. It would be really nice if they did. I understand why they don't do it because you can screw them up, and sometimes they have to re-record and stuff. But I'm sorry. Anyway, so fix that. First motherfuckers. Right, you done now? No, first scene. First scene. Oh my god, wouldn't it be amazing if today's day went crazy? Crazy.
From Pakistan suddenly started acting really weird. He's coming down on my right side, holding on to the rope, which goes around my lower legs. And we are crying out, "Release the rope! Release the rope!" It did nothing.
My toenail is falling off again. It's all
Instead, it just goes cold. It shoots off like a rocket straight out to the air.
What happened with that? Last night, I've been fucking with it, but like last night I pulled on it and it just kind of just kept going. And it was like, oh, weird. And then all this redness came out. It was like, oh, disgusting.
It was full of surprises. The conquest in 54 was much more complicated than we could have imagined. But believe me, we came prepared. We were 11 tribes, with us 13 Hunzis, and a battalion of local, humble, extraordinary local porters. After endless months of preparation, began with a fantastic march to the foot of the peak, through an exotic pirate's landscape. We laid siege to the mountain for 2 grueling months. We established base camp and then started building camps all the way up the mountain, acclimatizing our bodies to the altitude, the unknown, preparing ourselves for the summit attempt, anything to help us survive.
Remembering Clark Guilty, 2012, South Car, 1964. Unbelievable. There are many people who just died on the way down from the summit. Yeah, dying on side of descent. Almost everyone you can read that. Side of descent. Yeah. Here's the original cross.
The fourth problem is just at the complicated too. One who died, not just get hurt, but die. 25% mortality. That's what dog.
Everybody's saying almost believe in our community. They said why you are going kill you people to death. And the accident rate is too high. Why you are going here? In every multitude, from all my start to left the girls that you sad and broken hearts, so look to my father dear. Kiss me there, and mother, I'd like to go into beer. Street with tears, it's fun enough to hate the corn. Even rain was final Kate, you have to trust each other fully for 200%. Jara said, hey, listen, it would be lovely if I get free in Pemba. Pemba is a Sherpa. But a lot of people are thinking about Sherpa that he's just an ordinary guy who's bringing up stuff up the mountain. But Pemba was a really different guy. You know, he was a professional climber like we were. What's your question? Do we have point in the bag race? Carol.
Right, yeah, this is one thing that I'm concerned about is that people might be too used to freeze-dried food.
Well, we have original rice.
Yeah, yeah.
I found a good companion in jar. He was climb up to have the same ambitions as me. Then you are pushing the limits, you know, higher. Yeah, then it's up to the emulator. Joe was a very qualified climber, and next to that, he is a very social boy, more social than the average climber.
The most important thing for all of these expeditions is to have a good time and have a good laugh with your friends.
There's two people I've met in my life who walking and fundamentally changed the energy of the journey. He did lots of things and he did it 150% anything he chose to do.
I had my sights set on climbing Denali, and Denali is the tallest mountain in North America. I was curious how I would react to the altitude.
Denali is kind of certain, mystic, magic, or whatever. That was the start of the big boys, the big trains.
2003, I was the expedition leader on Mount Everest. We had a small team. Jersey had a huge passion and the thirst for learning. He knew how dangerous actually mountaineering was. He moved over 8,000 meters. It's not called getting up for nothing. Blood cell in your body has been deprived of oxygen, which numbs your brain cells, making logical decisions become harder. The longer that you're up at high altitude, the more prone you are to your whole body disintegrating from inside. It creates mucus, it creates fluids, it actually starts to swell the brain, the lungs, till eventually you won't survive. Within high altitude mountaineering, there is an unwritten code which says that someone's died, and you know you're going to put your own life at risk.
This 8,000 meter stuff was alien to me at this point, so I was just following direction, you know, descending patches the bed rate seemed to be moving exceptionally slowly and stopping to rest. And when I saw the look of Pat's face, oh shit.
I was getting pulmonary edema, cervical edema, thrombosis, and deprived of oxygen, and I started to die.
There was no energy there, and more than a lack of energy, there's I think there was an awareness of a lack of energy, and I think there was also a knowledge that he knew that himself that he was in trouble.
I was engaging in a particular chair where the people that would encourage me down in my team hadn't helped me that day. I may very well myself be encrusted onto the rocks out Mount Everest for eternity, never to come back home to see my family.
They say that the most important thing when you're good climbing would be to select a good climbing partner or somebody that you're compatible with. I've been lucky, you know.
Speaking of
Pema was the one person Jared wanted to communicate to. We talked about it for years and years. He loved mountaineering. He knew he
could do it. Want that mountain? Jer wanted to climb K2.
If everyone is coming down at this point over. When the accident happened, Gerard was also asking, do we have time enough to reach the summit? Are we too late? And Grandma said, no, we can just reach the summit. There is time enough. And then we said, okay, then this is the decision to move on. So we just moved on. Ahead, then you have the Norwegian guys, and then us in the middle, with the Spanish guy in front.
Y sería esta. Eso fue, pero esperar. Yo ya no veía a nadie más hasta bajar.
Good lucky for
Well, climbing, and then you see the first guy is reaching
he'll
the
lift up
summit,
his
and then you
baby
feel
while
the end, because you are really completely, exhausted.
Mirada de media hora. Así, pues, yo sabía que estaba la cumbre esperando. Estaba ya ganada la cumbre.
Alberto is kind of a mythic figure. So I didn't see Alberto close up at all until I met him on his way down. And then I asked him how far it was. And he said, yeah, a little less than an hour.
The moment you realize that it is in your reach, you're going to feel that you're going to make it. It's only a matter of time to keep on going towards the summit.
The light was exceptional, brilliant, You are at the end of the earth. Heaven almost. You're thinking, this is it, it's over, we've done it.
It's definitely a place of extremes. With those extremes comes extreme beauty. And in many ways, those very extremes were addictive.
We were all very strong. We were normal talking. We didn't have problems with the altitude. We were feeling very good. We were having a good moment on the summit, and now we are going down. Marco was coming up. He said, somebody has to take pictures of me. So I said, yeah, up, quickly. Era ancora chiaro, era buio, era ancora chiaro. Poi il sole scende alle tue spalle. Then you realize, fuck, we have to go down, Now the surviving starts.
the collapse of an earth switch just beneath the sun.
Straddling the border of Pakistan and China, K2 is slightly smaller than Mount Everest, but its reputation has always been much larger.
Another case study of French nationalism was
Some of it on the Friday first of August. I mean, on Saturday, the internet was writing stories. And the very strange story about a full body down the mountain. One of the climbers, an American guy, Big Rice, had his blog up on Sunday. And he said the chair refused to come down the mountain. I mean, he said refused to come down the mountain. Anyone that knows Jer knew what Jer was about. Something wasn't right.
Someone might throw some comment out on their blog about what they think might be happening, or some rumor they heard, and not realizing, like, hey, we are waiting for our loved ones. We're hanging on every single word and how it's written to get some kind of clue of what was going on.
those guys are making big stories. Even when the tragedy is still going on, actually on the mountain. Coming down, not happening. It's always the same. The real heroes you don't hear.
Look at this athleticism. No, I really want to just try it.
The thing is, if we would have been successful, which we were, because we reached the summit, it was only such a small piece in the newspaper. Yeah? And now, because 11 climbers died, it went all over the world. Everybody wants to know how it was possible. What happened to us was just a matter of misfortune. It was such a successful story till we went to the summit.
We were the first expedition on the mountain. We had a beautiful time because everything was really organized. We had good food, we had good cooks, every detail was planned and organized. We are a very strong team compared to other expeditions. We're putting all our things well. Everything we were doing by ourselves. Bringing up those ropes to 8,000 meters, it's a hell of a job. First 4 till 5 weeks, every day fixing the ropes, 100 meter by 100 meter by 100 meter, then going back just by the rope, going down to the base camp. Camp 2 is base camp over.
The student edition and the kids and the musicians are really bad for you. And maybe it's a good idea to prescribe the project one day and a half.
Go. That was we have to be ready in July. We want to quit this expedition the end of July because most of the accident happened in August. The humidity is getting bigger, so more avalanche danger. We said, okay, we want to go end of July. That was the plan. And we were ahead of schedule. And in that period, all the other teams were arriving. The Koreans, very strongly, the Americans, the Serbian guys, French guys, and the Norwegian team.
There's a lot of different cultures up there. Sherpas from Nepal, high altitude workers from Pakistan. There were different approaches to the climbing. The South Koreans are made big like style, big expedition. Sherpas, oxygen, a lot of rope, many camps.
Beautiful day.
The Norwegian expedition, we were only 4 friends on the trip trying to climb K2.
I like to ski.
Jerry was sitting us a lot of that as well, and Jerry and Rolf were friends. Both were the same kind of guys.
When I met Rolf in 2003, I felt that I met this soulmate. In 2005, we went to K2 to try to get to know the mountain. We were there for 93 days. We only got to higher than Camp 3. So this time, I don't think we really thought that we were going to get to the summit. Of course, you have to want that, otherwise you won't make it. So much that has to be right for it to happen.
What went wrong was the weather. For 3 weeks it was snowing. It was unbelievable. 80% chance of snow today. Wind 8 kilometers, 8,000 meters.
He was ready to come home. He said to me, "We can't wait to have a good meal." And he was ready. He was kind of ready. It was 60 something days by that point. But if you get a weather window, you take it.
The end of July, the good weather came in. But then everybody wants to use this window. So we said, let's have a talk, you know, and let's try to do it together. 300 for the thing. If you want to 450, 400 what we are 50.
Who you are? We take 400 meters. Then the Italians got 200 meters for traverse. So 600 meters is plenty enough.
Maybe they need more, but we don't need more. I think
600 meters is plenty enough, I think. 700. 7. Okay, 700.
we had a lot of meetings because if we are working together, let's be clear, we are with a lot of people, we share all the workloads, and you know, 80% chance that we will get to the summit without any problem. First, leading, second, and then start making the
Ice crew?
I always saw the base camp meetings as a vital key to success. It was our chance to get together and do this as one team. Not South Koreans, Americans, Serbians, Dutch. It's one team.
Here is only one Soviet team? From maybe.
question is also who's climbing in front. We said, listen, every team gives his strongest climber, and that's the trail breaking party. Two climber and one, two, quarter. Okay. Very
These teams start 1 or 2 hours before other members. Don't get for that.
Okay. We were thinking if the strongest team, you know, going to this part, fixing the ropes to the bottleneck, we can just follow the ropes and go to the summit. So it's a very, really safe plan.
It was obvious for me and Wolf that this was not going to be as smooth as it's planned. It seemed too easy for us.
Si las responsabilidades las vas repartiendo entre otras personas, al final creo que como humanos que somos, quizás no hacemos lo conveniente en cada momento. Y el K2 yo creo que exige saber estar y saber dar cada respuesta. In a perfect world, everyone is responsible for everyone. Only the mountain attains perfection. That's why you come to climb it. You would never have tried K2 without the knowledge and expertise of the locals. My unlucky partner was named Muddy. He was the very best of the hunters. On the eve of the summit push, we were to take the last of the oxygen to the final camp and meet with the lead climbers, legendary and company. Names are legendary. The two men who ultimately conquered K2 for the first time in history. It could have been us with them, Marty and myself. We had agreed. If we were strong, we would go too. But we never found. We climbed to the point of exhaustion, to where they were supposed to be, and began crying out. As the sun disappeared, the air began to eat away at us. As my lips a slap in the face, the first gust of snow hit us head on. Just thinking it's just a matter of an hour and then the wind will drop. But it didn't drop. It became stronger and stronger.
It was like it was go like that, and my tent moment was go on, and me with the tent.
Impossible to deliver was able to take the it's quite a beautiful situation.
The sleeping bag, I stopped shaking. I was in that situation.
General talk with Nico by Lucky Nico. Now we are going to bring him in sorry, you again because we have a more space.
The Serbian guy, I don't know, but if he would have knocked on my tent, I would have said, listen, go down immediately because I can't have you in my tent now because I have to rest because I have to go to the summit.
We didn't sleep all night.
I was not sure she was angry because of what happened to me or because of what happened to me. I was really pissed. Though I had to make clear that this guy would not go with us. And I said, listen, there was just one, you have to go back and I don't want to see you in that camp, you know? For me, I don't know, myself, I don't know how I will continue with my life. I know somebody needed my help. Not too much, little help. And I didn't want to give it. A lot of guys, they are thinking they can climb a cage without oxygen, without ropes, without bringing the right stuff, bringing the right team. You can climb an 8,000 meter peak alone. You didn't bring any rope. What do you want to climb this fucking mountain? It's really
The logo is very direct, blunt, lays cards on the table. There's no doubt about what he was thinking, you know. So I think, you know, Jared kind of liked that about him.
Both Jer and Wilco at the summit in their eyes. You see it. Twenty ninth of July 2006, I got a phone call from Jer. I can still hear him saying it. Jeez, Jer, this is so doable. I can't believe this is so doable.
They were hiking up advanced base camp. They were going to go up to Camp 2. Jared's going up, and what people say is it's actually a rock avalanche.
Phone rang. She said to me, that's been the best. I said, how bad? She said, we probably bring him home by today. Just an act of God as such that around 4 o'clock, they hadn't really had on him to but the bus disabled them. I always knew from that night on, I knew that he was going to try and do this again.
The bigger the dream, the bigger the risks. But, you know, the dream was there. From that moment, I knew we are coming back, you know, and JR would go with me again. That's why when we reached Camp 4, it was already a magic moment.
When you don't love someone and they love doing something, you're happy for them. Of course, It's dangerous now. Any man is dangerous now. But you can climb it and you just climb it safely and you might go back.
There are always things that you don't talk about and which you don't expect. And one thing was that in this meeting, the leader of the IL supporters who are making breaking trail, I trust this guy completely. But what happened? He went ill. So no leader anymore.
High supporters are circles that will fix the ball, and the members of the Koreans that going to counter check their group whether it is fixed properly or not.
The new plan was that the Korean leader, he was the climbing leader of the big Korean team. He would check everything in Camp 4, but he didn't.
We have a plan 12 o'clock with the first party should move. At 11 o'clock, the Korean planning leader is inside the tent smoking. Then finally I said, no, now we have to do ourselves.
Selva, Selva. El rostro de la cara de Pemba la recuerdo precisamente en la noche. Una persona que, vamos, se notaba que estaba por encima de Carlos y de también queriendo saber quién era lo que había llegado en la noche. Entonces le dije, no, yo vengo solo y espero un poco a que va a salir con vosotros.
The summit it was delayed because people were wandering around like, hey, where's the gear? Where's the equipment? Where's the room?
We are way back in time. We are really late.
Disappointing. The IL supporters, they're just starting to fixing the roads. And Pemba was not that kind of leader who said, like, listen, we are going to do it like this,
Sorprendente que pusieran cuerdas en zonas que realmente no se necesitan.
It's like 10 meters from tents or something. There were ropes very, very early on.
Suddenly, there's no more progression. People are just standing there waiting. They yell back that they run out of rope.
We were thinking, in God's sake, how is this possible? The only thing you can do is go back, cut the ropes and bring it up. That's what we did.
We were delayed for 2 hours. It's too long. You can't catch up 2 hours. Even though there were perfect conditions, the depth zone was losing more energy.
Those people, they are too optimistic for the summit, and that's why they keep laughing. They forget so many things about safety.
People think that mad. How can you continue if someone died? But if you drive a car, you see people crash, you see people die in traffic. Keep on driving because you think it's not going to happen to you.
You see the Rabbi. was right there at the end.
Everybody bumped back after serving. Then I think there was only one capital instead of black.
How are you? Good. It's not a great day today. Hard day for me today. Yes, it's not a good day.
He said, "Go, feel strong. You're strong enough to top flush." And I looked back many times, and every time I looked back, and he was looking at me at the same time. He was like, thumbs up, and like, keep on going.
Well, we talked several times. Then Rob said, "Now, remember, I want to go back because these guys are very stupid because nobody talking to each other about that. I don't understand how to breathe."
So hard to turn around, and it's so easy to just continue a little bit, just a half an hour see. I can see Lars on the summit. Took Rolf's rabbit hat on, danced summit. Had just a few minutes, took pictures. Me and him are crazy dreams, dreamt him to be that beautiful. With that shadow of K2 to China, absolutely beautiful. Enjoyed the view, but the only thing that was in her head was that we're not staying here. We're going back. We have to get back to the ropes before it gets dark.
Time passes by in a very strange fashion. What may feel like a second could actually be a minute or vice versa. You know, it's very hard to tell.
And I was lucky enough that the connection was made. He was elated, told me everybody was feeling good, no problem. And then, yeah, it was just to hear from him, 5 or 6 hours.
When we gratitude to sing, and he said, "Okay, now I don't want to take your flag, camera, sat phone, everything you have to carry. I took everything."
You know that almost all the accidents climbing happen on the way down on the summit. You get exhausted, relax, it gets dark. So that's a fact that every climber knows. We sort of both looked down.
He was so happy, congratulated us, and we decided to descend together down to the fixed ropes, slow but efficient.
It gets dark just 15 minutes after we get to the fixed ropes. We put on our red torches. When Wolf gets there, I ask him if he wants to go first or if he wants me to go first.
I said, Lars, I go first. work of trauma. It's that. It's lost in touch.
Or I ask him if he wants to go first, or if he wants me to go first.
I said, why should I go first? Work of trauma. It's that. It's lost in touch. If I heard anything, but I felt it. Ground shaking underneath me. If I heard anything, but I felt it. Ground shaking underneath me. Walls and beach. And then it was dark.
Shut bye.
You must think I'm crazy saying this, but suddenly I could hear his voice, and it was so strong. It's saying, have to get down.
You're going down thinking, follow the lines, and there is Camp 4. That in a few days we would have a big party with all the teams in the base camp. The problem is you are so exhausted, and you are not that concentrated, and everybody is going down in his own speed.
We raise the pouring trailers and pouring things. Everybody they come together, regroup.
We have only one option. We put all people together on one block,
Then try to bring them together.
We were looking up the mountain every hour, and we were monitoring our radios all the time. And we were getting more and more anxious about their safety. We see these headlamps thinking, oh my god, they're not moving very fast. What's going on? We started feeling hopeless.
Podemos compartir esta. Es possible to bring them down with the same road because they sit down. you're not walking all together anymore, so you're a little bit separated, or a few meters between you. Everybody is just descending.
We came at the point where the fixed road should be, but it wasn't there.
Marco was moving, I was searching, but we couldn't find it.
I was convinced that this was the right way, but why wasn't the road there? The only thing you think is we must be on the wrong side of the mountain, or we must have lost the way.
Perché nel nella mia anima mi ha detto Marco fermati, stop. Istinto, mi ha detto fermati. Io ho chiamato Gerald vieni qua, siamo qua. È possibile che parto rosso la qui.
I expected by noon the latest. Just the phone rang when I was at lunch, and I thought it was him, but it was another phone. She said, "Have you heard from Jerry yet?" And then I went home from lunch, got immediately on the internet. And the first thing was trouble on K2. First thing I thought of was, okay, when does the sun rise on K2? Because that's when they'll start moving again. And how many more hours do they have out there?
We were stranded about the death zone. Muddy was out with his head. I thought he was going to kill us both. By instinct, I digged that hole into the slope to get out of the storm. I remember screaming at the top of my lungs, "I don't want to die!" And that's when I heard them above the owl of the wind. I don't know whether it was Compagnone or Lachadelli, but I heard it. Do you want us to freeze for you? Leave the oxygen and go straight down.
The descent is not a really big problem. I'm so much fixed in the descending that I don't really know who is in front of me or back of me. So the only thing is I know that I see light, and I was coming close to the light and I saw it was huge. And my friends went, "Hey."
Oh gosh.
I pass him, and I go on descending. Take it up. And I noticed something was not okay with the road.
Tampons.
Quando ha sentito noi che chiudavamo, un amico ha sentito la nostra voce verso di noi, ci ha provato. We were not in panic. We were just sitting. We were just, wondering why we couldn't find the road. But we were convinced that the next morning, with the first light, we would find the road again.
Look at this one. That was sick. Really moved. Really quick. You might have to rank it in terms of move. I can just go pee very quick. Look at this one. Look at the athleticism.
Wouldn't sit down. I feel it's very, very sad because I understand many people they cannot reach a high jump too much. Yes, no bicycle, no game, no button, no nothing. Then I try to contact someone on the shoulder. I don't get them. Really, because it's already a big problem.
It was still nice and clear. We could see some of the climbers on the top of the surround.
We were convinced that with the first light, we would find the road again. I was slowly to the right, to have a look over there. I was going to the left to have a look over there. Marco was looking somewhere. We couldn't find it. And then I started to realize that I got problems with my view. I was getting more panic, because I knew, fuck, the snow blind at this altitude is finished. No helicopter are coming, the guys can't do something with a body of 80 kilos is finished. So I said, listen, guys, I have to go down. I have to go down. So I started just going down without thinking anymore, just going down.
Question here, we have something wanting. Do you know some information about Jero, the Irish guy? For more information.
What I was using Jimmy, but Jimmy and Hassan in trouble. They were the Korean Sherpas. And then Rolf and then Malik.
I didn't even understand that other people died. I was shocked. I remember the phone call I had to mother-in-law. I was so scared to make that phone call. I was gonna be that Ronaldo person. But instead he said, you have to get out. You have to come home. I didn't really lose my husband, but I lost, of course, my best friend.
There you go.
My future. Like I was hoping it would be.
I was just driving it out, and then suddenly those Koreans were hanging out there. I was just thinking, what the hell are they doing here? I didn't understand anything about it. Oh. I didn't ask what happened. They were hanging all night long. But at that time, I was just, shocked about it. I said, listen, I have to go down because I was starting to get snowblind. He said, yeah, but help is also on the way, so go ahead.
Let's head help.
They're all up there by themselves. They're not moving anywhere. Just sitting still, just waiting to get help. The South Korean expedition lead, Kim, was arranging a rescue mission. But I just said, hey guys, they're not standing up, moving 1 meter. And you're telling me that I should go up there, but the ice is still falling down. There's no fixed lines, there's no ropes. I mean, that is just insane.
This is not a guided tour. You're not let people off the ground.
They normally come to, they said, because we don't have enough manpower, we cannot go ourselves for rescue because physically we are also weak. Just in bottleneck is very dangerous. Then now we have to go down.
Copy that. What up to people down, moving from Yankov, moving down. Then,
근데 뭐 레스큐 자는 박사 말하자 뭐 한대 버티고 저기는 부산이
Mga lede, oh. O, उसको निर्णय अनुसार जाऊंगा
همین توی با تصمیم با لذتی باشد باشی بیا با هم لحظگی نرفته کاری
I was so thirsty, you know. I knew I'm getting crazy in a few hours because when you don't have water and that else, you was in such a long time, you won't survive it. I looked up and I saw that Marco and Gerard were those Korean guys. Leader coreano, ma era tutto scombinato di sangue, tutto, io ricordo era una condizione molto molto grave. Poi io sono 15 anni che lavoro con un grosso elicottero a fare soccorso e io ho pensato, vedendo tante persone nei soccorsi, ho pensato una brutta situazione, molto brutta.
You have to save yourself from cage. It's the only way.
No, she's cool.
Empty taking credits from
Why?
Legendary
It's
and
funny.
Compagnoni of
She's
no more
like that. She
yet.
she's
Annie and I
her.
written out the story. Our sacrifice was
Really?
completely omitted in the
Yeah,
official
no,
records.
sometimes.
Then it
You
was
know,
lied about
if
the
you're
island.
obsessed, you're thinking, man.
They said we use the
How do you know
oxygen to save
you're
ourselves.
obsessed?
This is the
I should
oxygen
get you. How did you know?
that Lino
I'd be like, you're obsessed with Justine. Yo, she'd be like, died on her birthday. Yes, you're
for
obsessed
30
with her.
years.
Yo, you are obsessed with Justine. Yes, you're Josiah. I'd be like, dude,
All because
you
I
are.
volunteered my
He'd be
own
like,
life
dude, I'm
in
married.
the
I
service
have
of
children.
my
He'd be like,
people
I
in
know.
Jamaica.
Poor woman.
Without
Sounds
money
like a
and
moment
I came to
that you hoodwinked this person. There's no doubt about it. You had to hoodwink her. The word hoodwink was invented for Tosh. There's no way she went into that relationship willingly.
Sotto alla scelta.
Really?
Ho parlato
Willingly or
con
wittingly?
qualcuno,
Both.
non so chi era che ascoltava, ho parlato, ho detto, dopo io
West
parlo,
Side Gangster.
non parlo inglese, I speak Tanzanese, non è un problema. Ho parlato alla radio, ho detto io sono Marco, sono azzerato, c'è un problema, qualcuno deve salire, io sono stanco, non ce la faccio più. Perché poi Gerard è salito un po', è andato su e non capivo più cosa faceva, se voleva calare ancora, non sapevo più. E io ho dopo la radio ho parlato e poi ho cominciato a fare attraverso i pensi a vivere, non guardi l'orologio, pensi a vivere, devo vivere.
Called a friend, just asked her if she'd come over so I wouldn't have to go home. She came to the door and she grabbed me and she said, I'm with him. That's him.
खबर दुईजनाले उसलाई लिएर क्याम्पमा आउनु न अनि त्यसपछि हामी सल्लाह गरेर
he is alive, but nobody's want to come with me. But everybody say no, still memories. Then finally, I start to climb again. When came down, so I think that's not. If I don't have oxygen, I cannot bring him down because I cannot carry him. After 10 minutes, Mark is trying to move, trying to talk with me.
go ahead, Pastor.
Now we're trying to descend together. When they say, then I think that could be German. You know who is the person rolling down? I reached there and I saw two 10 meters far from sure, but I know he looks at and moves down.
Oxygen, gas, oxygen. Everybody wants to survive. Doesn't matter if you have a child or a wife at home. Why are we surviving? Yeah, it's just a matter of stupid, be unlucky in the wrong time, in the wrong place.
Our special leader, he's picked up with a helicopter because he's frozen his feet. And there's a second helicopter of Marco. He froze his hands really badly, so he can't use his hands to get the ropes anymore.
Most challenging mountains. Italian Marco tried to follow his rescue from K2, nearly 5 5 days after an avalanche swept some funders away to stranded others.
CrossFit, trying to help save others in the group. Instinct, he says, makes you want to do that.
Paula says the expedition was plagued by inexperience and poor equipment. He says some ropes and spikes easily broke.
Different people were saying different things. There was a lot of confusion. There was a lot of stories. The Marco story became the story.
Era un buen preparado. Se sente comunque alcuni le persone che si sapeva sono più cartellini, un po' più difficile.
This guy had a horrific experience there. He was in pretty bad shape, both mentally and physically. I said, look, I need to find out for sure, what we done up here, I have to go to Pakistan. So we tried to know what we were going for. And I mean, I guess half of me kind of still believed Joe was alive, and the other half didn't believe. Paul and David got to meet with one cast.
Yes, I understand. And so yes, we should admit it because it's different. What Mark told us directly.
We can go to Cairns. We were obviously nervous because our brother had died, and they were naive.
Stand up. Why do you need each other? Our explanation is because we were too long at high energy.
Marco's account was he was sitting there with chairs, and there were three people ahead of him, and all of a sudden the people disappeared. And so they took such a fright, they decided, let's just sit here and wait until daylight, right? And then he said you came along, then
That's not correct because we started together.
so we went all together, you never came along later.
One thing that always stuck out in my head, and still does to this day, was so many people on the mountain could have different stories about the same event.
They had their information about a little bit more than and a little bit of cats remember, and what they heard Marco do. And they drew a map for us, the terrain, where they thought things occurred.
They didn't know anymore. Cairns and Lisboa had been here lifted off the mountain. There was no debriefing with the remainder of the team, and they actually didn't know. It was just getting more confused. We needed more, we wanted enough. For some reason, we felt we needed to talk to Pemba.
Marco had left by the time we got there, but Pemba and the rest of our team were hiking out. That takes 2 days.
Also mentioned psychologically Marcos almost died.
Yeah.
Because when I trying to give oxygen, is enemy why you came here because he's always talking negative, always crying. And he said, you are fucking guys, why you come here?
Yeah.
That's
He's a head case.
By the time Pemba got to his hospital, Marco was gone, and all the major news people left too. It never occurred to them that maybe he'd have something to say.
What Marco did on the mountain, nobody can take that away from him. He was a hero. And the family always, yesterday, the family said, Marco did what he could do. He was a hero. But the stories were changing from Marco from what he originally came up with. He said that Joe was always him. That Joe abandoned him. Within a day or two of the stories were right from the paper. Marco was the last living witness to see Joe. So to hear these stories that Joe was always hate, he was hallucinating, his body was flat all over the mountain. It's just heartbreaking for us.
Changed the story several times, which certainly didn't help make things clear. And you know, his story, it had a lot of clout because everyone else was gone, everyone else had perished. So you can say whatever you want, there's no one there to contradict what you say, except for Pemba.
See, all we have is the stories, and now all the stories are very large, you know. Every story, and that's all we have. We can go on.
But why we are asking, because now I got your story says that you were a little bit lower in the body of the world. You should not force my it was a toxic mode. And then they are missing the video. That's what they were already dead. They were back and probably that yeah. Same time, 3 4 times instead of 1 time.
Pippa was the missing piece of the jigsaw. He had the key to a lot of these questions. Joe had given his camera to Pippa or something. Pippa had Joe's camera from no one. And he continued to take pictures of what was happening. It's obvious then why Joe refused to be on about. There was people in trouble. Joe was never about to leave him after. Would have destroyed everything, just leave it for him. He would have ate away and he would have haunted him day and night, I think.
At first, we were told that Jared got back up. That came out a little bit later. Only that Pemba knew something we didn't know at that point. The second we did. They met on top of the bottom. That means they traveled from where they were stuck all the way across the shores. Jared freed them. There was no one else there to do it.
In our own team, we would have done everything for each other. But what did Gerard, not only his own team, he fight for his life and even for the life of the Koreans.
And they made it down to Camp 4 safely. It would be one of the most amazing stories in mountaineering history. But instead, because they got hit by ice, it's a tragedy and then it becomes a controversy. Jared was true to his nature, to the very. That's who he was.
If it takes 100 years, the truth will have to be recognized by those to whom the verdict belongs.
oftentimes when somebody does lose life, what's went on is held, up under the microscope. So people say they should have done this, they should have done that. Just because you survive doesn't make you an expert, and doesn't, I don't think it gives you any right to say that somebody made a mistake, because you weren't there, you don't know. Only the mountain knows.
For money to life, we could fly to the time. Lines I made, sentience break is where you lay. Song by land and sea, threads brown, brown to go. Now to view, still the sun is beating down onto your body, like the sun rolls out the dew. Oh, you ever meet again? I won't be sorry, we won't forget. Just as long as you can make it out, oh, that's right. Fall back into life, we could fly.
When you're right to say that somebody made a mistake, because you weren't there, you don't know. Only the market knows.
Fall back into life, we could fly. Lives I sentience break is where you lay. Song by land and sea, red threads brown, brown to go. Now to view, still the sun is beating down onto your body, like the sun rolls out the dew. Oh, we ever meet again? I won't be sorry, we won't forget. Just as long as you can make it out, still the sun is beating down onto your body, like the sun rolls out the dew. Oh, we ever meet again? I won't be sorry, we won't forget. Just as long as you can make it out. Oh, that's
biggest trip west side of the west.
Some will succeed, most will fail, 7 will die.
As you can hear, winds are just pounding non-stop. It's actually quite scary in the tent. I'm always afraid that maybe the roof will get under the tent and blow it up. Yeah, I think there will be chances to maybe keep at midnight if they die out, but right now, I don't think there's a chance of hell, over. On my own here, I don't think the wind is pounding. I don't think anyone will be tonight, over.
After 45 days of struggling Mount Everest, Sean and his tracking tent within striking distance of the summit. Their supplies are running out, the body is dehydrating, and the floating wind is now gusting at 120 kilometers an hour. She's got to leave this place. The mountain has her petrified. Down below, in the calm safety of base camp, expedition leader Ben Webster is tormented. He's supposed to be up there with Shauna. He wants to be up there with her. Shauna's not just his climbing partner, she's his girlfriend.
Sounds cool to discover, lover.
Base camp is call over. How you doing this morning there, baby?
Shauna's not doing well. Her oxygen is dwindling. Her heartbeat is racing. And hurricane force winds are holding her hostage in a nylon bubble at an altitude that is literally killing her.
Here we are up at the South Pole. I spent the night last night by myself in the tent. I did pretty well throughout the night, but got quite scared. Come 5 o'clock in the morning, the winds were still howling. I thought that maybe my tent would get blown, right off the face. So it got a little bit scary, but I made it through the night. Hopefully we'll have to do it again tonight.
Team leader Ben Webster knows the reality of Shauna's situation. 4 years ago, after successfully summiting Everest, Ben almost didn't make it down. Altitude sickness immobilized to the exact same spot Shauna stuck in now. Ben knows that if the winds up there don't die, there's a good chance his girlfriend will.
You just gotta roll with this and believe in your heart of hearts that you're gonna get your shot. That the weather will come good late tonight. You'll get your shot. Okay,
my fingers crossed.
Into the ultimate goal, everybody comes home. To my mind, an expedition is not successful if you're at the summit and lose somebody in the way.
I don't see it as something natural that I'm consciously putting myself into an environment where I could possibly die. So I'm aware that it could happen, but it does sit on me. And the way I try to cope with it is try not to think about it very often, and so it doesn't overwhelm me and paralyze me.
Shauna's confidence has come a long way from Kathmandu, where she was overwhelmed by the sea and intimidated by the professional climbers being hired to accompany them on this voyage. Andrew Rock, a two-time Everest summiter, and Hector Castellano, also a two-time conqueror. If everything goes exactly as planned, these four souls will climb to the top of the highest mountain in the world, and they will document the journey every step of the way.
What's the gangster?
They have to learn to get along.
Climbers in general, especially the high altitude mountaineers, I don't know why, but they tend to be very socially challenged. My experience with most of them is that they're not the kind of people you want to hang out with a lot of the time. They're very self-consumed, very ego-driven, in some cases very socially inept because they spend all their time in the mountains not interacting with people. And that's not the case with Hector and Andrew.
Shauna's climbing partners should be in for their grand tour of Nepal's capital city right now. But instead of bothering with them, Shauna is still up at her hotel room.
Last time I was here was just 6 months ago. Feels like I was here yesterday for me, actually.
The people of Kathmandu are used to seeing mountain climbers. All the greats have walked these streets. Surendra Hillary, Tenzin Norgay, George Mallory. This section called Temple is where they came to search out parties en route to the summit.
It's a buzz to be a part of that same industry, if you like. That those great names came and climbed these huge mountains years before us, and now we're climbing those same mountains. We're coming through the same jumping off point. And that's really exciting. There you go.
On the wall, Hector is about to see something he dearly loves. Not climbing gear, his girlfriend, Araceli Sagara.
This girl better be hot.
The person here in front, in the yellow downsuit, is Araceli, my girlfriend. She's always with me. She's always present, and I know she's back home thinking about me too and supporting this. So that's good too.
Hector and Andrew are geared up, healthily and ready to climb Mount Everest. Shauna is not.
She's still slowly recovering. She asked if she could bail from dinner tonight, and I said absolutely. She's not feeling right. She should gain her strength.
I actually, unfortunately, I didn't go out to dinner with the team last night, which I felt really bad about. I haven't had the chance yet to get to know everybody and to talk with them one-on-one, just because I've been feeling under the weather. My body has just been really tired, and I think it's partially due to the fact of the stress and the preparation that we went through before leaving for Kathmandu, and as well as the flight. And just being in Kathmandu, the city is very dirty and chaotic and quite overwhelming.
After 3 days, Shauna feels strong enough to emerge.
She doesn't want to be seen as the woman or the weak link in the chain. And I don't doubt for a second she's going to work hard to prove to us that she isn't. I think she's going to find it hard because she hasn't done lots of other 8,000 meter climbing, and it's just a different world up there.
So many people can't understand why anyone would want to climb Mount Everest. But for elite mountaineers, the most exhilarating way to embrace life is by risking death.
It's very much a reality. As part of mountaineering, I don't want it to happen, but if it does happen, well, I can accept that risk exists. I don't think I'd like to end up here in Finland either. Pretty much climbers code if you go on the mountain, what you've done everywhere else, and left there on the mountain, and that suits me fine. I think a lot of effort and risk has been put into recovery bodies off mountains, and it's unnecessary. At the end of the day, you're going to end up buried in the ground or cremated either here or at the base of the mountain or left on the mountain, so you might as well be left on the mountain. Bearing in mind that's what's taking your life, it seems appropriate to state it.
After a week in Kathmandu, Team Discovery heads for the airport. Here, they hook up with members of their Sherpa team and fly to Lula, a remote village carved into the side of the Himalaya. This is where the first steps to the summit will be taken. No more vehicles, no more civilization. Now, it's just you and the mountain. Everest. To stand on its summit is to be at the height commercial airliners fly. It's the pinnacle of dreams for elite mountaineers. Many have perished trying to reach its summit. More than 180 people have died on the mountain. One for about every 30 attempting to climb it, or one for every 7 who want to reach the summit. Everest can be a place where people who can't see or move, where tents are ripped apart, where all the high-tech gear in the world can't save you. And yet this season, 250 Western climbers will attempt to summit, and some will die trying. Unknown as the most technical mountain to climb, it's still among the most treacherous at sheer altitude in the ever-changing weather. The Discovery team flies into the cliff, altitude 2,800 meters. From here, they will trek to base camp. It's a rigorous 12-day walk, during which will almost double their altitude to over 5,400 meters. This 42-kilometer trek is an important part of acclimatizing to thin air. If someone from sea level was immediately transported to base camp, that person would be unconscious within a few hours, and they'd die soon afterwards. You might think that the team would use this trek as a last chance to get to know each other before beginning their climb. But until now, they work in square groups, all hiking at their own pace. Today, the 12th day, the team finally come together for a walk at the base camp, an inhospitable lunar landscape that will serve as the expedition's nerve center. This is it, base camp. Welcome home.
Yeah, it's just funny. It's sort of like I was here yesterday. It's actually just nothing's changed. I mean, the glacier changes, but I spent such a big part of my life in this base camp. It's like coming home again.
The support staff got here days ago and had already set to work clearing ground for Team Discovery's camp.
Oh, like the game. Good to see you, buddy. How are you? Good, thanks. How you feeling? Excellent. How are you? Bingma, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you, Lama. How are you? Come and say hello for Bob. Oh, we're up tonight. Come.
All in all, about 30 people work for this team. 16 Sherpa climbers, as well as every 50 person men who will act as porters, runners, camp staff, and cooks. There's also a doctor and a communications expert.
Lots of humidity before.
Right now, Ben is speaking to his head climber, the famous Likeforlike Sherpa. Likeforlike holds the world speed record on Everest from base camp to summit in under 11 hours. He and his right-hand man, Nicholas Sherpa, have an incredible 19 Everest summits between them. Attempting to summit without Sherpas is as dangerous as attempting to summit without oxygen.
Yeah. We're trying to create a big platform here for our communications. So it needs a lot of PF and I. Force and ignorance. Strong back, weak mind. All right, ready?
While the men set up camp, the only female in the crew stands back, doubts her abilities, and has second thoughts.
I would say the last couple of days I've been a little bit intimidated by the mountain itself, and I began questioning whether I really belong volunteer, whether I really had what it takes to make it to the summit of Mount Everest. And I think the reason that was happening was because I'm surrounded by such a strong team. Both Hector, AJ, as well as them are very, very physically fit. I'm physically fit as well, but they're on a different level. And I think their mental toughness is also something that is extremely they're extremely good at.
Permanent fixtures built at base camp. That's because base camp moves. It's an active glacier that melts and shifts and changes shape as each day gets warmer. To make it more challenging, there's no electricity, no plumbing, and the nearest store is 3 hours away. Another problem, real estate's getting scarce.
It's pretty crowded, but that's the nature of the game. It's a restricted space, a finite base camp. But yeah, we've got some great equipment here, and the boys are right into setting it up.
Even though I've been here twice before and I've reached the summit of both occasions, it's always exciting to climb Everest. Offers so many different challenges, dangers, and difficulties. Every time I come back, it's different. You know, the icefall is always going to be there, and it's always going to be dangerous and exposed every time you go through. It's exciting as well as fearful. Okay, do you need some help organizing? Could I ask you for something? Yeah. Still bubble wrap? Yep. We need chocolate powder.
Like chocolate milk powder?
Yeah. Okay. Milk? Yep. Powder milk and sugar.
Okay.
You don't just pack your bag and head off to the summit of Mount Everest. There's still a blood sport more and privatization that has to happen. The team's plan is to fully stock 4 camps with food and oxygen. Oxygen is what makes this climb deadly. There just isn't enough of it high up on the mountain, so climbers go up and down in stages, forcing their bodies to create extra red blood cells. This allows them to absorb more oxygen with each breath.
It's a complementary process, really. We need to establish our camps, establish the route, and we need to acclimatise. So by carrying loads up to a higher camp and coming back down to sleep, we're forcing the body to acclimatise to a higher altitude.
On the climb, the team has 2 opponents. Most obvious is the mountain. Less apparent is time. The south side of Mount Everest is a Nepalese national park, and the infrastructure set up to help climbers will all be shut down on June 1st. That's in 8 weeks. When acclimatization, climbing, and weather are all factored in, it usually comes down to just a 7-day window when summiting is possible. Maybe it will be impossible. Mount Everest is blanketed in religion, superstition, and myth. Many Sherpas and Westerners believe you can't climb the mountain at will. She must let you climb her. The Sherpa people call the mountain Sakamatha or Cholomangan, and they revere her as sacred. Before every expedition, the Sherpas hold a religious ceremony. A high-ranking Buddhist lama is summoned. Offerings created from climbing gear gathered from surface snow as the puja.
I definitely want to take my harness and my jewelry up there. I definitely gotta be blessed. I'm picking the gear that we're taking to the puja. And this is pretty much the gear that we want to get blessed in this ceremony. We want to have the lama blessed in this ceremony, you know, for good luck, for good karma up in the mountain. So I'm picking like the most important pieces of my gear, which are the harness, Jumar eye socks, boots, and crampons.
A stone altar called the collapse zone was built in the middle of Team Discovery's camp. Whenever any climber is on the mountain, aromatic springs of juniper must smoke constantly on the life zone. It's a complex ritual that its heart, Obama is asking the goddess of Mount Everest for permission to climb. He blesses the climbers and prays for safe passage.
I respect tremendously the sensitivity to their own connection to the mountain and what it means. And certainly for them, it's important. At the end of the day, these men that I climb with, speaking of the Sherpas, will have my life in their hands. And I will at some point probably have their life in my hands. And so that trust has to be there. One of the things you want to do is build that trust by respecting each other's culture and belief system.
These are not decorative flags. They are prayer flags, always hung in odd numbers. They must never come down when the climb is underway. The climbers receive their subjees, deeply symbolic and worn by everyone on the mountain. The subjees are a necklace made of red string. Even though they have what is called a protection knot, these knots must never be undone. And during the climb, the subjees must never come off. Something spiritual happens to people who come here. It can be life-changing. Mount Everest is a higher power. With the puja ceremony over, the Sherpas head off to set up Camp 1. To reach the summit, Everest climbers use just a few simple tools. Boots with crampons attached, an ice axe, and a center, also called a jumar, to help pull themselves up the fixed ropes, and a harness with carabiners for locking into safety lines. Andrew and Victor prep their gear and double-check their backup supplies. You never know what might save your life on Everest.
These are my old faithful heavy-duty steel ones, which I'll use between base and camp 2. The good thing about these is that if my lightweight ones should break, these also fit my high altitude boots.
Ice cream. Holy blue shirts. Hats.
Just cut up a bit of sleeping pad foam and taped it over the head of the axe. Because the reality is on this climb, it's not very steep. I'm using the axe more as a walking stick than as a climbing tool. So it's the hand over the top of the axe all the time. The cold metal will suck the heat straight through my very heavy duty mittens. And probably with the frostbite, it's probably
Well, Ben deals with more logistical details. Shauna packs her bag, and then his. More than 5 kilometers above sea level is a rough place to live. But compared to where the climbers are headed, base camp is like a health spa. Climbing officially kicks off tomorrow with a trek over the ice wall, a spectacular death trap that's infamous for having air pockets, crevasses, and an appetite for climbers. Climbing Mount Everest officially starts today. Team Discovery still isn't formed a strong social bond. For professionals, that's no problem. In fact, it's normal.
Until now, no complaints. For as far as the core climbing team of Ben, Shauna, Hector, and myself goes, I'm having I have a very good feeling. I very much enjoy Hector's company and training with Hector. I'm sure he's going to be very strong on the mountain. Ben obviously is very tied up with the management and logistical side of this exhibition, and that should ease off for him in the next few days. So haven't had much interaction with him.
I feel very good about how things are coming together right now. Both Andrew and Hector are pretty much as advertised, real hard men.
Feeling very good about the whole team. About everyone that's gonna be on the climb, especially I really like Ben's way of
leading this team. Shoulder's very quiet, but she's very nice, and I'm sure she's keen to get off the climb as well.
We got like so I have to teach myself to say you are an Everest, you do this, you're one of the climbers, you're not just one of the truckers coming up here.
So, all in all, pretty happy.
Everest could be considered the world's ultimate obstacle course, where a mistake could end your life. Today, the team turns their back on the safety of base camp. Destination, Camp 1, which is already been set up by the Sherpas. Getting there is no cakewalk. For starters, they must negotiate the TRUMAN ice fall, a deadly mess of slow-moving ice, lingering oscills, drop-offs, and ghosts of 20 fallen climbers.
The easiest way to describe the Kubu ice fall for the layman is think of it as a moving river of ice. You have to make your peace before you even go into it.
Before anyone from the core team sets foot onto the ice fall, read your book.
Let's move.
Gets the juniper fire going strong. Prayers are said, thoughts are gathered, and the climb is on. The ice fall is one of the most dangerous sections of the entire mountain. 10% of Everest deaths happen here. Unfortunately, the climbers must travel back and forth through these minefields repeatedly if they're going to summit. They never get used to the ice fall because it's a flowing, freezing, thawing, cracking, shifting glacier that is different every day. Even the marked trail moves and warps. Sometimes it breaks away to nothing, vanishing right out from under the feet of the climber. When this happens, the Sherpas call it a one-way ticket to America.
In all the seasons that I've been here, this ice fall has never been the same 2 times running. It's just so broken up, just so chopped up every single time. You can just feel those little rumbles, those little thumps underneath your feet. You just never know if it's the little one or the big one. I'm always glad to get out of here.
Getting through the ice fall is scheduled to take 4 hours. If they do it and reach Camp 1, the team will gain 600 meters in altitude. That's like climbing to the top of Toronto's CN Tower twice.
Yeah, it looked like he was painting that. Just like kind of continued. That's pretty cool.
ice fall doctor, perhaps the most famous man on Mount Everest. For 28 years, this Sherpa has made it his business to bridge any gap in the ice fall. This particular crevasse has been spanned by 4 household ladders, lashed together with half-inch polypropylene rope. Head Sherpa Lakpagelu is very familiar with the skywalks constructed by his friend. Still, he clips his harness into the safety line before setting across. Structural engineering has turned into a family business for the ice fall doctor. This year, his son is working with him. After 5 hours of climbing, the team stands in a tree line 5,900 meters above sea level, a full kilometer higher than any peak in Europe. The ice fall is behind them, but that's a little comfort. This beautiful weather is creating perfect avalanche conditions. Team Discovery has made it to the first of 4 camps they plan to establish on the face of Mount Everest. This is an exciting day. Being here means the dream has really begun.
I'm happy to be up here. Before you spend your first night up here, you really don't feel like you're actually climbing the mountain. So tonight's gonna be our first night up here. We're 4 of us at least, and that's always good. First, as I said, the first night. See what tomorrow brings.
Tomorrow brings snow. It snows deep into the night. The following morning, snow falls again, this time from a clear blue sky. As dawn breaks on the mountain, an avalanche breaks off it.
This morning, we had 2 big releases. It was a surprise because it snowed quite a bit. And you can see, if you looking at these mountains or at these faces yesterday, there was quite some ice there. So all the snow that fell last night wouldn't stick to that ice. So the moment the temperature changed a little bit, that's when the release occurs. I'm sure we're gonna be seeing more today. It's clear day, no clouds, so the sun is gonna hit hard on those slopes, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna be seeing a few more big ones too.
On Everest, avalanches are simply a way of life. They're also a way of death. When you dive deep underwater, pressure can force your eardrum to flex inward, causing intense pain. At altitude, the phenomenon is reversed, and it can feel like your head will explode.
And it's like somebody's taking a couple of needles and just driving into the ears. At the moment, well, I just took some sinus medicine. I'm hoping that'll clear the passages. But this is not a lot of fun at the moment. And every time I try to blow my nose, all I hear is crackling and popping in my ears, and just intensifies the pain. So these things are gonna have to open up and drain. This
This is the small little things like this that are really common here. Just you have periods of just uncomfortableness. You just deal with it, and hopefully it clears up.
Even without a sinus condition, Everest can be a high-pressure head game. We want your thoughts to remain positive. However, there are variables beyond your control, like who sets up camp beside you. In Camp 1, Team Discovery is a neighbor whose presence is messing with Hector's head. Meet Andreas, leader of a climbing team that has the same summit plan as Team Discovery. Andreas and Hector have a long and shocking personal history that is so full of life and death, it's almost impossible for non-climbers to believe.
I know some of the guys in this team, specifically this guy named Andres. I climbed a lot with him in the past. We haven't climbed though in many years.
Why haven't they climbed in many years? In 1996, Hector saved Andreas' life on this very mountain. Then a few years later, Andreas left Hector for dead in a deep crevasse of ice. Hector survived and vowed never to climb with Andreas again. And today's frigid reunion, their history goes unfiction. Climbing Mount Everest allows no room for personal politics, just work. The next goal is to fix safety ropes on the Watson face. Once in place, every climbing team will be able to climb into these communal ropes and use them for going up and down. The exhausting work of fixing the lines is usually done by Sherpas, but Hector wants to be involved and challenges Andreas to join him.
Our proposition would be, you guys go down now, right? Yeah. You think you can wait down there for 4 or 5 days? Then we come down, rest 2 or 3 days, then I come up with you, and I'll bring 2 of my Sherpas. As far as road goes, we have enough, and then we'll start fixing the lossy face, and if we can make it in 1 day or 3, sounds good?
I'm sure on a long day we can make it.
Yeah.
We were thinking on rest 3 days, but we can take 4 or 5, whatever is needed, so you can catch up with your itinerary. And for sure we can put up 2 or 3 Sherpas in some road.
If the lossy face doesn't get fixed early, then everything is pushed back 2 or 3 weeks, and we don't want that. We want to be ready by the beginning of May, and then if the weather allows, have an early summit.
Not as
The team spends 2 lightheaded days at Camp 1. Oxygen levels here are half what they are at sea level. Lack of oxygen can confuse climbers. It's time to go back to base camp. For Sean, it will be a paralyzing trip through the icefall. Team Discovery's camp has 25 tents. It's basically a neighborhood in a small village. Overall, base camp is home to 19 climbing teams. This Chilean team is one of them. British socialite Annabelle Bond is climbing with the Chilean team. Annabelle doesn't fit the stereotypical image of a grizzly Mount Everest assaulter, but she is ready to take on this challenge with that same flair that women in her family have shown for generations.
My grandmother was one of the first Western women at altitude in Nepal, so I've got pictures of her in 1929 in the the cool goggles and kind of blazers and plus balls, and it's set against backgrounds like right behind me, and she's looking down in her crampons, and that's always been an inspiration to me. And she's still alive now. She's 96, and she's following this climb.
Annabelle's father owns the Hong Kong Bank. 50-year-old Chilean team leader Andronica Lucent also owns a bank. It costs a mountain of money to climb Everest, and 2 very different kinds of people managed to get here. Dedicated first-class mountaineers and globe-trotting adventurers who can afford it.
The last time we did in Chile, I got frostbite on the end of all my fingers because we keep taking off and putting on our crampons, and I had like completely inappropriate gloves. So I still have really bad ends of my fingers, which are really bad. Mum was the one that got me into it, and she met Andronica at a party, and she was bragging about my climbing, which I'm going to tell her to stop doing from now on. And you know, she's saying, "Oh, yeah, my daughter's a climber," and he's like, "Would you like to come to Everest?" And without even consulting me, she said, "Yeah." So the next thing is, she wakes me up on late night in London. She's like, "Darling, you're climbing Everest." That's kind of how it came about.
Are these Mount Everest rookies ready for the brutal punishment that's in store for them? More than 8,000 meters above sea level.
Being a long distance runner, I keep myself fairly, not Andrew Hector tuned, but my body's fairly tuned. Ever since I was invited to join the group, since August, I've been down. I've done, I think, 6 peaks above between 19 and 22,500 down in Chile. And then I've been hiking the ski mountain in Aspen. So, I mean, pretty intensely since August.
It's now the second week of April, as Annabelle and the Chilean team set off for Camp 1. Team Discovery moves there, headed back down to base camp. This season, only 12 women are climbing Mount Everest. They follow each other's progress through word of mouth and by listening on the radio. They may never meet face to face, but there was a sisterhood amongst them, complete with sibling rivalry. They want to know, how strong is she? How fast is she? Will she get there before me? Odds are strongly against rookies making it to the summit. It will be especially difficult for Annabelle because no one on her core team has ever been there before. All of Shauna's core team has stood on the top of the world, including her boyfriend Ben. Some people would want to be with their lover on an adventure like this. It could get too icy and intense for the relationship to survive. Climbing Mount Everest is not a date. It's a brush with death. Early in the icefall, Annabella stopped cold by a single ladder. To get to the top of Mount Everest, you need determination and creativity. Annabelle sees an obstacle and gets down to it.
Do it, but I just feel more comfortable with this. Stylish, I know. Sorry. Just no style. And really slow. The higher you get, the more you realise what a huge mountain this is. You know, there's so much that can go on up there. I think the whole climb is one tough climb, and anyone who says it's fixed lines the whole way, I don't care. It is tough.
So far, Team Discovery has had good luck on their side.
New style. And really slow. The higher you get, the more you realise what a huge mountain this is. You know, there's so much that can go on up there. I think the whole climb is one tough climb, and anyone who says it's fixed lines the whole way, I don't care. It is tough.
So far, Team Discovery has had good luck on their side. The weather is cooperating. Everyone feels strong, and there have been no real mishaps to speak of. Even crossing these breathtaking ladders has gone without a hitch.
Always in the back of my mind, there is that sort of fear that one misstep could lead to my death.
Slow and easy now. Be sure. girl.
My crampon got stuck. I actually told myself, don't look down because that's when you're going to lose it and panic. So I just focused on trying to have little strategies to sort of wiggle my foot to try to get it loose, but nothing was working.
Take a step back, Gordash.
One step back.
Take a step back. Yeah. There.
Then Webster steadies the lines. His girlfriend is frozen in midair, just a meter from safety. Kavashi comes over to protect the 10-story building. English Sherpa has seen enough. It's time to fix this problem and get out of here.
He came right over to me and he tried to loosen my crampon from the ladder. He wasn't able to. So he came up with plan B, which was to actually take my crampon right off.
Part of the reason Sharma came to Mount Everest is his research for a PhD in sports psychology. The thesis paper was called Motivation for High Altitude Climbing. As a psychologist, Shauna knows the danger of panic.
I think it's very important not to panic because if you do panic when you're on a ladder like that, the possibility of losing your balance, falling over is extremely high. So I think it's very important to try to stay focused. He took the crampon right off my foot and I was able to walk off the ladder.
In normal life, incidents like that would take weeks to become a funny story. Here, it's laughed about immediately. Climbers to Mount Everest live every second like it might be their last. It's the highest feat in the world. On the next episode of Ultimate Survival,
What's up?
a sleep doctor brings his virus to base camp.
Usually these things last 3 to 5 days.
And descends to the edge of oblivion.
We're gonna go real slow and real careful when we're down.
And Annabelle stares death in the face.
I just see my first dead body. I'm not really enjoying that experience.
On the last episode of Ultimate Survival Everest, the Discovery team arrived at base camp with a plan to climb the tallest mountain in the world and videotape every step of the way. So far, team leader Ben Webster, his girlfriend Shauna Bird, and professional mountaineers Andrew Rock and Hector Postillon have met every challenge the mountain has thrown at them. They've sidestepped avalanches.
We live, fight another day.
Cheated dead.
Cheated again.
They've overcome changes in air pressure.
It's like somebody's taking a couple of needles and just driving into the air. So at the moment,
And they've walked into and out of some very sticky situations.
I actually told myself, don't look down because that's when you're going to lose it.
In Ben's direction, the team has gone safely from base camp up to Camp 1 and back down again. So far, the quest for the summit has gone according to plan, but today is just day 6 on a 50-day schedule. Plans change on Everest. The mountain might even have a plan of its own.
Change. Great change.
For the last 2 years, Ben Webster's life has been nothing but planning this Mount Everest expedition. Just getting the team this far has been a logistical feat of epic proportions. Consider, Ben has brought together a national group of 34 people, 6 tons of equipment, 3,000 pounds of fuel, 100 bottles of oxygen, 16,000 liters of fuel, and 1,500 liters of milk. He's organized everything from the Nepalese park permits to yak caravans. There's little details like which kind of lanterns to buy, and big details like which kind of radio system to bring. On the mountain then is the deal maker, the ambassador, and most important, he dictates how and when team Discovery climbs. He's the president of his own small but expensive republic. This expedition is costing $500,000 US. The stress of spending that money has been splitting his focus.
A bit worried about that because I know I can see that his energies are being pulled partially towards the project and partially towards climbing. And I've seen a shift over him in the last 48 hours where I can see he's now focusing in on going through the summit and climbing. So I'm happy to see that he's made that shift. I think it was absolutely needed. It was something he needed to do because I could tell that he wasn't totally committed to the climb.
Unlike Ben, most team leaders don't do the climb. They simply run their expedition from base camp. Ben planned on being in top physical shape right now, but his organizational efforts have left him drained.
Really low energy, and I've never felt this low on a climb. I'm usually a reasonably high energy guy, and it's really dragging me down, and I'm sure it's the sickness. So I'm hoping it's going to clear. It better clear. I'm going to have a hell of a time up on the hill.
The plan today is to climb from base camp, past Camp 1, all the way to Camp 2, an elevation of 6,500 meters. Leaving early this morning is crucial, but Andrew and Hector haven't gotten up yet. Dan has an equipment problem.
My problem is, something happened on my way climbing the other day. I developed a real bad bruise and hot spot on the side of my foot, and I got a day off with a couple of days off with help. Instead, it's not in any contact with the side of the foot. It's really, really, really painful. So what I'm going to do is I would prefer to climb today as opposed to taking 4 days off. I'm just going to hack the crap out of the boot until it doesn't touch anything.
For the first time on this expedition, it's Shauna who is most ready to go.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I see today is the reason name that's the beginning.
But nothing is beginning. This day is getting off on the wrong foot. Andrew arrives. He hasn't slept. The aches all over him as lymph nodes are tingling. As a professional high-altitude mountaineer, Andrew knows his body's limits.
Let's rearrange a plan here.
Here's Ben's new plan. Andrew will stay behind, rest, and then use acclimatization climb when he's able to. Ben and Shauna will still climb for Camp 2 this morning, along with Hector. That is, if Hector still feels up for it.
I had stomach cramps in the night.
Yeah, I don't know what was. Came so sudden.
After reaching Camp 2, the team is supposed to sleep overnight, rest for a day, and then head off for Camp 3. It's a critical part of the acclimatization process, and it has to be accomplished sooner rather than later. But if climbers aren't healthy,
The best thing you can do is recover and get your health back and then go up strong.
Dan boots and a mystery virus. Ben makes another new plan. The entire team will now rest one more day here at base camp. Then they'll all head up for Camp 2 tomorrow with a rejuvenated spring in their step.
I'll see I'll be up to it tomorrow. But really, with a niggle like this, we don't kill it down in base camp. just a nice music for the whole trip and can really get away with some extent later in the expedition.
The stuff that's sort of been occurring around the expedition has been uncomfortable, and obviously you prefer to have everybody, 100% healthy the entire time, but that's not realistic.
Ironically, the person suspected of bringing the mystery virus to camp, his team discovered he's a doctor, Matt Arrest.
I don't know if you heard from John, but he came over here. I haven't quite in like the past couple days. Most frustrating thing is it just won't get better.
The only member of the Discovery team who's healthy and ready to go is the rookie, Shauna Bird.
I was a little bit disappointed with the decision, I think, because I spent so much time last night preparing myself for today. I felt ready, mentally as well as physically. I had all my gear ready. I could feel the competitive juices flowing, so I was disappointed.
Just days ago, Shauna was worried she would hold her team back. Now, they're holding her back. More environment. I'm not myself, but I become a portion of that around me. And to me, high mountains are a feeling, but the hum of cities torture. What would be torture to most city folk is a natural feeling for these two high mountain climbers. They have become a portion of the mountain, and the mountain has become a portion of them. What's the point? For middle class, the place wants to show the world that diabetes might slow people down. It should never hold them back.
The diabetes, I don't know what kind of fast is going to go. So I have to take it slowly so my body gets into at a pace that I can handle. I think when we have obstacles in our lives, it is our choice because it is our life. So I have to get out there and get on it. I think it's a place of it's important for me to get out and see it.
Cross, a 37-year-old high school principal with type 1 diabetes, is an adventurer on a mission. In a series of expeditions that he calls Peaks and Poles Challenging, Bill set out to climb the highest mountain on every continent and walk to both the North and South Poles. So far, he's made it to both poles, and he's summited 4 of the 7 mountains, with only the Russian and Australian left to conquer after Everest.
Time to get the job done. So, all in all, I feel good. I got good teammates, good preparation, and now we just get on the ice and hope the weather holds.
Will's goal today is to reach Camp 1. To get there, he must navigate his way up, over, and through the treacherous cool ice fall.
It's like you're running across like a slate roof, and at any point you can fall in. I actually started hyperventilating, which what I was never very impressed with. My job as a climber is to assess the situation, get my emotions in check, and do the job. as I assessed the situation, tried to get my emotions in check, I just thought, oh my God, this is terrifying. I don't get any easier, that's for sure. It's a long way down.
As Will haunts in on Camp 1, illness continues to ravage Team Discovery. Head trooper Likeforlike has come down with a merciless cold cough. He's come to the base camp hospital for treatment.
When do you go up? I think I can give you a little bit of codeine, but I also want to give you a breathing inhaler. I think will help a lot up on the mountain. Okay?
Likeforlike has been to the summit of Everest 10 times. He didn't used to use Western medicine, but these days drugs are a part of climbing. The most common medication of this mountain is Diamox, a diuretic that relieves brain swelling. There's lots of antibiotics and painkillers too, but nothing can cure the kudu cough. Sometimes sufferers cough so hard they break their own ribs.
You can start today and all the way take it with you when you climb, morning and evening. I think it'll do a lot of good. But I'll give you some pills for nighttime. They'll help when you're coughing at night. Try take a dose here. Okay?
Successive vertical leaps above Likeforlike, Will prepares to give himself a shot of insulin. It's a complicated process made more difficult by the temperature. If Will's insulin freezes, it becomes useless. At altitude, diabetics also have to be concerned about circulation, infection, and sudden drops in blood sugar levels.
I'll try that. Let's do it. I also need to keep enough blood sugar in my system in case there's an accident or a sudden need to really work hard, get someone out of a crevasse, move through an area quickly because suddenly it's moving. So in that sense, it's it's a lot different than someone who's just worried about when am I going to eat, when am I going to drink. I don't have enough energy right now, and I know that I'm hydrated, so I know that I need to eat more food. But if I'm going to eat more food, I need to give more insulin to make me. That insulin will make the food worthwhile.
The odds are stacked heavily against Will making it to the top. Not because he's diabetic, because despite his impressive resume, he's never been above 8,000 meters.
For someone who's never been on an 8,000 meter peak, of reaching the summit is like 1 in a 10% chance, something like that, something really low.
Annabelle Bond is a socialite daughter of a wealthy British bank owner. He's a mountain climbing greenhorn who has taken a serious risk by coming here. Mount Everest has killed many climbers who are stronger and more experienced than Annabelle. She knows it. It's like she's trying to run before she can even walk.
I don't know if you can tell on the camera, but I actually had some panic attacks where I kept
Well,
finding it, I was
shoppers look like
I was finding it really hard to breathe. And
I don't really want to let the team know for them to think that I'm completely neurotic. So I was trying to hide it, but it was like, this complete, you're surrounded by this Therax everywhere, and I don't know, I just felt a little bit panicky. I have to tell myself a lot that I can do this, that other people have done it, and I've definitely got the strength and the ability to do it. So I have to keep talking to myself and talking to myself that I can do this and not to get scared. I mean, I do get scared about crevasses and heights. And this is one tough mountain.
This vicious environment attracts mostly men. Serious, focused alpha male men make up 96% of Everest climbers. And men is different, not just because of gender, but also because of attitude. She smiles and laughs through every hardship Everest offers.
Parents' Day. Pretend people I don't possess. I want to step onto that piece. Does it feel like it's making you kind of punch over?
Annabelle evolves as a climber and walks upright.
Oh my god! Heart attack.
Back at Team Discovery's base camp, Andrew is also on his feet. The team is weak, but desperate to get going. They can't waste any more time sitting here. If they're going to summit Everest, they need to climb no matter what physical condition they're in.
I just don't feel strong. I've been sick for the first 3 weeks of the expedition, and it's taken a big toll on me.
This morning, Team Discovery is finally mobile again. Leaving Mount Everest base camp and headed for Camp 2, the climb develops a problem. It's Ben, the team leader, feels weak. At Camp 1, Ben drops out. He needs to rest. Andrew, Hector, and Shauna press on for Camp 2 across the wide open western coulee.
You still have faith.
On Everest, there's a story in every tent. Today, we'll cross at a moving experience.
There were a few moments. There was one moment in particular where my teammate was down crossing over some ice, and sort of the whole thing shifted. And that certainly was exciting and nerve-wracking for him. You could feel the whole earth move. But, that's climbing. That's reality climbing.
To stay climbing, we'll usually use 6 insulin injections each day. This is even one.
Shout out to black allocation. Everything's going to be in the future. Wow, that's a lot.
Camp 2 is known as Advanced Base Camp because a well-stocked kitchen tent and a food communication center, all prepared ahead of time by the Sherpas.
Here we go. There you go. Good boys.
Shauna, Andrew, and Hector have arrived safely and are settling in for a full night's sleep, followed by a full day's rest. Ned knows that if he doesn't reach Camp 2 today, his plan will have to change again. Reflecting on yesterday, he already sounds defeated.
I just crashed and burned at Camp 1. And my confidence was really low because it had been the worst performance I had on Everest. On all the expeditions I'd been on up here, it was the single worst day I think I had ever had.
But when Ben rises, he feels new strength and makes it to Camp 2 ahead of his Sherpa companions. After a fitful sleep with his girlfriend Shauna, Dan is back on schedule and seems eager to move the team onward and upward, even though most of them are still sick. Here's the plan. Black Brigado, along with his cob, Willie, Uma, and Hector, along with his stomach cramps, to Camp 3, and then even higher to secure safety lines. Everyone else will climb only as far as Camp 3, then they'll turn around. The whole team must be back here at Camp 2 before dark. Annabelle Bond and her team share the same acclimatization schedule as the Discovery team. In fact, a lot of people share the same schedule. The Lotsie face may look lonely from afar, but look closely. It's a very popular spot this time of year. Popular and deadly.
The Lotsie face, which is a steep slope. At the very bottom is a huge crevasse. That's where a lot of dead bodies have accumulated. Just because they've made, a small mistake. They've forgotten to put the clipped crampon or an ice axe going out of the side of the pump. And that reminder and knowing that crevasse is there, I think the first time when I cross it is going to make me think about my mortality.
The whole Lucy face seems a little bit daunting. It's way steeper than I anticipated. And I have to say it's freezing right now. I think it's 6:30 in the morning and I can hardly feel my hands and feet. But anyway, we're here to give it a go today.
Going partway up the mountain and then coming back down again is a physiological trick that climbers play on their bodies. By going to a high altitude and then resting at a lower altitude, the mountaineer's blood changes and is able to absorb more oxygen in the future.
From my perspective, on no account would I say it's an easy mountain. Anything over 8,000 meters is something to be reckoned with, and I think you've got to respect the mountain. We've got fixed lines which help us, but anything can happen out there.
You can literally fall off the Lotsie face. In some places, it slopes 70 degrees or more. This is where survival really becomes an uphill climb.
This bit of the mountain that we're climbing through now is called the Bergschrund. It's where the western comb, the valley, meets the bottom of the Lotsie face. It's about a 100-meter ice cliff, and it's been the scene of many climbers' accidents. 2 years ago, the day I arrived in base camp, a British climber took a fall down the Lotsie face over the schrund and was killed. In 1991, when I was here, one of my teammates was avalanched down the Lotsie face, and somehow miraculously,
1993. It was cool. November 20th, 1993. Uncool. Worse than what ever happened to Frank.
To find a path through the Bergschrund, which lets
For
avoid
this?
the steepness of the cliffs, get up onto the Lotsie face. And that's the route I'm on now. It's at the very bottom of the face. We have a long way to go to Camp 3.
Ben and Shauna moved slower than ever, but because of the good weather forecast, they've chosen to start later. Today's climb will be the highest of the entire acclimatization plan. Every meter gained in altitude today is like money in the energy bank when the fight for the summit begins.
When does the panting stop?
Ben climbed steps out from the bird shrub, then onto the mossy face. There's a whole new way to die here. Look up and cover your eyes. Shauna is below a group of climbers who are inadvertently causing jagged hailstones of ice to rain down the mountain.
No shit. I'm knocking shit off. Always use your sender when you can, babe. But you don't know. Because somebody might knock a piece off or wipe you out. You got your carabiner, you go the length of the pitch. You have your chugger on, you'll stick. You may hurt a little bit, you're not going for a long run.
Vince is chugger, and Shauna's the sender, the essential climbing tool she's clipping in right now.
First pitch of the Lutzy face. Sort of a snow pitch. We'll get into the harder blue ice that you can see the climbers up above already kicking into. We'll try to get up as quick as we can through here and get behind the queue of the climbers. Alright, off you go. Yes, it's steep. And it's only going to get steeper. Up. So, slow and easy. Key here is again, regulate your breathing. You hyperventilate and it takes you 5-10 minutes to recover. It's better to go slow, easy, stay at a regular heart rate. You know, if you max out, I've had my heart rate go up to 200 here, and it takes you forever to recover. So, idea, so steady, get your heart rate maybe 130, 140, and sort of cruise up.
On the Lutzy face, climbers' hearts can be traumatized emotionally as well as physically. Several dead mountaineers are frozen right into this ice, for all to see. Climbing teams establish 4 camps at Mount Everest. Camp 3 looks like an unbelievable set from a Hollywood action movie. Annabelle Bond wants to get there and back down to Camp 2 before dark.
Okay. How far do you think you've got?
3 hours?
3 more hours. From here? Are you serious? Really? 2.5. Okay, I just had the bad news. 2.5 hours. Maybe? Help. Maybe. Hey.
Andrew Locke knows rope. His life depends on it. What does he know about the rope he's coaching into right now? He knows he didn't put it there, so he doesn't trust it.
These fixed ropes are a great safety line, but we never know the history. Someone could have trod on it with their crampon. Ice could have cut the rope above me. It's a good backup. But the ice axe is my best friend on the mountain. I'd never like to climb without it. Okay. So, as you can see, it's bloody hard work. I'm the Lutzy face. We're on a steeper pitch here. And below me, you can see how it goes vertical and then down into that bird trip. Everything feeds down into that huge crevasse at the bottom. This is the reason why you have to, as you can see, it's bloody hard work. I'm the Lutzy face. We're on a steeper pitch here. And below me, you can see
how it goes vertical, and then down into that bergstrom. Everything feeds down into that huge crevasse at the bottom. This is the reason why you have to focus hour after hour after hour. One misstep or one misclip, and you'd have no way of stopping on vertical ice like this. You'd just be bouncing down the face until you ended up in that graveyard known as the bergstrom. But we seem to be doing okay. Hard glacial ice. This is really hard ice. And there's not a lot of snow cover. So we're kicking in here using a lot of effort and a lot of energy just to make sure our feet are secure before we move up the line. If there had been snowfall that had stuck to this ice, would have made the climbing easier. But that wasn't to be. So we're climbing with what we have.
Going up any steep face involves routine. Rope is fixed to the mountain every 50 meters with titanium ice screws. Climbers must stop each one of these, then lose its carabiner, which is attached to a safety harness, from below the ice screw to above it. This is when it's most vulnerable. It's clumsy, it's time-consuming. When fingers get cold, it's dangerous. It's like unclipping and reflipping your seatbelt while you're speeding down the highway. Still, many purists believe this rudimentary equipment has made climbing Mount Everest too easy. They say these communal safety ropes attract hikers who have no business being on the world's tallest mountain.
This is quite a bit steeper than I thought. Going upward, you can't really tell how steep it is. But what's going to scare me the most is coming down.
Ear infection from a foot injury, and the ongoing stress of producing this climb are taking their toll on the Discovery team leader. If the dam crashes, the entire expedition could snowball into disaster. Headed toward Camp 3, every climber on Mount Everest comes face to face with the cold, hard reality of death. Annabelle Bond pays respect to the mountain and the fallen.
I've just seen my first dead body, and I'm not really enjoying that experience. As a matter of fact, I'm finding it really off-putting. Camp 3 couldn't come soon enough in my eyes. I guess I'll keep going. I'm tired. There's no question, and I've got to go back down as well. So it's going to be a big day. And I can't help that I can see the body as I'm talking to you, so I think I might keep going.
Bodies are ready to recover from this altitude. Those who remain are respectfully dropped into crosses, dragged out of sight, or left right where they fall. At over 7,300 meters altitude, just above the snow in Camp 3, Hector, Nigma, and Nakagelu are securing safety lines. The goal is to make it to 7,800 meters, where Everest changes to yellow marble, a milestone called the Yellow Band.
Nakagelu and Nigma, they're beginning the first lead out of Camp 3 to start, fixing our ropes up to the yellow band. I don't know how far we're gonna get today because it's snowing a little bit and conditions of the snow don't look very good. There's some ice as we can see over there, so it might take some effort and some time to do every 50-meter stretch of rope up above Camp 3.
It's not the job of any one person or team to put safety ropes on the mountain. Weaker teams never do it. They wait and trust that stronger teams will spend the energy and the money installing the hardware. Once the route is established, all teams will use it. For team discovery, today's effort is the end of the line. You're going back to base camp when this job is done. Fixing the rest will have to be done by someone else.
I have to say, the altitude, I can start feeling it. We're at 7,400 meters approximately. And pretty much 1,000 meters above Camp 2. And now every step is really, really requiring even like concentration. It's like you have to take one step and think about it 2 or 3 times breathing. So little oxygen up here. So,
Safety lines on Everest are usually secured by Sherpas and only Sherpas. Hector can't abide by that.
I really need to feel I'm doing my share of the fixing of the climbing and that I'm earning my way up this mountain. So if I don't do that, after a while I start feeling that I haven't earned it, I haven't deserved it.
With luck cooking playing out the line, Hector soldiers up the mountain. Also headed up the mountain are snow clouds rising through the Kudu Valley. Team Discovery needs to get up high for acclimatization, but they also need to get back down to Camp 2 before dark. Ben and Shauna are caught between their long-term goal and their short-term safety.
Well, the weather's starting to come in, and little like flurries. Visibility very little at the moment.
To fully acclimatize, the plan of every climber is to reach Camp 3. But before Ben and Shauna can get there, the winds pick up. The snow swirls and they can go no higher. Leaving late has cost them. They have to turn around just short of their goal.
It's pretty hard to walk down. Can't see.
Yeah, sometimes going down is a little harder than going up.
Absolutely. Okay. So we'll talk to you in a bit. We're gonna go real slow and real careful when we're down. Over.
Above Ben, Andrew has made it to Camp 3 and is now beginning his descent with Annabelle, moving us from base camp. Further up, Hector, Blackwood, and Newland are also retreating. Blowing snow presents a world of trouble. Everyone high on the mountain is turned back and is headed for Camp 2. Now, it's a race against time. This weather is a big problem. When snow falls, so do climbers. And on Everest, falling kills. Thanks to this whiteout, Ben and Shauna can't see footholds in the ice. Deep crevasses are covered up. When you slip on lots of face, it's becoming an avalanche waiting to happen.
This has got to be the most difficult part of the climb for me. The scariest, I should say. Hard to see anything.
Hard to see, hard to breathe, hard to walk, hard to stay warm, hard to remember why you thought this would be a good idea in the first place. Climbing Mount Everest is like being on a rescue mission, except on this rescue, the same person is simultaneously the victim and the hero. This is what high altitude mountaineers do. They spend their lives getting themselves into trouble, then getting themselves out. That's the buzz.
Very hard conditions to retreat. Very good decision to retreat.
Ben and Shauna make it down safely, but things aren't going according to plan. They haven't climbed as high as their other team members. Shauna's having a hard time sleeping, and Ben is still suffering from the mystery virus.
I didn't have my A game today. I didn't feel strong. I didn't feel powerful. And I haven't for the last probably 2 or 3 weeks. It's just something that's ongoing. I think I have to get down into a lower altitude and get healthy.
With 2 hours of daylight left, people are waiting at Camp 2, staring up at the mountain, wondering, praying, hoping the next people who appear through the shroud of fallen snow will be their friends, their team members. This time, it's Andrew and Annabelle, happily returning from a successful climb to Camp 3 at 7,400 meters above sea level.
Flare my face. Thank you. I'm on my absolutely last cylinder. No good. It's been a really, really tough day. I've seen a dead body. I've had frostbite on my fingers. All captured by Andrew. Andrew saved the day by helping me get down.
Herbert Nazi's
It
mama.
was way tougher than I anticipated. Looking forward to go back to base camp.
Nazir.
1 hour of daylight left. The last of Team Discovery make it back. The Sherpas are casually drinking tea, warming their bones.
They don't win in this furniture. Never chase a man.
I'd say pretty much the wind chill was something like minus 20, considering the air temperature and the wind blowing something like 40 miles an hour. So, as I said, this does wear you out.
Now Ben's plan is to get the whole team back to base camp and rest for an entire week. As soon as they're in fighting shape again, Team Discovery will start up the mountain for the final time with 2 monumental goals. First, they plan on making it to the summit. Then they plan on making it back down alive. But on Everest, plans change. The only thing chisel and stone around here is the mountain. On the next episode of Ultimate Survival, Everest, Annabelle is at the end of her rope. 2 climbers go missing.
This morning I've been looking at the Lotzi face, trying to spot people, and I haven't still seen anyone.
And Team Discovery's reduced summit plan doesn't include Shauna.
I don't know how to deal with it. I feel like I'm waiting. What is going to happen to me?
West.
On the last episode of Ultimate Survival, Everest, Team Discovery felt the wrath of the world's tallest mountain. Expedition leader Ben Webster, along with his girlfriend Shauna Bird, tried climbing to Camp 3, but were turned around by bad weather.
Very good decision to retreat.
Look at this movie, yo.
Professional climber Andrew Rock made it to Camp 3, while fellow hired gun Hector Castellano went even higher to an altitude of 7,400 meters, securing safety lines for his discovery's head Sherpas. On that day, Hector, Black Ligado, and Big Sherpa were the highest climbers on the mountain. Team Discovery is climatizing well. Now everyone is back at Camp 2 and is excited to be among the first teams ready to make their push for the summit. All they have to do now is go back down to base camp and rest for a week. How hard could that be? Like all of the great arts, climbing Mount Everest requires impeccable timing. To summit, you must take your cues from the mountain and from other teams. The 2-month climbing season is so short and is so popular that human traffic jams inevitably occur. Ben is trying to avoid getting his team stuck in a line freezing to death. By arriving early but acclimatizing quickly, he's moving for discovery into the front of the pack. Ben's plan is to head for the summit before any of the other 19 teams get in his way.
We can be ahead of you. Around a lot of these other teams that will be slower getting into position. And if we're lucky with another window, we can get in and out before all the trouble teams can start.
On Everest, crowds can be deadly. On the mountain's most tragic day, May 10th, 1996, 16 members of the original expeditions died after waiting too long at the Hillary step, tantalizing them close to the summit.
Get up there and try to summit it, reduces the chance of caught and bumping into those commercial expeditions, such as having like 6 weeks out of luck, slow and inexperienced people that have to start.
On Everest, crowds can be deadly. On the mountain's most tragic day, May 10th, 1996, 16 members of commercial expeditions died after waiting too long at the Hillary step, tantalizing them close to the summit.
Get up there and try to summit it, reduces the chance of getting caught and bumping into those commercial expeditions, such as having 6 weeks out of luck, slow and inexperienced people that have to ship large numbers of Sherpas up the mountain. And that bottleneck occurs mostly around the Hillary step, but it can occur basically anywhere on the mountain. If we can avoid that, then I think the effort expenditure is worthwhile.
Leaving early on minimal rest means that every minute of relaxation time is precious. But today's rest at Camp 2 doesn't seem like it's going to be very peaceful.
The wind right now is blowing pretty hard. It started like an hour ago and it doesn't look like it's gonna stop. This might mean we will get snow again this afternoon or this evening. So let's hope it stops. So you can see and hear how it moves at the end. I wouldn't let let us leave if he also that night.
Tonight, Hector will have a hard time sleeping, partly from the wind, partly from the lack of oxygen, but mostly because a friend of his has lost radio contact high up on the mountain. The missing friend is Hector's old climbing partner, Andreas Delgado. Worrying about Andreas is a familiar feeling for Hector.
Last evening, I went up to the Mexican camp and I found out that Andres and a friend of his had this plan of going up to close to Lake 1,000 meters or even above that start of the Lhotse corridor. All throughout the night, the wind was blowing really hard. Even down here at Camp 2, we could feel it. I really can't imagine what it was like up there at Camp 3 or above. So I really hope Andres didn't do what he said he was going to do. But there still haven't been any news from them. This morning I've been looking at the Lhotse face, trying to spot people, and I haven't still seen anyone.
Hector worries that he may have to rescue the missing Mexican climbers. Andreas has attempted the summit without oxygen as a risk taker. Hector knows he saved Andreas' life before. Hector is practically holding a vigil, waiting for the missing Mexicans. Why isn't Andreas answering his radio? Is he in a crevasse? Is he in a coma? Hector looks up at the Lhotse face, trying to will his two countries. They don't. During his climbing career, Andrew saved lives too. He makes sure the camp is prepared for any circumstance.
Trouble with the build-up of snow is that as it melts and then refreezes, we'll get a build-up of ice around the bottom of the tent, which makes it very hard for the tent, for us to bring the tent out of the ground where we want to pack it up and go away. And of course, as the snow melts, we get a water build-up which runs under the floor of the tent, slowly makes its way into the tent. So that hardening snow and ice that we have to be really careful of. Otherwise, the tent will be destroyed. That's a lot of things, but
back at his vigil, Hector sees hope.
I can confirm that there's 2 climbers coming down Camp 3. They're gonna have to be really, really careful. This is not the kind of conditions in which I would want to come down, strong winds. It makes things harder. As I said, and the Lhotse face is the kind of face where you cannot commit not even one small mistake.
When he was last heard from, Andreas was headed up to Camp 4, an area also called the Self-Call.
I didn't get up to the goal because it started the wind and one of my feet was very close, so I decided to go back. This, I think, my acclimatization is it.
Andreas is climbing without oxygen and without medication. He wants to feel every ache and pain.
My head was clear. My breathing was standard at that altitude. I was not suffering from aerobic capacity. I was just weak. Weak from fighting the wind. Weak from having diarrhea 2 days ago. Weak from the altitude as well.
For me, it's a challenge. That kind of challenge, a personal challenge.
3 hours after their first spotting, Andreas and his climbing partner Alejandro arrive safely back at Camp 2. They expect congratulations, but Hector lets Andreas know that he's not impressed.
I just talked with you. Manager. It was very worried because there were rumors of one of you lost about Camp 3. You know how it goes. just talk with him and I let him know everyone's fine. I don't know, you know how it goes.
Hector stopped climbing with Andreas because it simply became too dangerous.
Andres and I went through some very, very, difficult experiences together. Back in Everest in '96, up high in the mountain, he had tried for the summit on that famous May 10th from the north side, and he almost couldn't make it back to camp after he was hit by the storm. And then he couldn't. He was so weak, like exposure to those elements that he couldn't come down. And I went from base camp to that camp where he was at. He decided to say, and go ahead and ask him. As I recall, he said, I wouldn't forgive myself for my own inquisitive judgment if I didn't give him the opportunity. That's the only guy I can for sure say that he would risk his life to save somebody. I went from base camp to that camp where he was at, pretty much unconscious, and helped him come down. It was very, very tough 2 days. He just was so tired, he only managed to take a step and he had to sit down. I tried till my last drop of sweat came out of me. I shouldered him and helped him down. You don't know much until you're there, until you're in a problem. We've been together through a lot of these experiences, very intense. Southwest of Shisha Bagma is another example. Things got out of control and we spent like 8 days up high instead of the 4 we planned on. 3 of those 8 days without any water. We barely made it down.
Shisha Bagma is the 14th highest mountain in the world. While descending it, barely alive, Hector developed a deep crevasse. Instead of helping his partner, Andreas backed up and left.
Hector was way behind and he fell into one of those crevasses. And he spent the night there. I remember at some point just looking back and watching at Hector at the dusk, and I was like, man, this is gonna be terrible because it's a live or die situation. Again, I don't have strength to go back and help him, but I don't know if I'm gonna see him again.
Against all odds, Hector survived the night and climbed out of the crevasse. He staggered back down to camp, fueled only by the will to live.
Sometimes it's like, I hope he's okay. There's nothing I can do. And when I saw his resume, I was like, thank God. Because if he had died at that point, I would feel guilty all my life. There were also other things, that from my point of view, were unacceptable. Were the kind of things you just don't do to a friend or a climbing partner. I feel like I'm not aware of what this. I just decided what I was the rewards that me with Andres were not more than the a kind of inner comfort. Don't judge till we get up there. What I won't do is, like, for instance, go together on an expedition.
Team Discovery is headed back down to base camp so they can rest up and prepare for their summit push. British socialite Annabelle Bond and the Chilean team she is part of are headed back down to base camp as well. But Annabelle is a problem underfoot. The brand new boots she's wearing are 3 sizes too big. To summit Mount Everest, you need to be on top of thousands of details. Getting even one thing wrong can be the death of you. Mount Everest Base Camp is the highest inhabited point on Earth. It's a small but vibrant multicultural mountain village. For the climbers who live here for 2 months, life at base camp unwinds at a lackadaisical pace. People who play cards, throw dice, read magazines, eat carbohydrates, sleep, wake up, and do it all over again.
So my tent's here. This is all our equipment stored in these barrels outside, just because to keep the tents kind of pretty free. As you can see, we're on this kind of like moraine glacier. It's kind of dangerous. I mean, half the time there's ice underneath the rocks, so you're sliding all over the place. All through the night you can hear the glacier moving, creaking, and avalanches inside. We've actually developed a rather dangerous crevasse on our way to the loop, so you have to be exceptionally vigilant, otherwise how embarrassing, like falling at base camp on your way to the loop.
This is our most important delicatessen at base camp, pure ground coffee.
Yeah, I'm going to get used to it really. I guess all the luxuries that you're used to after a few weeks, you just become, you don't take them for granted anymore. I can't remember what a loose seat's like.
Technologically speaking, base camp is as up to date as anywhere on Earth.
Not 200,000 feet, 20,000 feet.
Satellite phones abound, internet is everywhere, and fancy gadgets help stave off boredom.
I've got a little power source here. Charge the phone, charge the music, so there's always communication and entertainment.
If the forecast is good, Team Discovery's climate insurers are scheduled to head up the mountain tomorrow to establish the high altitude camps. That means a lot of heavy lifting. Ironically, these cumbersome crates contain only a few grams of supplies. It's oxygen, 3 full bottles for every climber. The gas may be light, but the steel tanks weigh 8 kilos each, half the acceptable load for the climate insurers. We'll be stashing them at camps 3 and 4.
We have a more than 100 oxygen bottles, 60 fresh new oxygen bottle came from Russia. Unfortunately, among more than 100 oxygen bottle, we find out one empty bottle.
Westerners on Team Discovery are due to leave for their summit push in 3 days. It's down to the nitty-gritty now.
This is fun. Semi-sturdy these things. It takes 3 good washes to get it out. Yeah, good 3 rinses, I guess, to get the soap out.
Andrew is used to doing his own laundry. Single and 40, this former Australian police officer spends almost half of every year in the mountains working as a paid guide. Andrew's love of climbing began 19 years ago. In Sydney pub, he saw a slideshow given by the first Australian to ever summit Mount Everest. Andrew was instantly hooked.
I climb for 2 reasons, and I think this is lost by a lot of people who come. But I climb for the challenge where I can set myself to see what I can do on the mountains, to push myself to my limits. But also because I think this is actually a stunning environment. It's nature in all her magnificence, and there's nowhere I'd rather be in.
Andrew may look like he's doing his laundry all by himself, but like everything on Everest, this is a team effort.
Getting the water's a hassle, because the kitchen staff have to go after the glacial stream to collect the water. It's hard work for them. Trips back and forth. Back the water for the kitchen, and also for the washing. If I take a shower later on, put the shower tent there, got some more water again. So I tend not to do it terribly often. So I gotta do it sometimes.
Even eating at base camp is a chore. Climbers' appetites are diminished, but their need for food is increased. At this altitude, humans burn 3 times as many calories as they do at sea level. To keep them going, the Sherpas eat local fare. For protein, they rely on yak meat. They eat raw and fried out. Tea is the beverage of choice on Everest. Every morning it's served in bed and all day long it boils in the mess tent. The Westerners aren't very adventurous when it comes to food, eating mostly packaged products from home.
Funny thing is with altitude, no matter how many times you've been to altitude before, your tastes change. So what was really nice last time may not be at all appetizing this time. And so we really have to sort of cover the range of tastes.
While climbing, junk food is the king of the hill. Almost every day, yaks come up with supplies. In today's shipment of goods are Annabelle's new high-altitude boots. To ascend steep slopes, climbers have to kick into the ice using steel spikes called crampons that are attached to the soles of their boots. This toe-kicking technique is called front pointing. Annabelle couldn't front point properly in her old boots because they were too big.
They were a little bit big, but in the shop when you're walking around, it's not quite like being on the ice ball. So I bought them, and on the ice ball when I'm like going uphill, my heels come right out the back. I mean, the boot, it looks like I've got a disconnected leg or something. And I can't properly until the legs face. So it's just, so I mean, an urgent phone call to the States. I mean, it's just amazing that these things can shop here. I just saw Porter going past the Lille and I was like, stop! Yeah, this is my proper shoe size. The other one was 3 sizes too big. So these feel narrower than the other ones. Also much better. We'll have to now put the other inner sole in.
In 3 days, Team Discovery will be ready to go for the summit. But will the summit be ready for them? Andrew Locke is one of the weathermen on Team Discovery. Every day he checks the internet for the local forecast. Information comes from web offices in Nepal, Sweden, and London, England. Today, the websites are unanimous. Weather at the summit is deadly.
So since we came down from Camp 2, we had a camps in place and we're well enough acclimatized to make the summit again. But we're obliged to wait for suitable weather before we can go to the top. And also before the shooters can climb up to Camp 4 and actually get some of our equipment up to Camp 4 for the summit attempt. The whole time we've got very high winds. Some precipitation, but that hasn't been the problem. It's the high winds. We're getting winds of up to 100 kilometres or more on the summit. And what we're really hanging out for now is the good weather spell, which will let us go up and steal the summit in brief time. The jet stream moves away from the summit of Mount Everest, as it usually does each season.
The jet stream is a narrow current of viciously strong westerly wind that encircles the globe at high altitude.
The strongest winds aren't over us, but the tail of the jet stream is. That's enough to stop us.
Will Cross, the diabetic high school principal from Pittsburgh, is also at base camp, resting up for his summit push.
Well, the game plan now is to rest for about a week, to follow the weather closely. There are a number of weather sources. Really, over the next week, we want to try and understand who's got the best sense of weather at which altitude. And then probably in about a week, start moving up the mountain. Hopefully be in place with that clear zero wind that comes from the summit.
The lead that Ben had of the other teams is evaporating quickly. Every day that he is forced to wait means another 2 or 3 teams catch up with him. To make sure he steers clear of the impending traffic jams, Ben now has to work with the very climbers he was trying to avoid.
Maybe getting a bunch of teams to put resources, whether it be manpower, ropes, whatever, to break the trail on the 13th, so that then we know at least to balcony, hopefully higher, it's ready to go, and definitely we would love to try to move together.
Well, we were sort of counting on discovering it. You guys are part of the plan anyway. So if you're looking at a 4 or 5 team deal,
It's going to be congested. Half of the 19 teams are now fully acclimatized. That means over 50 climbers are ready to head up as soon as the window of opportunity opens. If it opens,
We don't dictate to the mom. It dictates to us. So if you have your plans in, or I'm setting up my plan, I got to
so teams wait. And wait. Bring it on. And wait. And wait. The weather at the summit is still deadly, but the forecasts say the window of opportunity will open in 4 days. Now, almost every team on the mountain is ready to go for the summit. Ben doesn't like the thought of his entire group getting caught up in the stampede, so to satisfy the needs of the project and to maximize his chances of getting a video camera to the top, he makes a new plan and calls a team meeting.
The word I'm hearing here is that they're prepared to go on this first window. Nobody's going to wait. From lesser to
Ben decides to break team discovery into 2 groups. Hector and Andrew will leave as planned when the first window opens. But Ben and Shauna will now wait a week to climb in the second window after the crowds have thinned out. Waiting until after May 20th is a risky proposition. The weather could be perfect, or the monsoon season could start early, wiping out any chance of a summit.
like I'm saying, it sounds good and you're pretty much assured in the 20s. But the only reason everybody's going to be pushing on this first window is because it's a window, and you climb when you have a window. If you purposely stand down off of a window, you're rolling the dice. It's Vegas at that point.
Everest is a high-risk poker game where the stakes are people's lives. Shauna struggles with the hand that she's been dealt.
You're on the spot. This is where Shauna's got to jump in and just voice exactly how you feel, because what's being tabled here is taking a guaranteed shot to a maybe shot. And how do you feel about that?
Project standpoint, I do see a valid point. From a selfish standpoint, no, I would rather go when I first see the first window and go and see if I do have a chance. But that may be.
For 12 months, Shauna has trained for this moment. Being held back now, when she's healthy and ready to push for the summit, is the biggest obstacle she's faced so far.
I don't know how to deal with it. I feel like I'm waiting. What is going to happen to me? And every day that we sit here, it sits on me.
Right now, every team is discussing the role that oxygen will play in their adventure on Mount Everest. How much O2 do they have? When will they use it? And where will they hide it? Believe it or not, oxygen theft is rampant at high altitude. Climbing teams stash their gas and then hope it's still there when they go back for it. Black and Galen with the Discovery Sherpas are headed up with the last of the team's bottled oxygen. Everest was first conquered in 1953 with supplemental oxygen. No climber made it to the top without oxygen until 1978. Today, climbing without oxygen is still very rare. So rare and risky that on Everest, climbers usually frown upon those who go without. Andrew knows the pros and cons.
What I found in class is that using oxygen allows me to recover faster. So at given distances, given height that I climb, 10 meters, 20 meters, whatever, when I stop to rest, I can start again faster and I recover faster. They're the pros. The cons are that if you run out of gas while you're climbing with it, you're going to be in a much worse position than when you started off, or even if you hadn't even used it, because you're likely, not definitely, likely to suffer quite severe hypoxia from that sudden cut-off.
Hypoxia is simply a lack of oxygen to body tissue, including the brain. But When hypoxia happens, a variety of disasters can occur, from simple wheezings and confusion to brain damage and death. Everest's peak is at an altitude of almost 9 kilometers. Oxygen levels that high are only 30% when we are at sea level. The air is so thin, helicopters can't fly, and climbers can barely think. It's the goal of Andres and his team of Mexican Quebecois climbers to go for the summit without oxygen. But after a recent fiasco at Camp 3, Andreas is scrambling to keep control. A mutiny is brewing.
There was not enough rope, not enough leg, not Thomas, stop. We are throwing the dice on something really difficult, which is trying to climb without oxygen. And on the other hand, we were making some mistakes which shouldn't be done.
Some of the mistakes Andres refers to happened at the 7,400-meter mark, a place where Sherpas refuse to sleep. Up there to spend the night with Andres was Richard and Martin, who are both doctors from Quebec, and also Tom, a 58-year-old mountain guide from Colorado. They were intense with faulty zippers, scared they had to make a choice, stay or go.
We didn't have enough brains to think and to look at the situation up there. When the wind started blowing that hard, I turned to Chris and said, get dressed, get your boots on, because this is gonna go to hell. And when it breaks, we have to start running down. None of you guys had your boots on. Okay?
Leader said, well, later, you should have had your boots on. To me, the boots on and they drove down the road and over 100 kilometers an hour and in the middle of the night, you can't see the road, you can't see where you're going, and conditions were lethal. That's would not have been my decision.
The next time we get up there and we have to change plans, let's really either on experience or on head.
And if neither of those work,
the best thing is to pray. Pray, man.
While Andreas relies on prayers, Team Discovery relies on experience and supplies. Before coming to Everest, Shauna had never been above 7,000 meters. She's never used oxygen, so Andrew explains the ins and outs of breathing bottled gas.
Here's a bottle. Breathe the pressure on a mask. Attach. Just white cap face. It's just a line of heating. Screw up. There you go.
Okay.
Here's your mask.
Okay.
Flow rate. You've got anywhere from 0 to 4 liters.
Okay.
And this is slow pressure. 0.5 per liter, 2 liters, 3 liters, 4 liters. That's maximum. You can hear it coming through the mask now.
Okay.
You can see it's flowing properly by that valve. And see how it's sprung up?
Yep.
Shut it down and drops. So right when it comes up. So that's how you check. Every time you put a new bottle on, make sure it comes up. Okay. So we would generally climb a flow rate of 2 liters a minute. And on a 3-liter bottle like this, which is fully pressured, this one's under pressure, one with 250 liters pressure, you'll get 6 climbing hours at 2 liters a minute.
Above 8,000 meters, climbers breathe out so much moisture it can be deadly. Dehydration kills climbers, and condensation from breath causes equipment failure.
Huge oxygen building up underneath this valve. Sometimes you have to break them off. And in fact, you can get oxygen buildups in here, which is the oxygen intake. If you find that you're suddenly getting very tired and you don't seem to be getting oxygen, you take off the mask and you often find there's ice in here, which you have to either chip away or break off the belt or whatever, so that the oxygen flowing in.
I know if you wanted to talk to someone or drink something, how long do you take it off for?
You don't have to. You can tell it through the mask.
Okay.
But you have to shower. If you take it off
As long as you feel good. It's quite common to take it off for some minutes at a time. We'll get to the back and we'll change your bottles, we'll take the mask off, we'll put the talk, all that sort of stuff. Summit, if we get there, We've got to take off, check.
Team Discovery is all business. There's no room for emotion on this expedition. Andreas, on the other hand, is driven by passion.
You know, I was writing this morning that they should be able to celebrate. No, I someone hit me this morning. My baby's at home because of weather. And my wife as well. I miss them. And then, you know, that comes when you're even going to be so feeling. But it's just one of those. So, it's made me proud. You know that. That's what I was writing right now.
Knowing that they won't have to climb up the mountain anytime soon, Ben and Shauna head down to a lower altitude.
What's the
These
bricks?
rich air down valley will help their bodies recover from the stress of acclimatization. At base camp, Hector and Andrew prepare to leave for their summit push, which is scheduled to start in 2 days. That means packing all their life-saving necessities, like long polypropylene underwear and cute good luck talismans.
Some friends gave me this good luck charm in 1997. And it stood me very well. I had a really epic climb in Pakistan that year, a solo climb, and awful good luck at 8,000 meters for that. So it's come with me on every expedition since. It's coming with me on this expedition. Up to the top as well, I hope.
Bart Simpson. Oh, you need the Bart Simpson. Yeah. Picture.
Shauna wants to be climbing. The longer she waits, the more she thinks about what might happen. These structures built by the Sherpas are called TRUMANs. They honor fallen climbers.
There's dozens of memorials here to all fallen climbers. Mostly Sherpas, but there are a few Westerners mixed in.
The mostly Westerners.
Very
Oh.
solemn thing. All the memorials, healthy reminder that once you get up on the mountain, it's serious business. For all the joy it can give you, and a lot of heartache as well.
At base camp, a new virus is revealed from the landscape, and it's planted itself freely in the intestinal tract of Andrew Locke.
I keep thinking we're seeing
I don't know how long it will take to get over or to get strong again. That worries me for the summit. But yeah, it's been a fairly miserable few days, I guess. It's not uncommon to get bugs in the fall, but normally I can beat them fairly fast and coming along enough I've got enough resistance. This one's sort of got hold of me and kicked me pretty hard.
The weather on the summit is crystal clear. Tomorrow, Andrew's window will finally be open, and he should start climbing. Team Discovery Sherpas will have everything ready for him. Lapka Gately was well on track to summit Everest for his 11th time. Right now, he's going strong at an altitude of 7,600 meters.
This is so elegant. Very different.
Gately and 5 of his best Sherpa climbers are headed for Camp 4, also known as the South Col. Here they will drop the oxygen stash needed for Team Discovery's summit bin. Genetically, Sherpas have thicker skin, and their hemoglobin is more oxygen absorbent than that of Westerners. But even Lapka Gately suffers at this altitude. He works through the pain, stacking the team's oxygen tanks under the mess of rocks to prevent them from being scattered in the wind. With this job done, the Sherpas head down to Camp 2, where they will continue work building the radio communications tower. At base camp, the rush for the summit is getting underway. 9 teams begin their assault this morning. Amongst the brave souls is Annabelle Bond, one of only 12 women here.
It is May the 11th, and we're going up for our summit attempt. I'm hoping to try the summit on the 15th of May. I'm terrified.
The race is on for the summit of Mount Everest, and the human traffic jams are already beginning.
I'm really actually nervous. I've got a lot of suppressed nerves in the hip. I want to go through it here a few times as possible. Praying that we've got the right weather window. We don't have to come back down to base camp unnecessarily. Anyway, there's a lot of people firing loads, going up, getting ready for their summit push, and we're one of those people. So fingers crossed for me. I've got to keep going, keep up.
Gaps in the icefall used to be bridged with rope ladders. Today, about 70 aluminum ones connect the dots. Annabelle is trying to take them in stride.
I can't tell you how much I hate these ladders. I'm walking today, but I might resort to crawling a little bit later on. But just looking down scares the hell out of me in case it moves. But anyway, I'm standing up today.
Although Annabelle was in the icefall a short 2 weeks ago, the area has changed dramatically. With the warm weather, it shifted and altered its shape, becoming weaker and more unstable. It's one of the most dangerous areas to get through. It offers the first real challenge to the climbers.
This is how secure this ladder is, so I'm gonna shake my way across. Ah!
Back at base camp, Andrew is still not standing up. He's supposed to start his push for the summit tomorrow, but the prognosis from Team Discovery's doctor doesn't sound good.
That over there is Andrew's tent. Fortunately, Andrew's been in there all day. He's had a stomach bug, which has really kind of wreaked havoc on his ability to eat and sleep. And so we're going to take it kind of one day at a time and see if by tonight or maybe tomorrow he's feeling well enough that we can start to get moving again.
On the icefall, Annabelle starts moving again. She throws around a 10-kilo backpack with hands that are tender and fragile.
Sorry about that. Very careful with my hands. I've got hand warmers in. I had frostbite about 4 months ago, and the ends of my fingers are still really painful and are actually still numb from my trip to Camp 3 the other day. So I really feel the cold.
Annabelle's plan for today is to get through the icefall, climb past Camp 1, and make it all the way to Camp 2, altitude 6,500 meters. The 9-hour journey is a daunting prospect. It's the longest and hardest climb Annabelle has ever attempted in her life.
I guess I have to admit to myself I'm a little bit claustrophobic in that. I don't like the odds, I don't like statistics, I don't like having these huge apartment-sized barracks hanging over me. So I like to move through fast. say, I'm pulling hard, exhausted.
On the Icefall's final ladder, Annabelle is clipped in with 2 safety lines. Still, it doesn't exactly feel safe. It's hard to enjoy yourself in this environment, even when you should feel thrilled.
Yeah, this is dangerous.
She's in first place. She is in position to be the first bullet to summon this year.
Yeah, but take a shit.
Is she happy?
Yeah.
10 short days ago, Team Discovery was leading the charge toward the world's tallest peak. Now, only one member is ready to go. Somehow the tables got turned. Ben was waiting for the mountain. Now, the mountain waits for Ben. On the next episode of Ultimate Survival Everest, Hector heads off for the summit. Team Discovery's oxygen goes missing.
Any other Sherpa selling oxygen, we're buying.
And Ben continues to hold Shauna back.
And the next Rebel.
Who's got this?
Which test is favorite?
Someone I care about a great deal. It's a very hard decision. And as she was crying in the tent with me, I was saying to her, you know, at the end of the day, it's my call.
On the last episode of Ultimate Survival, Everest, plans unraveled for team discovery. Ben Webster maneuvered his climbing party into the head of the pack, but bad weather on the summit stopped them cold, allowing slower teams on the world's tallest mountain to catch up.
The word I'm hearing here is that they're prepared to go on this first window. Nobody's going to wait.
Worried about being caught in a human traffic jam, Ben devised a new plan. He and his girlfriend, Shauna Burke, would wait and head for the summit next week.
I mean, I obviously prefer to go and try to get my, summit out of the way, but that's being selfish, so.
That leaves just the team's professional climbers able to summit with the crowd in the first window of opportunity. Hector posted the honors ready, willing, and able, but Andrew Locke is sick, flat on his back. It's May 11th. Ben and Shauna have spent 3 days down valley recuperating and launching for Jair. They arrive back at base camp to find Andrew still under the weather. If Andrew can't get on his feet by tomorrow morning, Shauna might get to take his place in the first group of team discovery climbers heading for the summit. Knowing that his climb is on the line, Andrew gets to his feet and begins packing gear.
It's left me very, very weak. And I'm quite concerned about whether I have strength or not to make the summit.
Annabelle Bond, a British socialite, along with her climbing partner, 50-year-old Chilean bank owner Veronica Gray, are on their summit push. They've made it through the ice wall and are headed past Camp 1 en route to Camp 2.
It's quite windy today. On the 15th, we had no wind at all.
As Annabelle heads onwards, Will Cross, a diabetic high school principal from Pittsburgh, sorts through supplies at base camp. It's a chance for Will to take one last deep breath before committing to a summit assault.
It's kind of a sour one when you're on camp because what it's all about is what's good up to. So there's probably a lot on our minds. Kind of thinking about the family, thinking about the whole project. It's up to me to get up and back down and work peace. That's my responsibility to myself. And to be honest with myself, I've got to start to make dice to make honest and accurate assessments. Whether
help with that. So the game, okay? You're alive, way to go, folks. Will is taking a risk. The oxygen system he is using is new to him. In fact, it's a brand new product. The small aluminum tanks are lighter than the standard steel ones. It's probably fine, but trusting an untested product on Everest requires more courage than most climbers have.
Here's our goal. Just looking up at Everest. Seems a long way from here, but it seems like there's not much snow on it. Anyway, step by step, and I guess I go down into this crevasse. Hate it.
On our way to Camp 2, Annabelle will climb through dozens of these crevasses. The glacier is so carved up, there are more ladders here than on the ice floe. It's like the landscape is made of enormous shifting ice plates. Annabelle will travel through this valley, known as the Western Cone, with a blistering sun pounding down on her. When non-climbers think of Everest, they think of cold, but some of the most debilitating conditions are caused by the excessive heat generated by sun rays reflecting off the bright white snow. Today, it's 35 degrees Celsius in the cone. It's like climbing through a solar oven. Annabelle is sweating bullets. The final crevasse in the Western Cone is 10 stories steep. To position her feet properly, she's forced to look down. This gorge is bridged by 3 aluminum ladders lashed together with climbing rope. Everything about this situation is sickening to Annabelle. The view, the thin air, and the heat combine to make her feel like she might faint. This is no place to faint.
I've been feeling a little ill on the way up the cone. It's been unbelievably hard. I'd heard about the heat, but this is the first time I'd experienced it. And got a whole bunch of snow underneath my hat. I don't know what I've got. I've got like my panic attacks or some kind of nausea. It's really slowing me down. Anyway, I'm really, really forward to getting to Camp 2. Thank you, that's perfect. Thanks. Well, you're meant to finish each workout with a little bit of excess energy, I'm afraid, but none. I am on empty.
Annabelle is hoping to spend the night on a bed of rocks next to a snowfield at an altitude of 6,000 meters. That's a different part of the Earth's atmosphere. Camp 2 is so high, it's in the troposphere. Team Discovery's tireless head Sherpas, like Michaela and his right-hand man Nigma, are at Camp 2 already, putting together a high-altitude communication tower. When this UHF radio antenna is rigged up, the preparations for the summit push will be complete. After climbing for 8 solid hours, Annabelle plods her way into Camp 2. It's been the most punishing day of her life.
It's a tiredness that I've never come across in my life before. In my sort of competitive running, I've never felt this kind of, it's draining. I can't explain. I've always read about it and I just thought, God, those guys are unfit. And when it actually happens to you, you cannot literally get one leg off the floor. It's so exhausting.
Tomorrow, Annabelle will have her final day of rest, gathering strength for her last big push up the mountain and on to the top of the world. As the sun sets, Team Discovery plans for the worst. Death is part of life on Everest, so team members want to know their partner's wishes in case of disaster. Do they want their body collected, or should their remains be shipped home? To outsiders, this may seem morbid, but to climbers, becoming a literal part of Mount Everest is romantic and honorable. The meditative. Most climbers want to pause enough in a way that no living soul can.
I've devoted my life to mountain climbing, so actually I would like my body to stay in the mountain, definitely. If I happen to fall off a cliff or something, or wherever I land, that's where I want to rest.
In my case, if somehow I was killed on a mountain, then there is a climbers code which I ascribe to, and that is to the climbers body down at the base on the mountain if it's safe to do so. And that's what I'd like done with my body.
I try not to think about it too much and try to push it out of my mind because it makes me uncomfortable just thinking about it.
For me, I've never really attached too great a purpose or whatever in terms of the physical nature of you being here. So once that ends, once the sort of spiritual thing ends or the energy dies out, then it doesn't really matter. To me, it's just it's litter. That's what I guess, litter.
If it were to happen, I wouldn't want anyone else's life to be put in danger just to go up and get my, which I agree is just a physical body. Come and just leave me where I lie. I guess I would just want my family and the people that I love to know that I love them.
If I have any wish or desire, is that it is not seen as a tragedy. You know, I've mountains have given me so much more than I can ask for. So if it happens to me here on this particular climb, I really want like all my friends, relatives, girlfriends, parents, just to see, as part of a life that I've been very happy with. And as I said, not to be seen as a tragedy, as something sad or terrible. That's something I would really like to happen.
At the crack of dawn, Andrew heads for Camp 2. He likes to leave early so he can avoid the crippling heat of the afternoon. Back at base camp, an offer through juniper burns for safety. This smoldering fire is lit whenever a member of Team Discovery is on the mountain. At 5:30 a.m., Hector also heads for Camp 2, with Ben and Shauna hot on his heels. Ben is split the team in two. Hector and Andrew will go for the summit as soon as possible. Ben and Shauna will wait for the crowds to thin out. They'll try to summit in a week. Ben is climbing to Camp 2 this morning so we can organize the expedition from there. Shauna is going up to feel like a part of the team.
Try to put two on. No, 2 bars. You're balancing on one. There. Better. Okay, make sure. Hold it. Focus. Lock it. There. Better. Okay, make sure. Hold it.
Before coming here, Ben and Shauna dream of standing on the summit together. Tomorrow, they'll stand together at Camp 2, waving goodbye to Andrew and Hector, who will make their way towards the highest piece of land on Earth. Shauna wants to come to the summit with them, but Ben is making her way so he can stagger his climbers and maximize his chances of getting a video camera to the top. It's hard to believe that the world's tallest mountain would have a big city problem. But this morning, there's a rush hour traffic jam on Mount Everest. 50 climbers are on the same schedule, all moving to the summit on the 15th of May. Andreas Delgado is leading a commercial team in the most dramatic fashion. He's trying to summit without oxygen, a deadly proposition.
I know I'm gonna be sad. I'm not gonna die here.
Listen's more important to me right now. If I don't make it, I mean, I'm gonna give it as many tries as my strength allows me. But if I cannot make it, I'll just go home and count my life. Nobody thinks it's gonna be the one thing that I do. You wanna think that you're able to turn back before things turn too bad. But I want to show strength here. Trying, daring to dream. That's what nobody dares these days. Dare to dream.
Good cross dares to dream. This diabetic wants to climb the highest mountain on every continent and get to both North and South Poles on foot. So far, he skied to both poles and has summited 4 of the 7 mountains. Everest will be the next notch in his climbing artist, if he can make it.
The only thing I question as well is whether he'll be able to sustain the breakdown that happens. And certainly once you get about Camp 2 and into Camp 3, the breakdown can be very violent on the body. And I don't know if this infection will actually not allow his body to recover quick enough, or that the breakdown will be that much more violent with him than it would be with somebody else.
On her final day at Camp 2, Annabelle Bond is reevaluating her needs. Vanity carries a lot of weight for Annabelle, so she must ask herself, is she really dying to be seen in lipstick?
I was too heavy on my backpack. That's something I confessed. I was wrong. I had to give some of my clothes from my pack to my Jordan coat to carry. And I always see this as a sense of failure because I always think that you should carry your own stuff. That's part of my deal. I always bring, sneak in a couple of creams, my lipstick. And I know I shouldn't, so I always feel like I should take my own stuff. Anyway, I'm Jordan coat carried a few of my clothes, my water, and we got to Camp 2 in like 4 hours, which is really slow, which is Camp 1. Miraculously, I felt a lot better when I got to camp. So I don't know. I have to take a good look at whether I'm focusing properly, like whether I've got the mental ability, which is what it takes to get you to the top of Everest, whether I'm just slacking off a bit.
One group that never slacks off are the Sherpas. They work continuously and they get paid well. The head climbing Sherpa will make over $9,000 US, while men in the kitchen will earn between $1,500 and $3,000 US for their 2 months' work. This in a country where the average income is $250 US a year. This is a good job. Andrew arrives at Camp 2 at Radio Space Camp.
Discovery Base from Andrew Camp 2.
1,000 vertical meters below Andrew, his call is received in Team Discovery's Orange Dome tent. The communications expert, Mike Swarbrick, has been waiting with good news. The weather at the summit is changing. The weather on the summit of Mount Everest means basically one thing: the jet stream. Where is it? If it's cutting across the summit, the weather's bad. If the jet stream avoids the summit, the weather's good. Imagine you're in a jumbo jet cruising at 8,848 meters, the height of Mount Everest. Now imagine your plane has violent turbulence. The wind that can toss around the 747 is the same wind that climbers must deal with. On the mountain, you can't buckle up for safety, so weather reports are listened to religiously.
According to the European 15th, morning is a bit windy. Prompt in the afternoon, one potential problem would be higher moisture levels up to Camp 4, higher humidities. 16th looks great. It improves. The winds improve right through to the 20th. Over.
Holy moly. Okay, thanks for that, Mike. That's great news.
The latest forecast is better than Andrew dared even hope for. A 6-day string of clear, calm days that could allow every healthy climber to summit without a problem. But that creates its own problem. Ed calls a meeting to talk about the weather and the plans of other teams. He thinks it would be safer to avoid the rush and let the other climbers summit first. Avoiding traffic jams is crucial to Ben's recipe for success.
Right from the beginning, when we had group discussions in terms of climbing strategy, it was always to push to the front edge, just so that we could not be caught in sort of
sort of the massive 11 March that happened.
It might sound redundant, but when Team Discovery is climbing, Ben wants them to climb. He doesn't want them standing still, stuck in lineups, freezing to death.
The last thing you want to do, you're in a position where you're in one with the other climbers, someone was big suspect.
In 1996, a pack of slow climbers held up progress near the summit and created a bottleneck of people. When a vicious storm blew through, 16 of them died. Ben's decision is to hold Hector and Andrew back for another 24 hours. It's a tough call for him to make, but it's even tougher for Andrew to hear.
The risk there, of course, is that you could lose good weather. The forecast said that the Mango would be very good. If that weather then deteriorates, we could have lost our one summit opportunity on this expedition, which would be quite tragic. But the more tragic would be to get caught up there with other teams in bad weather and have another potential 96. So we decided to sit here for a day. It's frustrating, but it's probably the best decision.
Decisions. Will Cross is moving so slowly, he decides to abandon his plan of climbing to Camp 2, choosing instead to stop at Camp 1. After living with diabetes for 25 years and climbing seriously for 8, Will knows the limits of his body.
Obviously now the sun's up, so the heat creates the kubu oven. We're actually just going to stay at 1 rather than get melted by the heat in what the Swiss call the Valley of Silence, or the kubu up to Camp 2. Going up slowly, never a bad idea.
Everest may seem like a whole other world, but it's not. This is part of the earth we all inhabit. Will is going to be reminded of that the next time he goes down to base camp. His wife is on her way there. She'll be waiting for him. Rising with the sun, Annabelle Vaughn is on pins and needles. She hugs her team manager, Rabbi. This is it. She's headed for the summit of Mount Everest. Will she live? Will she die? All she knows is that her plan tonight is to camp just below the 8,000 meter mark. Tomorrow, if all goes well, she'll climb to the highest point of land on the planet.
A bit of an emotional departure. Saying goodbye to Rodrigo today. It really feels like we're going for it. And there's a lot of people going up today. There's about 30 people ahead of us. I'm feeling good, it's a little teary. But I'm sure I'll recover soon. I hope so, as the pain kicks in.
Team Discovery enjoys the luxury of sleeping in. Today is not a climbing day for them. Andrew and Hector will head for the summit tomorrow, while Ben and Shauna will remain in their cocoon until sometime after May 20th. Shauna reveals what it's like to climb with your lover.
It's very nice. It makes the journey much more enjoyable and much more warm.
If they succeed, Ben and Shauna will be the first Canadian couple to make it to the summit of Everest together.
Yeah, it is. It's a double-edged sword, though, because you, on one hand, you get all the benefits of having somebody show your sleeping bag and warmth and all that stuff. The flip side to it is you also end up thinking about that person a lot more, especially up on the mountain. So,
if anything were to ever happen to me, I know that he would be right there to help me out, and vice versa. If anything ever happened to him, I would do everything in my power to help him out. So it gives me a lot of confidence.
That's such a good answer. Such the right thing to say.
But it's true.
Even though all the weather forecasters have said that Mount Everest will be calm for the next 6 days, wind is slicing through the western coast. Valley Will is headed this way to Camp 2. The climbers headed to Camp 3 a strong wind could shatter their dreams. Getting turned around by weather during the final summit push often means defeat.
You've got about 50 people in place right now who are gunning for the summit, meaning there's high anxiety, a lot of physical output, and of course there's a lot of money on the line for a lot of people. And what it comes down to is high winds. Mother Nature takes control, she does, and will. And different teams and their strategists now have to make decisions in terms of can they get their guys to the summit and back fast enough? Is it even worth going up to Camp 3? You know, are you going to get stalled at 24,000 feet? Just exhaust your oxygen supply and your climbers themselves. So what you tend to have right now is a lot of concern about the weather and a lot of concern about what other people are going to do. Who's going to go for the summit when?
At sea level, Annabelle is capable of running back-to-back marathons. But this is not sea level. Halfway up above sea face at 7,000 meters altitude, she is more fatigued than she's ever been in her life. The air pressure up here is just 40% of what it is in London. Even at this altitude, Annabelle must take 2.5 breaths for every one she's taken home. Even resting, her heart beats twice a second. To make the situation more dire, Annabelle's hands are still recovering from a recent case of frostbite. The circulation in her digits is so weak, she's losing her grip. If she's not careful, she'll lose her fingers. If she's not lucky, she'll lose her life.
Everything. It's taking a while to catch my breath. My hands are cold, and I just feel like taking a breather. I hate having all these people behind me on the line. I really feel just to go fast.
But Annabelle can't go fast. In fact, she can't go at all. She's unable to move her center.
It's exhausting trying to work your equipment with these gloves.
Annabelle doesn't want to be a burden on her team. She wants to be self-sufficient, but she's losing dexterity in her fingers. As a climber, this is where she needs to make a responsible decision. Is it safer to keep climbing up, or should she bow out? She accepts the help from her guide and prepares to head stubbornly up the mountain. Armchair critics say the communal safety lines have made climbing Mount Everest too easy. They should come here and say that. Mount Everest is studded with haunting reminders that human beings really should be here. As Annabelle enters Camp 3, she arrives at the shredded tent that belongs to a past team. These flapping yellow flags were supposed to be their shelter. It's not a comforting sight. After 8 hours of climbing, Annabelle can see her tent, but she wants to lie down and rest right here.
It's one hell of a mountain. It's one tough challenge. It's how you glance up at the lazy base and think, oh my god, can I do that? But I think if you just resort to that one step at a time and just take it slowly, I think it's, you know, if you feel good and the weather's okay, I think it's doable.
In the western cone, the strong wind is getting stronger. Will Cross is concerned about the gusting conditions, but he's even more concerned about his less than stellar performance.
No energy, no tank. It's alright, man. It hurts.
With the Lutzy face looming in front of him, Will shuffles toward Camp 2. Already there, Andrew and Hector giddily prepare their bags. Tomorrow they'll continue their summit bid by heading for Camp 3. It's the morning of May 14th, a perfect day for climbing Everest. At Camp 2, Andrew and Hector are making the final preparations for their big push up the mountain.
Just packing up the gear. But everything that we have here at Camp 2 needs to come with us to Camp 3. So that's our sleeping bags, our down suits, our mid-layer of clothing, our eating equipment, water bottles, camera gear, all the big heavy mitts, sunscreen. It'll be quite a load. We'll end up carrying not too much, but probably about 15 kilos. Whilst this extra rest day at Camp 2 was pretty much forced on us by circumstance, I think it's working very much in our favour. The weather forecast for the 16th is great. It gave us an extra day to recover at Camp 2 after our climb up from base camp. And I feel strong, I feel super psyched, ready to go. So I think it's really, happy to get on with it.
Sean wants to go with Hector and Andrew, but Ben has made his decision, and he sticks by his guns. He and Sean will wait to climb sometime after May 20th, when the crowd thins out.
My shot's waiting, but I'm actually super excited for these boys. I have complete confidence. I think they're going to do a fantastic job. I don't think anything's going to stop them except maybe the weather or something that's out of their control. But I think if it's within their control, they're not going to have a problem at all.
There's a joke that goes, climbing Everest is 50% physical and 90% mental. Hector understands. His mind has been playing tricks on him.
Just a little down, honestly. You know, that's sometimes the problem of not doing nothing for a day up here. That your like emotional energy just goes down. But once you know you got to move, then you come back.
Andrew and Hector plan on climbing to Camp 3 today. Tomorrow morning, they head to Camp 4. Then, in the middle of the night, they'll steal the summit.
My pleasure, guys. Just share a story. Tell us.
Have a good one. Talk to you soon.
There's an element there of excitement to watch them go up and get it done. It's always an exciting time. Always.
1,000 meters above Ben, Annabelle has on her oxygen mask and glacier glasses. Underneath that, she has on mascara. All the essentials for a blonde girl headed for the summit of Mount Everest. This is a proud moment for Annabelle. Her impossible dream is actually within reach.
It makes all the difference having the oxygen. I'll take it off to talk whenever we take a break, but it's enabled me to have a great night's sleep and see how we do today. I'm nervous, but I think that's only natural when you've got a climb like Everest ahead. But I'm feeling good here, and just give it my best shot.
Andreas was leading his team out of Camp 2. The members carry oxygen as a precaution, but they still don't intend on using it.
An incredible day going up to Lotus Face. Beautiful sunshine, not too much wind, not too cold, and feeling on top of it. Can't ask for much more. This is great. Glad that we're here together.
Together is the operative word today. Almost 50 climbers have begun their final push of the summit. The lineup of the steep trail looks stagnant, but it's not. Climbers are able to fall into a rhythm, knowing themselves and the mountain in their focus. As 50 climbers head for the summit, one heads down. Shauna Burke feels ready to climb, but her boyfriend, the expedition leader Ben Webster, is sending her back to the base camp so she can rest before her summit attempt, which will hopefully happen sometime next week. Emotions and mountain climbing are a dangerous combination. That's why you don't see many couples up here.
Someone I care about a great deal, a very hard decision. And as she was crying in the tent with me, saying to her, at the end of the day, it's my call.
I was very, very disappointed. I felt super strong at the time. I knew I was ready. The weather was great, and I know that when you're in the mountains, your opportunity to summit can be very minimal.
By sending Shauna down, and me having to be up here to manage the summer pushes, I probably won't be able to get down for a few more days if I get down at all, depending on when the weather comes in for the next push. Very difficult. You can feel your energy draining every day when you're sitting up here, and not the best place to be. And then the knowledge that at some point, hopefully in the near future, I'll have to go high on the mountain and go to at least 8,000 meters, and that is a hard process for me right now because I do feel drained.
Ben is having second thoughts about going for the summit. He's been there before. He knows the pain. At the 7,600-meter mark on Mount Everest, there is a distinctive scene of pure marble called the Yellow Band. Incredibly, this area is full of marine fossils, meaning this piece of earth was once underwater. Annabelle would marvel at that irony. She has bigger fish to fry. She has to figure out which one of these ropes is this year's safety line. If it goes into the wrong one, it could easily snap. Climbing up the Yellow Band is a hard way to have fun. These steel crampons the climbers have attached to their boots are designed for ice. On marble, they're worse than skates on concrete. Even with bottled oxygen, breathing rates at this altitude are so accelerated, climbers sound when they're constantly panicking. If Andronico falls during the act of detaching or reattaching the safety line, his vertical drop will be uninterrupted for a full kilometer. Maybe he is panicking. Down in the Lhotse face, the conditions for Andrew are not much safer.
Oxygen. It makes my grinding.
only getting half the options in the car. Any mistake on the roads is going to be fatal. So when I change over, when I come to a knot like this, I have to remember first the carabiner, then the ascender. If I do it the other way, I'm going to come unstuck. Take a big fall for one. There's so many other climbers have done on this face over the years. We're very, very close to our tents in Camp 3. I'm glad because although it's been a beautiful day, not too cold, climbing's been fairly tough. I'm getting very tired. I'm feeling it myself.
Back at Advanced Base Camp, things were a little more relaxed.
Camp 2, this is Camp 3. Do you copy over?
Hey, Arthur, how are you, buddy? I heard you're in Camp 3. Well done, over.
Yeah, we just walked into camp a minute ago, and we're doing great.
Here's the situation, bud. I don't know if your radio's been on so that you could hear this, but here it is as an update. Selma and the Chileans just reached the call maybe 15 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, and it's just pounding in there.
It's freezing. It's so sweet before we leave at 10 o'clock tonight to try and stomach. We're actually looking at 8. See the lack of oxygen. Yeah. I'm very happy to be here. I'm scared about what tomorrow entails. Anyway, it's fine. It's not today. That's what's going to happen. I don't even know if I'm doing it. Anyway, let's look for the South Call on the
The South Call, Camp 4, the death zone. The place where Annabelle is right now is called many things, none of them nice. Annabelle is dying right now. Everyone at this altitude is. They need rest. The team will sleep, if that's possible, for 6 hours. Then they'll head to the history books. The summit of Mount Everest is Annabelle's next order of business.
Yeah, that's great. Good to be here.
The peak of Mount Everest is within sight. Team Discovery's professional climbers are on Camp 3, elevation is 7,500 meters. Just staying alive up here is hard work.
We need to start melting snow right away. For that, we need stoves and propane, and to drink as much as possible. Sometimes up here, you don't realize it, but by the minute, you're just losing water. You're dehydrating because you breathe much harder, and just breathing, you lose a lot of water. So that's what's next. Melt snow, prepare drinks, and just drink a lot.
Collecting snow for the drinking water. Probably before we go tomorrow morning to Camp 4. We'll have to do this 2 or 3 more times to get enough water to drink and eat tonight. I'm doing it now while it's warm. Heck, you can do it later when it's cold.
As a murderous wind rips through the Buddhist prayer flags at Camp 4, Annabelle sits in her tent. We find the skeptics.
Here we are, the eve of one of the biggest days of my life. I'm a little teary, I'm nervous. I really want to do it. I know it's going to be hell. It's going to
be pushing through a pain barrier, which I don't think I've ever done before. I need to get some sleep before I put in this huge exertion. We're thinking it's going to be 18 hours if we're lucky. And yeah, wish me luck. That's all I have to say. I wish all of our team luck. I guess we're feeling the best we can. My headache's getting worse as I carry on talking to you. I haven't washed my hair in days. Being a girl, that's important. And yeah, I don't want to spend too much time on the South Col. It's an altitude record for me. We're at 8,000 meters. I'm cheating a little bit because I'm on oxygen, but it's definitely a new high. And if I get no further than this, I've done my best.
Mount Everest could be a lonely place. Shauna is by herself at base camp, wondering what will happen to her dream. Ben is at Camp 2, stressing over details he often can't control. And Andrew is at Camp 3, dreaming of a meal he can't have. As the sun drops over the Kuku Valley, former climbing partners Andreas and Hector share a moment of beauty and peace. For elite mountaineers, this loneliness is heaven. It's a great day to be alive. On the next episode of Ultimate Survival, Everest, Annabelle Bond goes for the summit.
That frantic screaming is because I'm about to run out of oxygen. I really don't want that to happen.
Without oxygen, Andreas Delgado suffers intensely. And then must reevaluate his own ambition.
I'm struggling. Feels like I'm gonna vomit most of the time. Which is never fun. Just really suffering.
On the last episode of Ultimate Survival, Everest, 50 climbers began their push for the summit. On Team Discovery, Andrew and Hector are headed for the top, while Sean headed to base camp. And Ben's climb became precarious.
At some point, hopefully in the near future, I'll have to go high on the mountain and go to at least 8,000 meters. And that is a hard process for me right now because I do feel drained.
Climbers have been living on Mount Everest for over a month. They've grown accustomed to this environment. Everest is their life now. And the acclimatization process is finally complete. That means it's time to lace up the boots and go for glory. Time to risk it all. Time to do or die in pursuit of an epic dream. To stand on the summit of the tallest mountain in the world. Everest. The climb is on. Andrew Locke and Hector Postoleo, Team Discovery's two professional climbers, have made it to Camp 3. Tonight, they'll get as much rest as possible.
Drinks,
Tomorrow, they'll head to Camp 4 and then the summit. After all the hard work it took to get here, you'd think this would be the most enjoyable part, but
It's probably the hard part, I think. Most of home and where you'd rather be up here on the mountain.
As Andrew beds down for the night, Annabelle Bond gets up. A British climber working with a team of Chileans. Annabelle is preparing to leave Camp 4. She's a day ahead of Andrew and Hector, and if all goes as planned, she'll be on the summit in 14 hours.
I'm so nervous. I mean, sleep was absolutely elusive. You can't really eat much. Your stomach's just like this massive notch. You've got this huge ordeal ahead of you. So, yeah, no, I was not particularly rested, I must say.
It's hard to sleep at altitude. Harder still when you know lives are on the line. Ben Webster, leader of Team Discovery, lies awake at Camp 2, listening to radio silence, just in case. At Camp 3, another team leader is in his tent, but he's not quite as stoic as Ben. Andreas Delgado is leading 6 of his climbing friends to the summit, and they're intent on doing it without oxygen. It's cause for concern.
I'm not only worried, I'm a little afraid. We have different standards. In the group, 3 people have been at 8,000 meters before, and 3 others haven't been at that altitude ever. And all the orders being, first of all, for their own health, and then I don't want to have any problems up there. And then myself, man, I'm really scared because I really want to get without oxygen. I just hope it's not tomorrow. I don't feel like I don't know if I have the strength. I don't want to put myself in a situation where I need to be rescued or anything. I'm really afraid.
It's 5 a.m. First light has arrived, but the morning sun hasn't made it over the mountain yet. Next to Andreas' tent, Andrew and Hector wake up. This is not a get up and rush out the door type situation. There's still hours of packing and hydrating ahead.
I don't think either Hector or I got any real sleep through the night. We've got up at 5 o'clock this morning to start melting snow because it'll take us about 3 hours to be ready to leave this morning when the sun hits the tent about 8 o'clock. So we're both feeling a bit tired, little headaches. Just having our first cup of hot drink, cup of coffee this morning. We'll have another 2 cups before we go.
When Andrew and Hector leave Camp 3, we're headed for the history lesson. To get to the summit from here, there's an accepted strategy. First, climb to Camp 4, set up in the rubble of the South Col. Before it's midnight, climbers go again. By daylight, they'll be here at what's called the balcony. If nothing's stopping them, they'll traverse the southeast ridge and onto the south summit, where fresh oxygen is waiting. Then, it's the infamous Hillary step, where so many climbs have ended in heartbreak and tragedy. From there, it's almost all done with the dragon. On the summit ridge, climbers instantly head for the chunk of ice that is higher than any other. When there's nowhere left to climb, they've done it. They've conquered Mount Everest.
Yeah.
First cup of hot drink, cup of coffee this morning. We'll have another 2 cups before we go.
When Andrew and Hector leave Camp 3, they're headed for the history lesson. To get to the summit from here, there's an accepted strategy. First, climb to Camp 4, set up in the rubble of the South Col. Before it's midnight, climbers go again. By daylight, they'll be here at what's called the balcony. If nothing's stopping them, they'll traverse the southeast ridge and onto the south summit, where fresh oxygen is waiting. Then, it's the infamous Hillary step, where so many climbs have ended in heartbreak and tragedy. From there, it's almost all done with the dragon. On the summit ridge, climbers instinctively head for the chunk of ice that is higher than any other. When there's nowhere left to climb, they've done it. They've conquered Mount Everest. Annabelle and her team are on the balcony, not moving. A human traffic jam has stopped all the climbers cold. Every team here hoped that someone else would be up early, attaching safety lines. That didn't happen. So, With limited oxygen in deadly temperatures, progress is at a standstill for 30 climbers.
There's no road or breaking trail, so it's really, really slow. There's a huge jam up here. There's tons of people, and it looks like really a good road. Anyway, it's tough. It's freezing. My feet are freezing, and I don't know. It's a long way up still, so I don't know if we're gonna, given that we're breaking the trail. I don't know. Who knows at this stage? Bye.
A team of great climbers thought they could ascend without safety lines. Now they've stopped too. Everyone waits for a moment. Waiting is troubling. On May 10th, 1996, a huge crowd of people waited too long in the same area. By the time they summoned it, it was too late for someone. A vicious storm blew through, killed 16 climbers.
4 times I wanted to turn back. 4 times because I was really frightened. I just thought, what am I doing? The Sherpas, I think, are phenomenal. They help you with your oxygen and they do, the ropes.
Sherpas from the Chilean team deal with the safety ropes. Everyone else stands around, conserving oxygen, waiting for the work to be done. Annabelle left Camp 3 with enough oxygen to last 18 hours. She's already used up more than half of that supply. And now she's going nowhere fast. Waiting like this is a colossal waste of time. And the clock is ticking. Annabelle has a strict curfew. At 1 p.m., no matter where she is on the mountain, she must turn around. Right now, it's 7 a.m.
It's freezing cold. I have my goggles on. I knew I had one shot. Ultimately, it's your legs that have got to get you up there. It's legs and lungs. That's the 2 things that take you to the summit.
Over 1,000 meters below Annabelle, Hector finishes bubbling up his feet. Climbing above 8,000 meters is like walking on eggshells for Hector. 6 years ago, he got frostbite so bad, part of his big toe had to be amputated. By sheer coincidence, the man Hector was climbing with when that happened is camping beside him today.
Towards like the queer and POC community because they needed more upliftment and also like connections in the industry that I was able to cater for the past 6+ years, like being a model. And like even when I started modeling, I was like, no one told me that I was like the industry standard. You're like 5'5", you're starting at 27, you're basically a dinosaur. Like, all the stuff that people were like preventing me of doing such, but I kept on continuing. And next thing you know, I am on Vogue. I am doing campaigns with Nike. I've been on Times Square twice. I've worked with Sephora, Apple, Google, Instagram, you name it. But the thing is, like, I only started speaking in spaces for the past 3 months. You can check out my Super Spaces AI, and you can see the gradual progression because 2 months prior, I was just listening on like a year prior, like through my partner, and I was like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Like, why isn't he cuddling me? Like, why isn't he watching this movie with me? Why is he spending all this time on spaces? God damn it. And then basically me tapping into it, and like I think like my first couple days in spaces was interesting because I was just playing live music, and then I was like trying to get more comfortable because as outgoing as I am an ambivert. I can be more catered towards my introverted side. This year was definitely a lesson for me to feel comfortable in my isolation and my seclusion, but we also do need that interpersonal connection with other people in spaces. Was a great way for me to understand that personal relationships and growth and even like work ethics can all be aligned in like these spaces, which is great. And also, my first couple days, I did interact with some people that have been in spaces and have been releasing NFTs for like years and years, like 5+ years or whatever. And it wasn't like the greatest of introductions, but I kept on pushing. And, in turn of that, I was able to like connect with like Jaden. I was able to connect with you, Vasa, even like
Smuckers down there, still getting to know you, and even like Meta, and everyone. And it's just like I realized that at the end of the day, as much as we love to hustle, and I think it's also the immigrant, child mentality. Like we always feel like we're enough, right? It's like I remember in high school, like coming home and I was like, "Oh, mom, I got a B plus on this test." She's like, "You didn't get an A?" It's like, "Oh, what's your GPA? You didn't get a 4.5 or 6 weighted?" I'm like, "Oh shit!" Like, I was never really academic friendly, and this year I figured out that I am diagnosed with depression and ADHD, and it was like relieving but also daunting at the same time. Most obviously continuing the same thing that I have been doing for all of my years, but this year definitely told me to be patient with myself, take time, and also the real people will stick around at the end of the day, and then kindness goes a long way. And I honestly gravitate towards people, with humor, with the sense of the hustle, but also being lighthearted and kind at the end of the day. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you so much for that, Kaguya. Yeah, Jaden really is pretty instrumental in getting that like DMing after the fact culture going. I think he's definitely he's really charismatic. I don't know, man. I see this so many times. I praise this motherfucker to no end. You can thumbs down yourself and dump your bags all you want, bro. But it's just the truth, man. I'm not about here to come up here and say shit that I don't truly believe in. But Kaguya, it's damn, it really is. It's never enough. At least for our Asian parents, it's never enough. All those dreams that they didn't achieve, it's on us to fulfill. But just kidding / not just kidding, because that is the truth. But to make light of the matter, let's just say that's just kidding. So people don't get scared of Asians all around the world. But damn, Kaguya, what a journey that you've really come through. So many down moments where, and I know that feeling exactly. Like when you have something that you have a passion for and you truly want to do it, and yet the people that are quote unquote like higher up than us, like they dictate and they choose what they like and what they don't. And even though we have that precious thing to give, that value about us, because we don't fit their ideal archetype at the time, they end up fading us, And I know how defeating it can be, because I was there multiple times, and to be honest, I'm there pretty frequently. But it's at the point now where I feel like it kind of lays inside my mind. At the end of the day, people say stuff, they forget about it in an instant, but it comes back onto us, and that can either linger and haunt us for weeks or months on end, or we act like them. We put it aside. We don't let that affect us. And I know it's really cliche, and I know it's hard to do, but that honestly is one of the hardest things to do. And if you can do that, that to me is that's a wonderful, wonderfully amazing achievement, Kaguya. And real quick, before I toss the mic over to Zero, where do you see yourself in 2024? What are some things that you want to accomplish? Up to you, Kaguya. Bottom left corner.
Oh, it's for me. Oh, sorry. I thought you were asking Sarah. Yeah, 2024. I can't wait to finally hit my 1 year mark to see my progression. Like, it's only been a couple of months, and I have grown my account starting from 3,000. So ultimately it's gradual, but it's organic at the same time. There's a lot of things in the works. I have been working on the plan in regards to the digitization of my business for rice. Making a whole separate social network in that kind of sense, and trying to onboard and educate my Web2 friends. Like, I have so many different real life connections, people who are signed with Sony, people who are signed with like bigger agencies and have way more following count than I do, but they seem like, we always talk about this. How can Web3 see Web2? How can Web2 see Web3? Vice versa. But at the end of the day, maybe there shouldn't be any number. How can we save each other on the web? Period. So I'm super excited to start launching all my projects that I've had been fermenting on the back end. I've been slowly, talking about in regards to like the other sustainable way for artists to continue on their careers versus like, relying on mint to mint. And I'm not going to shill. So, just fuck around and find out. Follow me if you're interested. I'm always here to uplift everyone else. And that's how I've always been outside in the Web2 world, like giving people opportunities, giving people jobs without any commission. And that's just like how I roll, because if I came into any space, that is what I would have wanted as well. So we are always fulfilling our inner childs and our needs, and it's just best to like use our resources to help each other. So that's what I'm going to do. Keep on growing. Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go, Kaguya. Saving each other. That's damn. You're gonna make us all look so petty. It's like, what do you want to do in 2024? I want to achieve this. I want to save. I want to help the space save each other. Well, Kaguya, that's just about the most grandiose achievement, dream / goal I've ever heard today. But in all seriousness, best of luck with the projects that you got cooking on. You got cooking on the back burner right now, and I'm really excited to see where your team takes it in the new year. So thank you so much, Kaguya. And before I toss it to Zero and then Joseph and then back to Auntie for the closing remarks, I just want to remind the room that we are approaching the final segment of today's show.
foreplay recap, and then Mixtape Monday is coming up a little bit later. I'm very interested. Today, wish you a merry blank and a happy blank blank. Fill in the blanks. If you're still offended, you can blank off. The KOST HD2. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. On February March, live from the KFI 24-hour news and two Avello Airlines flight attendants have been awarded the saving life of the man who had a heart attack on a flight into Burbank. The flight from Texas was just minutes out when Chris Allison and Kelly Rosa found the man unresponsive. She was headed through the man to the back of the plane and began treating him and notifying officials. Rosa said the two worked as a team to handle the situation in July. So those activities, like you also think, certainly students to having secure as well as helping this customer out. Paramedics took the man to a hospital where he made a full recovery. At the Hollywood Burbank Airport, like trolling KFID. Southwest Airlines has been fined millions of dollars for a shutdown that led to mass cancellations and delays. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg said there are consequences to airlines who do not take care of their passengers. This record penalty is over Southwest for their and to the same a message to the entire industry. You'll see new standards with new level of accountability. Southwest misstep left about 2 million passengers stranded last year. The Department of Transportation is also forcing Southwest to create a compensation fund for passengers who are hit with delays or cancellations. A 19-year-old accused of fatally stabbing another passenger on a Metro line train in South LA claims he acted in self-defense. The 19-year-old turned himself in last week. He told investigators he was standing in the bicycle area of the train Tuesday looking at his phone, and the other guy started staring at him and suddenly punched him in the face, breaking his glasses and cutting his face. The report from the LA County DA's Office for Security Video from the train confirmed Carlos Martinez's claim. Aetna has filed a lawsuit against several sober living homes in Southern California for allegedly collecting $40 million in fraudulent payouts. The suit says centers in LA and Riverside counties were keeping people in treatment by providing drugs and alcohol to recharge the cycle. People who lived in some of the centers say they were offered black tar heroin and meth to keep them in need of care. Aetna claims in 2021 patients were asked to report other addicts. Attorneys for one center say the family acted in good faith and denied any that wrongdoing. More than 275 animals left in Afghanistan for a temporary Christmas vacation away from a hosting cat affair. Videos of rabbits after the president Lawrence Wong originally announced that the suspect concerns from a fire at a massive flip near next to the shelter. So the animal care Alexa Pratt says 110 dogs were sick among the family since the fire started last month. It is not ready for a dog, and we're asking families to foster an animal. Give them a break outside the shelter. We're asking for a 2 to 3 week commitment. He says it could be a chance for families to see if adoption is right for them or just a little extra company for Christmas. In Tustin, or Ben Carson, a car is slammed into an SUV in Delaware that was part of President Biden's motorcade. The SUV was being used to close off an intersection last night. Biden was on his road campaign headquarters. It was closed back then, but the driver tried to get through the intersection, hit the SUV, and was surrounded by his servant. Police say investigators are working to determine if driver impairment was a factor. Sources say it appears there was no ideological motivation behind the crash. And a storm on the East Coast has flooded roads, downed trees, and knocked out power to hundreds of thousands of people. The severe weather also forced flight cancellations and school closures. New York Governor Kathy Hochul says when there's more than 3 inches of water on the road, cars can be easily swept away. And it causes, all kinds of damage, but also can result in the loss of life. A lot of the state is impacted. More than 500,000 people from Virginia to New England lost power, including nearly 140,000 in Massachusetts. We're going back to 15 next. Well, we've told you for years that if you are ever hurt in an accident, you gotta contact the best personal injury firm. There's a million of them out there. So we tell you to use the attorneys that speak to if you are hurt in an accident. That's right. Legal companies used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of the two James attorneys. They were disgusted by how the insurance companies were taking advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments. And now they use their passion, their experience, and their knowledge to make a difference. Secondly, they are only one of their one of only. Okay, but here they are one of the firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 clients. That means they're assembled to take on big insurance companies and maximize every case so that you get the very most. They consistently deliver all the top settlements in the state. This is the compassion for percentage that drives the millions in the state. So if you're hurt in an accident, call Susan. 800 900 800 900 800 900 or go to speedjames.com. KFI Financial Update. The Dow is up 26, S&P 500 up 26, NASDAQ up 111. Stockline weather from KFI, mostly cloudy, rain in some areas today. Highs low 70s for Metro LA, Inland OC and the IE. The 60s to low 70s in the valley, low to mid 60s for the high desert, upper 60s to low 70s for the BCF. Another chance of rain tonight. Rain likely again tomorrow. In fact, looks like it's going to rain every day. Right now, 70 in Kentucky, 65 in Laguna Beach, 67 in Fontana, and 66 in Van Nuys. We're going to go fast to the 16 in the Cajon Pass. A little bit of good news. It turns out that Cajon sales earlier we had an overturned big rig and another right lane block. But it looks like only the sales entrance is now closed. The main line, all those lanes are open. But the damage is done. It is backed up all the way to Main Street in this area. In Moreno Valley, 60 west on past Notable Drive. Got a left block in the right lane. Roll in Hunts on 60 west on Notable. A brand new right involving a semi in the middle line. You're looking for from 57. Anyway, that's all I'm saying. It's also on the west side of the store. Culver City on the 10 west of Overland Hookup from the green in the lane. In South Carolina, the 10 block, the right of the left hand side. Capital of Clark on the main turn. KFI on the phone and get me there faster. I'm from the morning. Over the next several days, as a matter of fact, a couple of storms expected big days of rain throughout California. First two storms will arrive today. It seems very much the steady rain, although there are some gray clouds.
Midnight Black.
Sarasota Police Department investigating allegations people are rape-killing in October. Currently, the North School has hired an intercontinental board technician as it was doing inspection of Fort Wayne vehicles. The launch today was a second and less than a day after the North did a Fort Wayne board missile test into the scene last month. News agencies say delegates from Russia's ruling party have managed to back President Putin's election made yesterday happened the day after supporters formally nominated Putin to run in 2024 as an independent. Another candidate who called for peace on the nomination from a group of more than 500 supporters. Downtown weather continuing fine, mostly cloudy, rain in some areas, highs in the near 70s for Metro LA and New York and in the 60s for 75 hours. Portland 60s in the high desert, upper 60s to low 70s at the beaches. No chance of rain tonight, and in fact, it looks like we can have a chance of rain through the weekend. Right now, 72 in La Jolla, it's 66 in Laguna Niguel. We're going to cross on the 16 in William Heights.
Could the secret of life on Earth be hidden within the ancient pyramids of Egypt?
The Great Pyramid is evidence of a phenomenal knowledge of the science of astronomy.
To build the Great Pyramid in 20 years would require a technology we don't have today.
If the ancient Egyptians could not have built these fantastic structures, then who did?
Listen.
Ultimate survival. Everest. 50 climbers began their push for the summit. On Team Discovery, Andrew and Hector are headed for the top, while Sean headed to base camp. And Ben's climb became precarious.
At some point, hopefully in the near future, I'll have to go high on that and go to at least 8,000 meters. And that is a hard process for me right now because I do feel drained.
Climbers have lived on Mount Everest for over a month. They've grown accustomed to this environment. Everest is their life now, and the acclimatization process is finally complete. That means it's time to lace up the boots and go for glory. Time to risk it all. Time to do or die. Pursue the epic dream. Stand on the summit of the tallest mountain in the world. Everest. May the climb is hard. Andrew Locke and Hector Postolino, Team Discovery's two professional climbers, have made it to Camp 3. Tonight, they'll get as much rest as possible. Tomorrow, they'll head to Camp 4 and then the summit. After all the hard work to get here, you'd think this would be the most enjoyable part, but
it's probably the night when you think most of I'm home and where you'd rather be than up here on the mountain.
As Andrew beds down for the night, Annabelle Bond gets up. A British climber working with a team of Chileans, Annabelle is preparing to leave Camp 4. She's a day ahead of Andrew and Hector, and if all goes as planned, she'll be on the summit in 14 hours.
I'm so nervous. I mean, sleep was absolutely elusive. You can't really eat much. Your stomach's just like this massive notch. You've got this huge ordeal ahead of you. So, yeah, no, I was not particularly rested, I must say.
It's hard to sleep at altitude. Harder still when you know lives are on the line. Ben Webster, leader of Team Discovery, lies awake at Camp 2, listening to radio silence, just in case. At Camp 3, another team leader is in his tent, but he's not quite as stoic as Ben. Andreas Delgado is leading 6 of his climbing friends to the summit, and they're intent on doing it without oxygen. It's cause for concern.
I'm not only worried, I'm a little afraid. We have different standards in the group. 3 people have been at 8,000 meters before, and 3 of them haven't been at that altitude ever. And all that worries me, first of all, for their own health, you know. And then I won't have any problems from there. And myself, man, I'm really scared because I really want to be without oxygen. I just hope it's not too cold. I don't get frostbite. I don't know if I have the strength. I don't want to put myself in a situation where I need to be rescued or anything. I'm really afraid.
It's 5 a.m. First light has arrived, but the morning sun hasn't made it over the mountain yet. Next to Andreas' tent, Andrew and Hector wake up. This is not a get up and rush out the door type situation. There's still hours of packing and hydrating in.
I don't think either Hector or I got any real sleep through the night. We got up at 5 o'clock this morning to start melting snow because it'll take us about 3 hours to be ready to leave this morning when the sun hits the tent about 8 o'clock. So we're both feeling a bit tired, little headaches. Just having our first cup of hot drink, a cup of coffee this morning. We'll have another 2 cups before we go.
When Andrew and Hector leave Camp 3, they're headed for the history books. To get to the summit from here, there's an accepted strategy. First, climb to Camp 4, set up in the rubble of the South Col. Before it's midnight, climbers go again. By daylight, they'll be here at what's called the balcony. If nothing's stopping them, they'll traverse the southeast ridge and onto the south summit, where fresh oxygen is waiting. Then, it's the invisibility step, where so many climbs have ended in heartbreak and tragedy. From there, it's almost all done with the bragging. On the summit ridge, climbers instantly head for the chunk of ice that is higher than any other. When there's nowhere left to climb, they've done it. They've conquered Mount Everest. Annabelle and her team are on the balcony, not moving. A human traffic jam has stopped all the climbers cold. Every team here hoped that someone else would be up early, attaching safety lines. That didn't happen. So, with limited oxygen, in deadly temperatures, progress is at a standstill for 3D climbers.
There's no road or breaking trail, so it's really, really slow. There's a huge jam up here. There's tons of people, and it looks like really, really people would broke. Anyway, it's tough. It's freezing. My feet are freezing.
What's your news?
So, why did I call on him? My goodness sakes. George, Mr. Negativity.
Who knows at this stage?
I was just going to bring up the fact about Lindsey Graham being out there saying that there's no evidence of fighting, cheating. Like, the reason why this motherfucker's saying this, people need to understand, this comes back to Graham and fucking Ukraine. Both of these motherfuckers are getting money in Ukraine, and they don't want an investigation in Ukraine. That's why they're saying that's why he's saying there's no investigation, there's no evidence of Biden fucking embezzling money or doing anything. This motherfucker's just as guilty. People need to understand.
4 times, because I was really frightened. I just
He
thought,
has a part in Ukraine as well when it comes to fucking funneling
the
money.
shepherds, I think, are phenomenal. They help
But,
with your oxygen.
yeah, that don't mean shit.
And roads.
Shirtless from the Chilean team deal with the safety ropes. Everyone else stands around, serving oxygen.
Yeah, just to add on to your point, can you guys hear me? Or am I going through darkness?
Read and pray, and then we're going to take, let me see, take back New Jersey.
Like this is a colossal waste of time. The clock is ticking.
Biden removed because of all the stuff that's happening right now. Or he's saying that and trying to get the Republicans not to impeach Biden, and that would force the Democrats to remove him to the 25th Amendment. So it's just that little tidbit.
Ultimately, it's your legs that have got to get you up there. It's legs and lungs.
I say he's just as dirty as Biden and don't want them investigating Biden because it could lead to him in Ukraine. That's just I really think that's part of it. That motherfucker cried so many times whenever he was worried. I mean, I never seen anybody bowl in fucking air so quick whenever shit was going AWOL. He's guilty of a lot of shit.
Take back New Jersey. Hi.
Hi, thank you for giving me this floor. I appreciate it. I have a question, a serious question for everybody. You don't have to answer it. You don't want to out loud, but think about it. Who picks the candidates? All right, so I will tell you, the people pick the candidates. And who are the people who pick the candidates? Is people on the committees, whether it's a Democratic committee or a Republican committee. And we have no representation, and you're getting criminals in there because nobody is involved in the committee, right? So the Republican Party has 400,000 seats throughout the nation. Guess how many are filled? Less than 200,000. So that's 200,000 people that we need to fill those seats. Once you fill those seats, you pick the candidates that run for office. Now you're letting criminals, the rhinos, and the Democrats that call themselves Republicans pick the candidates. So now that's how you got the uniparty in there. So if you want to take it back, get involved in your local Republican committee, take it back, and then you'll pick the candidates that you want. So nobody should be complaining if they're not involved in the committee because they're not picking the candidates. You're allowing someone else to make a choice between 2 criminal candidates, then they pick one, and then you have the choice of a criminal candidate that's a Republican or a criminal candidate that's crap. And if you have any questions, I'll answer your questions, and I'll yield at that.
Well, if it was that easy, that would be amazing. Hey, Gosh has his hand up.
Can I ask you a question? What's your name? Take me back to New Jersey. Why are all of the presidents related? Yeah.
But it's not that really. What is really bothering me right now is my feet.
You're rubber banding.
Very cold. So
I said, why are all of the presidents related? Because they're all Rothschilds.
Now that the sun is heating us, they'll get warm.
I'm not hearing anybody.
We're thinking. Okay, go ahead forever. Go ahead forever. You were the one rubber banding. Take it back. Take back New Jersey. But it's okay. We got this. Go ahead forever.
A full day ahead of Hector. Annabelle worries about circulation problems too.
He's busy.
4 months ago.
So does that make Michelle Obama a Rothschild then?
Today, she's managing well. But below the
Well, she's part of the Klan. I don't know her background, but it really doesn't matter because I'm not talking about what they're doing. I'm talking about what we're doing. We're not doing anything. We're not getting involved. So you're letting somebody else select your future for you when you could be selecting your own future.
Here she is, 8,750.
I think we have a few more problems than that, but that is definitely a problem. I agree with you on that.
On a local scale, though, there's still a long, frightening way.
That would be a good place to start. That would be a good place to start. Sorry.
Stop depending on these funds would be my place to start.
You want us to get out and vote, right? Is that what you're saying? Well, yes, you want to get out and vote, but if you're in the party, in the committees, or the precincts, or some people call it precincts, some people call it districts, or committees, your Republican committee, you get to choose the candidate. So if you're not there, somebody else is choosing the candidate. Of course, I want you to vote, because you have to vote for your people in. But if you're not even selecting the candidate that's a good candidate, you're not vetting the candidate, you're just watching somebody else. It's like watching a movie and you're unwilling participant, uneducated participant.
He wants us to get our skin in the beginning of the game. Get out there, get in the beginning, get on your local level, which we talk about this. We've been here 2.5 years. People have a lot of reasons why they don't do it. And each level that they have worked on and what happened. But yeah, we appreciate you. We appreciate what you're saying. You have a lot of valid points.
Thank you. Talking about basically like the Republican caucus and like that's up in where the hell is it? Iowa? Is it Iowa or where is it that they have? That's where they pick their candidates that will be nominated basically. And yet, really, you pick your candidates at the local level, and then the county, you pick your candidates for your municipality, you pick the candidates for your county, and you pick the candidates for your state. And the state legislature and the federal legislature. So if you're not involved in picking the candidate, somebody else is picking the candidate. But it starts locally, right in your own district or your precinct. Because for every 400 to 1,000 people, there's 2 representatives. Now, if you look at if you open request or FOIA request, depending on your state, that's Open Public Records, Freedom of Information Act. If you go to your county and get a list of the candidate, the members of the parties, both the Democratic Committee and the Republican Committee, you'll see that most of them are 50% full. So, but the Democrats are like 80% full. So they have the power behind them because they have the people behind them, right? If we're absent from the table, we're not even sitting at the table. So you can complain all the way, but that doesn't solve the problem. And when you talk, it's like a vapor. It comes out of your mouth and it dissipates.
We're not complaining. We're trying to find solutions. So some of the solutions that's been brought to the table today are the pragmatic party came in today and encouraged us to vote pragmatic. Don't vote Republican. Don't vote Democrat. So we take all ideas. We're not complaining. We're trying to find solutions and answers.
I'm talking in general.
So don't lecture us when you don't know us yet. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I'm just talking,
in general about the general public. I understand that.
And I appreciate you guys hosting these spaces because this is where we come together and educate. I would have no.
Well, you found that space today, okay? Because we've been here 2.5 years, and Fred's been doing this 24/7. Can you imagine? And he gave this space to us organically, and he lets us do it. And it grows organically, and he allows all voices. So go check out his page and check out his healthy food content. And we talk about a lot of things, and we try to raise up people because this dragging down and negativity is not healthy. It's not healthy one fucking bit, and we don't like it. So we're trying to look forward. We're trying to find solutions and answers, but we enjoy every opinion respectfully. And share space out, everybody. What a good day. What a good day. Welcome to the Space Take. Back, New Jersey. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Fine. Raise your hand right back up, and we'll come right back around to you. You're going to enjoy our conversations, and sometimes you won't. That's a fact. Right, dog boy? George, whoever wants to go next is fine with me.
Okay, I'll go next. Thanks. So, I was wondering if anybody has ever heard of this crazy little place called Bohemian Grove. Yes, it's pretty wild. It's pretty interesting. If you do your research on Bohemian Grove and why specifically they have that place, you would find out that a lot of our old presidents have gone there, to actually become our presidents. I'm just saying, it's just a crazy coincidence to me.
Okay, the new convoy has arrived. Okay, George.
Feedback free to say that we ain't involved. I'm literally a borough council member where I live. And yeah, you're right. The Republican caucus, I've been asked to actually, not really caucus, but Republican club, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. They need 5 seats from our area, and I think they only have 30. So, with what you're saying, I'm going to look into getting on it, but you think that everyone else needs to start doing it, getting people to do it. I'm the pessimist. It's like, I don't know, finding a fucking needle in a haystack, because a lot of people don't want to do it. They don't have the time and don't think it's worth it. Just saying.
Well, if I may answer, response to that, it's education. First of all, like I said, if you're not picking the candidates, you can use exactly what I said. If you're not picking the candidates and somebody else is ruling your life, they're actually determining what your life is going to be like if you're not picking the candidates. So maybe you could use that when you talk to people. Maybe put a little bit nicer. But yeah, somebody else is controlling your life if you're not controlling it. That's like getting on the back of a bicycle with a crazy person on it that's driving. Or, better yet, you can use this. It's like driving your car down to Center City, Philadelphia, in the Kensington area, or Newark, New Jersey, or Chicago, and opening the doors, leaving the keys open, engine running, and leaving it there, and the keys in the ignition, and expecting it to be there when you come back. It's not going to be there. The criminals are going to walk in and take it in like 2 minutes. And that's what we did to our government. We left our government open, with doors open, and the criminals ran in there and took it over. So you can either leave the criminals there, or you can get in yourself. And I'll yield with that. Thank you for that.
No one controls me regardless of who's fucking.
Can't hear you, George.
No one controls me regardless of who's in office. I'm my own self. So I don't understand what you're talking about. I think a lot of people in here feel the same exact way. And that's just the way I'm saying it.
Well, I agree. Nobody controls me either, except if you're working and you're paying taxes, right? So the taxes keep going up every year, right? So they control you on a low level. It's like a psyop, Yeah, they're controlling. They give you taxes on your roads. They have taxes on your gas, taxes on your wages, taxes on your food, taxes on everything. So they're controlling you, not like forcing you to do something, except they did force you to do the job, but or excuse me, lose your job, right? So they did force some people to do that. But they're
it's tied to my stomach, so whenever I cough, everything in my tummy seizes up, and quite often, whatever's in my tummy will come out. So little things like that I know will make life very difficult. The fact that I've been up here for a very long time, that my body is depleting, that I've got that emotionally I'm quite drained, will make the climb that much more difficult.
Shauna wants to know
if you say you're fucking fired. I walked away from my job and went to a different job and never got the vaccine.
Man, this is Hector. They got me over.
So hey, you know the way I feel. I'm 69 years old, and I go up and down about the government in my mind.
Hello, Ben. I'm on the South Col. Arrived about 10 minutes ago with Mingma.
That's great to hear.
We'll call up again a bit later on. It's pretty blowy here on the Col at the moment, so we'll chat later on.
The Sherpa support staff set up Camp 4 last week, but since then, one of the tents is blown away. Hector and the Sherpas set up a new shelter.
We already have 2 tents in, and we need a third one. The wind is blowing pretty strong right now. I'd say it must be 50, 60 kilometers an hour, which probably lower down wouldn't be so bad, but up here it's cold, so the wind chill, you can definitely feel it. It's important in this tent to reach as soon as possible so that we can go in and start brewing and resting, because we're pretty much living in 8 hours or something like that for the summit.
Camp 4 is in what's called the death zone. At this altitude, every climber is literally dying. They can't digest food. They can't sleep. They can't get enough liquids. Human organs are breaking down. People will leave all through the night with the goal of reaching the summit tomorrow morning. For most, it's a 14-hour climb in good conditions.
Although today was a very good day, very few of the parties that came up last night actually went for a summit. They stayed here today, which means that tomorrow will be even more crowded.
Hector and Andrew have very different strategies. Andrew will climb through the night slowly and surely, while Hector will rest through the night. Tomorrow, he'll climb like a locomotive.
We'll have a group meeting roughly 10 o'clock, 4 hours from now, with Andrew taking off with Migma, and about maybe 5-6 hours later, Hector's going to take off with Gelu.
Hector's plan is highly unusual. He wants to leave in the morning light. For most climbers, that would be suicide, because they wouldn't be able to reach the summit until just before dark. Hector, though, can climb at breakneck speed, and his Sherpa companion Gelu is faster. He holds the world speed record for summiting Everest. Their plan has an advantage. Leaving in the morning will be a much warmer climb.
I've always been very concerned about frostbite. You know, and the chances that you're getting cold feet by spending, as I say, 8 hours in the dark are higher than if, let's say, I left at 4. You know, it's only 2 hours before the sun hits me.
Andrew gets his oxygen ready. Oxygen use helps prevent 2 of the biggest killers on Everest, HAPE and HACE. HAPE stands for high altitude pulmonary edema, and HACE is high altitude cerebral edema. Edema is basically an excess of liquid in body tissues, so in the case of cerebral edema, The brain swells, and pulmonary edema. There's so much liquid in the lungs, they leak, and climbers can suffer the ironic effects of drowning 8 kilometers above sea level. Andrew's mountain of gold is to summit all 14 of the world's peaks that tower over 8,000 meters. So far, he's conquered 10 of them. Oxygen is not something he takes lightly. He always makes sure the O2 in his blood is at a level he can live with.
Measuring my oxygen saturation in my blood. My pulse is 101. My oxygen saturation just sitting here was, I said 79. Once I put the oxygen on, it will change.
The sun is getting lower, and Bill Cross is not getting any faster. Straining at this altitude, Bill's blood sugar is higher than normal, so he must take stronger insulin shots 4 times a day. He may be slow, but Will is getting it done.
You just have to gut it out and hold it on. Of course, you're getting more and more tired. You get higher and higher, there's less and less there, so you're kind of slow down the line. There's a lot of work. You're just not there. You're kind of outside yourself, moving slowly. Boy, you may want to move a lot faster, but you're not going to happen because you don't have the oxygen in your system. The gas in your tank.
Even without gas, Will makes it to his home, which is a personal altitude record for him, 7,400 meters.
Never been that high. So, no, I really didn't know how I did that. I just knew it was painful.
For sustenance, he inhales the meal of choice for most climbers at this altitude.
Heavy doses of oxygen. So we're having for dinner.
Annabelle makes it safely back to Camp 4. 20 hours ago, she left here with Andronica, her team's benefactor. After summoning Annabelle descended, leaving Andronica with his guides. Since then, that whole group has lost radio contact. By now, Andronica must be out of oxygen. For some summiters, their pride is short-lived. More people die coming down Mount Everest than going up.
You know, we're not going to push the panic button yet, but it is tense. The last confirmed sighting was above the balcony. It is a long way away from the southern call.
On Mount Everest, you climb when you have to, not when it's convenient. To begin his summit attempt, Andrew Locke prepares to set off into the frozen darkness.
It's just after 9:30 at night, and I'm about to set up for the summit for the South Col, together with Mingma and Gaussian. It's cold. I need to get on with the job, so I'm going to try and run some mask now and start the climb like the South Col here at 8,000 meters.
There are 7 teams in Camp 4. All are heading for the summit tonight. That makes Ben nervous. He's afraid of crowds, especially in the dark.
The big concern is that absolutely everyone left at the exact same time on the push, according to Andrew, which means you have everybody and their dog at the exact same place on the mountain, which means that there's this huge cluster of people.
Congratulations, Andrew. Fantastic.
Andrew stumbles upon Andronica, who's barely alive. When he ran out of oxygen over 4 hours ago, Andronica clung to life by concentrating on his family.
A long day for you guys, huh? Much to learn. You know? What a fantastic job. Hey. Congratulations. Thank you very much. How do you feel about being Nigeria? You know, look. Thank you.
At Team Discovery's base camp, Shauna sits in the communications table, glued to the action of the radio. Her summit attempt will hopefully begin in 4 days. Alone, Shauna reveals how the waiting is affecting her.
Every day at base camp, I feel that I'm barely maintaining. So I know that, or I feel that every day that goes by, my chance is probably less and less because I'm losing muscle mass and energy and things that are very important to reach the summit.
The weather tonight is perfect. Light winds, a bright moon, minus 30 degrees Celsius. Andrew has been climbing for 6 hours. Hector is just taking off. Hector loves it here, not this location in particular, this altitude.
It's always fascinating. For me, breaking the 8,000-meter barrier is like stepping into a different reality, to a different planet in every way you can imagine it. You're in the very, very limit of where human life is sustainable, even with oxygen. So all of this adds up for as I said, an experience that just doesn't compare to anything. It's just beautiful.
As the sun rises, Mingma Sherpa calls Ben on the radio. Mingma and Andrew are so close to the summit, they can taste it.
Any wind up at the south summit? Is it cold or any wind? Over.
No wind, no cold.
Is there a lot of people around you or ahead of you? Over.
Traffic jams at this altitude can be deadly. Inactivity promotes hypothermia, poor circulation, and bad judgment. But Andrew, a 2-time senator, doesn't seem concerned.
Sitting on the south summit of Everest, about 10 minutes ago. So, it's been quite a long slog. You can see behind me that it isn't over yet. We have to traverse across a very sharp ridge to get to the Hillary Step, which is a short rock buttress on that sharp ridge that you can see in the background. And from there, it's about another 100 meters of climbing to get to the true summit.
When Sir Edmund Hillary made his way up this rock face in 1953 with his Sherpa partner Tenzin Norgay, no other mountaineer could make it. Today, there's a stagnant pile of climbers waiting on the Hillary Step. Further down the mountain, Andreas has stopped moving too. Mount Everest doesn't suffer fools gladly. The people who climb without oxygen often pay a serious price. Andreas may be in physical agony, but emotionally, this is exactly what he came for.
Everybody's got its opportunity to suffer. Some people need to suffer higher to understand. Some people need to suffer lower. Some people are so smart they don't even have to suffer. That's the essence of mountaineering. You're free to do whatever you want up there.
Behind Andreas, the team he is supposed to be leading walks on by. Everyone except Tom has sucked in their pride and is now breathing bottled oxygen. Andreas refuses to compromise. This married father is determined to risk his life. But here comes his safety net. Even though Hector left camp 6 hours behind Andreas, he's caught up with him. Hector wants to blow by his old friend without a second thought, but he's not that kind of climber. He slows down to monitor Andreas' health, knowing he has a habit of pushing himself to the brink of death. Hector has passed Andreas and doesn't plan on looking back. If you're wondering who's videotaping, it's Lagila, Hector's Sherpa climbing partner. This is historic footage, documenting the full route up Everest has never been done before.
South Bridge, below the South Summit. This is the steepest part of the show. Once we reach the South Road, we're going to be, we're just going to have to traverse to the Hiller step. I'm still feeling good. Hope it stays like that.
Hector is climbing like a man on fire. It doesn't look like he's going to make it to the summit alongside his teammate, Andrew Locke. Andrew is at the top of this line, about to step onto the summit ridge.
Just climbed out of Hillary Step, which was the last technical difficulty before the summit. From here on, it's pretty much a snow flood for 45 minutes or so. All around me, the mountains that previously towered over us when we were at base camp, the lower camps, now dropped well below us. There's nothing higher than us in the world. Only the summit of this mountain. That's where we're headed.
The path along the summit ridge of Mount Everest is the red carpet of mountaineering. From here, it's prestigious, in-ocean, 40-kilometer-long trek to the pinnacle of all mountains. Not far behind Andrew is Mingma Sherpa, on his way to becoming part of the very exclusive club. If Mingma makes it, this will be his 10th Everest summit.
Hey, well, we've done it, team. We're on top. Very nice view from up here.
Great job, buddy. Great job. Congratulations.
Well, tired. A little bit emotional, actually. Never think I'll be coming back up here again. It was quite a slog. I think we're all absolutely trashed. Tell the truth, but God, it is an absolutely fantastic feeling.
Oh, that's just wonderful to hear, Andrew. You guys deserve a view like that.
It's really crowded up here. It's such a fantastic day to everybody, other people. But it's a big summit. There's room for everybody.
For people who get here, Everest becomes a milestone. Life will be remembered two ways: before Mount Everest and after it. Yeldon Sherpa, a man breathing fresh air, is enjoying his first summit. For him, this is a pivotal moment in his climbing career. For Andrew, his third summit is a chance to revel in his true element. Climbing like a rocket, Hector arrives at the Hillary step. If Andrew appears on the summit, Hector might make it in time to share the moment with his teammate.
This was the key passage for the summit back in 1963 for Hillary and Tenzing. He described it as a very, very technical climb back then. Nowadays, there is a lot of old ropes, so actually the only danger is picking the right, picking the wrong rope, and that rope breaking. Old rope, right? Yeah. So anyway, this yellow rope here is the newest one, so I'm betting on this one. Okay.
Climbing Mount Everest without oxygen, Andreas Delgado is courting disaster. On the southeast ridge, he's so exhausted he needs to rest after every single step. Hector Leon, on the other hand, is healthy and happy, just a few steps away from his third successful trip to the summit of the world's tallest mountain. Hector got from Camp 4 to here in a blistering 6 hours.
Yeah. Neat.
Rabbi joins Hector at the top. This is Lakba's 11th summit.
This is Discovery 2. Go ahead, Hector. Super. Give my congratulations to Galu, Sangba, and I heard you're up there with the other members of the Discovery team. Great job. Give my congratulations.
Hector and Andrew share a sublime moment on the summit. This is a time to feel proud, count blessings, and give thanks.
Very happy. Two Sherpas I climbed with Lakba, and Sangba are the best. Thank you, Lakba. Thank you, Sangba. Thank Discovery, okay, for this opportunity to climb the summit of Everest again. It's been great. Thank you, everyone.
On the next episode of Ultimate Survival Everest, Will Cross goes to the summit. The Discovery team performs a daring rescue. And when they finally go for the summit,
Here's the situation.
Ben decides that Shauna will have to climb alone.
Give me 1 minute.
On the last episode of Ultimate Survivor, Everest, 50 climbers began their mission to the summit. On Team Discovery, Andrew and Hector are headed for the top, while Shauna headed to base camp. And Ben's climb became precarious.
At some point, hopefully in the near future, I'll have to go high on the mountain and go to at least 8,000 meters, and that is a hard process for me right now because I do feel drained.
Climbers have been living on Mount Everest for over a month. They've grown accustomed to this environment. Everest is their life now, and the acclimatization process is finally complete. That means it's time to lace up the boots and go for the glory. Time to risk it all. Time to do or die in pursuit of an epic dream. To stand on the summit of the tallest mountain in the world. Everest. The climb is on. Andrew Locke and Hector Costaleo, Team Discovery's two professional climbers, have made it to Camp 3. Tonight, they'll get as much rest as possible. Tomorrow, they'll head to Camp 4 and then the summit. After all the hard work it took to get here, you'd think this would be the most enjoyable part, but
it's probably the night when you think most of I'm home and we'd rather be than up here on the mountain.
As Andrew beds down for the night, Annabelle Bond gets up. A British climber working with a team of Chileans, Annabelle is preparing to leave Camp 4. She's a day ahead of Andrew and Hector, and if all goes as planned, she'll be on the summit in 14 hours.
So nervous. I mean, sleep was absolutely elusive. You can't really eat much. Your stomach's just like this massive notch. You've got this huge ordeal ahead of you. So, yeah, no, I was not particularly rested, I must say.
It's hard to sleep at altitude. Harder still when you know lives are on the line. Ben Webster, leader of Team Discovery, lies awake at Camp 2, listening to radio silence, just in case. At Camp 3, another team leader is in his tent, but he's not quite as stoic as Ben. Andreas Delgado is leading 6 of his climbing friends to the summit, and they're intent on doing it without oxygen. it's cause for concern.
I'm not only worried, I'm a little afraid. We have different standards in the group. 3 people have been at 8,000 meters before, and 3 other haven't been at that altitude yet. And what that worries me, first of all, for their own health, you know. And then now once out of the columns are there, and then myself, man, I'm really scared because I really want to keep putting without oxygen. I just hope it's not too cold. I don't know if I have the strength. I don't want to put myself in a situation where I need to be rescued. I'm really afraid.
It's 5 a.m. The first light has arrived, but the morning sun hasn't lit over the mountain yet. Next to Andreas' tent, Andrew and Hector wake up. This is not a get up and rush out the door type situation. There's still hours of packing and hydrating nap.
I don't think either Hector or I got any real sleep through the night. We've got up at 5 o'clock this morning to start melting snow because it'll take us about 3 hours to be ready to leave this morning when the sun hits the tent about 8 o'clock. So we're both feeling a bit tired, little headaches. Just having our first cup of hot drink, cup of coffee this morning. We'll have another few cups before we go, I hope.
When Andrew and Hector leave Camp 3, they're headed for the history books. To get to the summit from here, there's an accepted strategy. First, climb to Camp 4 and set up in the rubble to South Call. Before it's midnight, climbers go again. By daylight, they'll be here on what's called the balcony. If nothing's stopping them, they'll traverse the southeast ridge and onto the south summit, where fresh oxygen is waiting. Then, it's the infamous military step, where so many climbs have ended in heartbreak and tragedy. From there, it's almost all done with the bragging. The summit ridge, climbers instinctively head for the chunk of ice that is higher than any other. When there's nowhere left to climb, they've done it. They've conquered Mount Everest. Annabelle and her team are on the balcony, not moving. A human traffic jam has stopped all the climbers cold. Every team here hoped that someone else would be up early, attaching safety lines. That didn't happen. So, with limited oxygen, in deadly temperatures, progress is at a standstill for 30 climbers.
There's no road breaking trail, so it's really, really slow. There's a huge jam up here. There's tons of people, and it looks like we're the only people with road. Anyway, it's tough. It's freezing. My feet are freezing, and I don't know. It's a long way up still, so I don't know if we're gonna, given that we're breaking trail. Who knows at this stage? Hi.
A team of Greek climbers thought they could ascend without safety lines. Now they've stopped too. Everyone waits for a moment. Waiting is troubling. On May 10th, 1996, a huge crowd of people waited too long in the same area. By the time they summited, it was too late for some of them. A vicious storm blew through, killed 16 climbers.
4 times I wanted to turn back. 4 times because I was really frightened. I just thought, what am I doing? The Sherpas, I think, are phenomenal. They help you with your oxygen and they do, the ropes.
Sherpas from the Chilean team deal with the safety ropes. Everyone else stands around, conserving oxygen, waiting for the work to be done. Annabelle left Camp 3 with enough oxygen to last 18 hours. She's already used up more than half of that supply. And now she's going nowhere fast. Waiting like this is a colossal waste of time. And the clock is ticking. Annabelle has a strict curfew. At 1 p.m., no matter where she is on the mountain, she must turn around. Right now, it's 7 a.m.
It's freezing cold. I have my goggles on. I knew I had one shot. ultimately, it's your legs that have got to get you up there. It's legs and lungs. That's the two things that take you to the summit.
Over 1,000 meters below Annabelle, Hector finishes bubbling on his feet. Climbing above 8,000 meters is like walking on eggshells for Hector. 6 years ago, he got frostbite so bad, part of his big toe had to be amputated. By sheer coincidence, the man Hector was climbing with when that happened is camping beside him today. Andreas Delgado now climbs with Tom Masterson, a 58-year-old mountain guide from Colorado. Andreas and Tom are climbing without oxygen. Both have been to Everest before and feel that summiting with bottled gas is not challenging enough. Every climber comes here for a personal reason. Andreas is here to embrace the pain.
I want to believe. I don't know if I'll be able, but I want to believe that I'm capable of controlling that anguish that you feel, and that I'm strong enough to deal with the lack of oxygen.
Discovery 2 to Andreas, over. Go ahead. Are you guys still planning to all go without oxygen all the way to the summit, over?
Yeah, there's some backup plans, I would say. Each one of us is going to have a Sherpa, and the Sherpa is going to be carrying 2 bottles of oxygen for those who start from the South Pole without oxygen. And I am the only one who is starting without oxygen. If I don't make it without oxygen, I just turn back. Over.
Okay, sounds like you got quite the plan ahead of you. So best of luck. You guys have a good day climbing. Stay safe. Discovery 2 out.
Thanks, Dan.
It takes the average climber 8 hours to arrive at Camp 4. The day begins with a daunting wall of ice, a so-called heart starter. For rookies, the sight of these ruined tents might be a heart stopper, but for Hector, it's just part of the landscape. Besides, he's got his own problems to focus on.
There's a little wind, but it's not bad really. But it really bothering me right now is my feet. They are very cold. So I'm trying to warm them by moving them. And I hope now that the sun is hitting us, they'll get warm.
Pounding his feet into the ice to encourage circulation, Hector plods off to Camp 4. If he started breathing his bottled oxygen, his circulation would increase, but he can't afford to take in the supply just yet. A full day ahead of Hector, Annabelle worries about circulation problems too. 4 months ago, she suffered frostbite in her hands. Today, she's managing well. But below the South Summit, she's almost finished her first of 3 bottles of oxygen.
At Francis Screaming, this is about to run out of oxygen. Everybody in abundance.
Annabelle Bond is everything you don't expect in a Mount Everest climber. Yet here she is, 8,751 meters above sea level. She's on the South Summit, which, on the grand scale, is very close to the true summit. On the local scale, though, there's still a long, frightening way to go. At Camp 2, people follow the progress as if the climb was a soap opera. Then pertinent information comes in. Team leaders inform their climbers. Ben is telling Andrew where Annabelle's team is.
And Andronico. So they're all moving to the South Summit. They're on the traverse. They're just waiting for the lines to be fixed to get up through the Hillary step. But things are looking great for the Chileans, over. Try to come back.
Annabelle makes it to the team's oxygen stash at the tip of the South Summit. She drops down to change tanks. It's sweet relief. From where she sits, Annabelle can see the summit, but it's still hours away. half a dozen climbers are leaving Camp 2, headed up the steep Watson face. At the back of the pack, a high school principal named Will Cross struggles like his day is finishing, and in fact, it's only just beginning. Will, a diabetic, has climbed the highest mountain on 4 of the 7 continents, and he's skied both the North and South Poles. But Mount Everest is tougher than anything he's ever experienced. Will is headed for this desolate commune. Camp 3, altitude 7,300 meters. Not a great place to gain strength. Everybody about Everest is slow. But Will is definitely slow. High above Will, Andrew uses 2 safety ropes to pull himself up the mountain. 60 years ago, the summit of Everest was as elusive as the moon. Today, with well-established routes and plenty of guidelines, over 1,200 people have made it to the top.
A lot of people say that Mount Everest is very easy. We can't a lot of times. I'm one of the more experienced high altitude mountaineers in the world. And Everest still brings me to my knees, gasping for breath. So, is it an easy mountain? I'll let you decide.
Hector clambers up the clear rock face called the Geneva Spur. His former climbing partner, Andreas Delgado, some of the stones throw away. That's unheard of for Hector. He saved Andreas' life before on Everest. He doesn't want to ruin this trip by having to rescue Andreas again. But he might have to. Andreas is climbing without oxygen. In Hector's mind, that turns Andreas into a ticking time bomb. Annabelle Vaughn has made it to the Hillary step. Here, she must play Russian roulette with the safety lines. If she picks the wrong one, she could die.
I can't actually believe I'm here. The snow looks really powdery, so it's going to be quite difficult. And I'm just trying not to get too nervous.
Annabelle is higher than any other mountaintop in the world. To her right, she has an awesome overview of the Himalayas. Straight above her, she has just 60 vertical meters to go into the summit. To her left is a deadly drop-off that plummets for more than a kilometer. She has only one choice: climb.
Also joined rejoin the website.
In the last century, almost 200 people have died trying to climb Mount Everest. Annabelle Vaughn and the man who invited her here, 50-year-old Chilean bank owner Andronico Craig, have both made it to the summit ridge. With their teammates proudly waiting for them, Annabelle and Andronico take their last few steps to glory.
It's just such a huge thing. I mean, you don't think you can ever do it, but you do. I mean, the whole team were just, everyone was very emotional. It's been the most bonding thing with the team. I think that's to go through an experience like this together. We've all cried, we've all, laughed. just being on the top there is something I'll never ever forget. Can't believe I'm here. It's amazing. It's the most difficult thing I've ever done in my life. Just such a huge thing, and you don't think you can ever do it, but you do.
Picture taking in the summit has always been part of the ritual, part of the Mount Everest experience.
Part of the West.
The Sherpas pose with objects that mean something to them spiritually. But most of the Western climbers pose with corporate logos. Andronico gets a Sherpa to fly the flag of his bank. For many, these pictures help finance the trip.
God, I'm such a crybaby. My dad's company.
meters above sea level. Annabelle Bond is on top of the world.
I think most people are in shock that I made it. I don't think people can believe that I've actually done it, which is a nice thing. It's good to surprise people rather than just have to expect you to do it.
Annabelle is ecstatic, like she's on the most inhospitable piece of land on Earth. Getting up Mount Everest is just half the battle. She still has to get back down, alive.
A really difficult time.
It's so hot at the top of the fucking mountain. You pick a fucking big place. You know?
Only 12 women attempted to climb Mount Everest this spring. Shauna Burke is one of them, but she's not climbing. She's at base camp waiting for her turn. It's worse than frustrating. It's debilitating.
Developed a cut, they call it. And what it is it's a sort of a dry hack that occurs quite frequently throughout the day. And it's very, very difficult to stop it. And for me, it's tied to my stomach. So whenever I cough, everything in my tummy seizes up. And quite often, whatever's in my tummy will come out. So little things like that I know will make me very difficult. The fact that I've nothing for a very long time, that my body is depleting, that I've got to
Oh, hey, my
and
dad's
emotionally
back.
quite drained.
Oh, well, thanks for
Will
telling us
make the
that.
climb that much
Everything
more
you want is for free.
Shauna wants to be where Andrew and Hector are right now. Camp 4, altitude 7,900 meters. From here, the summit is within their grasp.
You think anybody's going to care about this? No. No, absolutely. Almost certain. Not almost certain. Did I say almost certain? I'm absolutely fucking positive. No one gives a flying fuck about this. Anyone? No. Name one person who gives a fuck.
Right, about 10 minutes ago,
Zero.
That's great to hear.
For
we'll
Riz?
get a bit later on. It's pretty slow here at the car at the moment. So we'll chat later on.
I feel like this person's like that.
The Sherpa support staff set up Camp 4 last week, but since then, one of the tents has blown away.
Dun,
The
dun,
Sherpas
dun.
set up a new shelter.
Brother was watching. I thought, well, for years.
And we need a third one. So wind is blowing really strong right now. I'd say it must be 50, 60 kilometers an hour.
Okay, well, I get you wrong.
Probably lower
I
now.
get your pussy.
Wouldn't be so bad, but up here, it's cold, so the wind chill, you can definitely feel
You
it.
guys, this is pussy. He saved the motherfucker's life. Then that motherfucker banned him for dead. Then he climbed him up again. And he's gonna help the motherfucker again. What a nice person. His name is Mr. Pasta. I call Mr. Pasta.
Camp 4 is is in what's called the death zone. At this altitude, every climber is literally dying. They can't digest food. They can't sleep. They can't get enough liquids. Human organs are breaking down. People will leave all through the night with the goal of reaching the summit tomorrow morning. For most, it's a 14-hour climb in good conditions.
Although today was a very good day, very few of the parties that came up last night actually went to the summit. They stayed here today, which means that tomorrow will be even more crowded.
Hector and Andrew have very different strategies. Andrew will climb through the night slowly and surely, while Hector will rest through the night. Tomorrow, he'll climb like a locomotive.
We'll have a group meeting roughly 10 o'clock, 4 hours from now, with Andrew taking off with Migma, and about maybe 5-6 hours later, Hector's going to take off with Galu.
Hector's plan is highly unusual. He wants to leave in the morning light. For most climbers, that would be suicide, because they wouldn't be able to reach the summit until just before dark. Hector, though, can climb at breakneck speed, and his shorter companion, Galu, is faster. He holds the world speed record for summiting Everest. Their plan has an advantage. Leaving in the morning will be a much warmer climb.
I've always been very concerned about the frostbite. You know, and the chances that you're getting cold feet by spending, as I say, 8 hours in the dark are higher than if, let's say, I left at work. You know, it's only 2 hours before the sun hits me.
Andrew gets his oxygen ready. Oxygen use helps prevent two of the biggest killers on Everest, HAPE and HACE. HAPE stands for high altitude pulmonary edema, and HACE is high altitude cerebral edema. Edema is basically an excess of liquid in body tissues. So, in the case of cerebral edema, the brain swells, and pulmonary edema, there's so much liquid in the lungs that it leak. And climbers can suffer the ironic effects of drowning 8 kilometers above sea level. Andrew's mountaineering goal is to summit all 14 of the world's peaks that tower over 8,000 meters. So far, he's conquered 10 of them. Oxygen is not something he takes lightly. The only is at a level he can live with.
Because some will say, which I also agree with, that we've done so much activism in this country, and some has given us some great.
My pulse is 100. My oxygen saturation just sitting here was, I said 79. Once I put the oxygen on, it will change.
The sun is getting lower, and Bill Cross is not getting any faster. Straining at this altitude, Bill's blood sugar is higher than normal, so he must take stronger insulin shots 4 times a day. He may be slow, but Will is getting it done.
You just have to gut it out. Of course, you're getting more and more tired. You get higher and higher, there's less and less there, so slumping over the line, there's a lot of work. You're just not there. You're kind of outside yourself, moving slowly. Boy, you may want to move a lot faster. It's just not going to happen because you don't have the oxygen in your system. Your gas in your tank.
Even without gas, Will makes it to his home, which is at a personal altitude record,
Yoshi.
7,400 meters.
Never been there, huh? So, no, I really know how to react. It's
Yoshi.
painful.
I think right now people. If I hear you, I do that. I do that. Maybe the last. Eventually, choke his chest.
Annabelle makes it safely back to Camp 4. 20 hours ago, she left here with Andronica, her team's benefactor. After summoning Annabelle, descended, leaving Andronica with his guys. Since then, that whole group has lost radio contact. By now, Andronica must be out of oxygen. For some summiters, their pride is short-lived. More people die coming down Mount Everest than going up.
You know, we're not going to push the panic button yet.
but it is tense. The last confirmed sighting was above the balcony, which is a long way away from the South Call.
On Mount Everest, you climb when you have to, not when it's convenient. To begin his summit attempt, Andrew Locke prepares to set off into the frozen darkness.
It's just after 9:30 at night, and I'm about to set out for the summit from the South Col, together with Mingma and Galjan. It's cold. We need to get up to the job, so I'm going to try and box it last now and start the climb from the South Col here at 8,000 meters.
There are 7 teams in camp. All are headed for the summit tonight. That makes Ben nervous. It's a freighted crowd, especially in the dark.
The big concern is that absolutely everyone left at the exact same time on the push, according to Andrew, which means you have everybody and their dog at the exact same place on the mountain, which means that there's this huge cluster of people. Congratulations, Andrew. Fantastic.
Andrew stumbles upon Andronica, who is barely alive. He ran out of oxygen over 4 hours ago. Andronica clung to life by concentrating on his family.
A long night for you guys, huh? Much to learn. You know? What a fantastic job. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you very much. How do you feel about it? Thank you. You know, look.
At Team Discovery Space Camp, Shauna sits in the communications tent, glued to the action on the radio. Her summit attempt will hopefully begin in 4 days. Alone, Shauna reveals how the waiting is affecting her.
Every day at base camp, I feel that I'm barely maintaining. So I know that, or I feel that every day that goes by, my chance is probably less and less because I'm losing muscle mass, energy, and things that are very important to reach the summit.
The weather tonight is perfect. Light winds, a bright moon, minus 30 degrees Celsius. Andrew has been climbing for 6 hours. Hector is just taking off. Hector loves it here, not this location in particular, this altitude.
It's always fascinating for me. Breaking the 8,000-meter barrier is like stepping into a different reality, to a different planet in every way you can imagine it. You're in the very, very limit of where human life is sustainable, even with oxygen. So all of this adds up for as I said, an experience that just doesn't compare to anything. It's just beautiful.
As the sun rises, Mingma Sherpa calls Ben on the radio. Mingma and Andrew are so close to the summit, they can taste it.
Any wind up at the south summit? Is it cold or any wind? Over.
No wind, no cold.
Is there a lot of people around you or ahead of you? Over.
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
Traffic jams at this altitude can be deadly. Inactivity promotes hypothermia, poor circulation, and bad judgment. But Andrew, a 2-time summiter, doesn't seem concerned.
sitting on the south summit of Everest probably about 10 minutes ago. So it's been quite a long slog. You can see behind me, but it isn't over yet. We have to traverse across a very sharp ridge to get to the Hillary step, which is a short block buttress on that sharp red that you can see in the background. And from there, it's about another 100 meters of climbing to get to the true summit.
When Sir Edmund Hillary made his way up this rock face in 1953, the issue of Hartner Tenzing Norgay, no other mountaineer could make it. Today, there's a stagnant pile of climbers waiting on the Hillary step. Further down the mountain, Andreas has stopped moving too. Mount Everest doesn't suffer fools gladly. And even to climb without oxygen often pay a serious price. Andreas may be in physical agony, but emotionally, this is exactly what he came for.
Everybody's got its opportunity to suffer. Some people need to suffer higher to understand, some people need to suffer lower. Some people are so smart they don't even have to suffer up there. That's the essence of mountaineering. You're free to do whatever you want up there.
Behind Andreas, the team he is supposed to be leading walks on by. Everyone except Tom has sucked in their pride and is now breathing bottled oxygen. Andreas refuses to compromise. This married father is determined to risk his life. But here comes his safety net. Even though Hector left camp 6 hours behind Andreas, he's caught up with him. Hector wants to blow by his old friend without a second thought, but he's not that kind of climber. He slows down to monitor Andreas' health, knowing he has a habit of pushing himself to the brink of death. Hector has
Southbridge, below the south summit. This is the steepest part of the hill. Once we reach the south summit, we're gonna be, we're just gonna have to traverse to the Hillary step there. I'm still feeling good, and I hope it stays like that.
Hector is climbing like a man on fire. It doesn't look like he's going to make it to the summit alongside his teammate, Andrew Roth. Andrew is at the top of this line, about to step onto the summit ridge.
Just climbed out of Hillary step, which was the last technical difficulty before the summit. From here on, it's pretty much a snow plot for 45 minutes or so. All around me, the mountains previously towered over us from the base camp, the lower camps. Now, dropped well below us. There's nothing higher than us in the world. Maybe the summit of this mountain. And that's where we're headed.
The path along the summit ridge prestigious, emotional, order-killing long trek to the pinnacle of all mountains. Not far behind Andrew is Peter Sherman on his way to becoming part of a very exclusive club. If Biggie makes it, this will be his 10th Everest summit.
Well, we've done it, team. We're on top. Very nice to do, Rabbi. Great job, buddy. Great job. Congratulations. I'm tired. I'm a little bit emotional, actually. Never think I'd be coming back up here again. It was quite a slog. I think we're all absolutely trashed. Tell the truth of that. Guys, it is an absolutely fantastic film. Oh, that's just wonderful to hear, Andrew. You guys deserve a view like that. You guys went out. Such a fantastic day. Many other people, but it's a big summit. There's room for everybody.
For people who get here, Everest becomes a milestone. Life will be remembered two ways: before Mount Everest and after it. Yeldon Sherpa, I am breathing fresh air, is enjoying his first summit. For him, this is a pivotal moment in his climbing career. For Andrew, his third summit is a chance to revel in his true element. Climbing like a rocket, Hector arrives at the Hillary step. If Andrew lingers on the summit, Hector might make it in time to share the moment with his teammate.
This was the key passage for the summit back in 1953 for Hillary and Tenzing. He described it as a very, very technical climb back then. Nowadays, there is a lot of old roads. So actually the only danger is picking the right, picking the wrong road and that road breaking. So the old road, right? Yeah. So anyway, this yellow road here is the newest one. So I'm betting on this one. Okay.
Climbing Mount Everest without oxygen, Andreas Delgado is courting disaster. On the southeast ridge, he's so exhausted he needs to rest after every single step. Hector Leon, on the other hand, is healthy and happy, just a few steps away from his third successful trip to the summit of the world's tallest mountain. Hector got from Camp 4 to here in a blistering 6 hours.
Yeah.
Rabbi joins Hector to the top. This is Lacta's 11th summit.
Discovery Team. Go ahead, Hector. Super. Give my congratulations to Galu, Songba, and I heard you're up there with the other members of the Discovery Team. Great job. Give my congratulations.
Hector and Andrew share a sublime moment on the summit. This is a time to feel proud, count blessings, and give thanks.
Very happy. Two Sherpas I can with Lakbar and Songba are the best. Thank you, Lakbar. Thank you, Songba. And thank Discovery, okay, for this opportunity to climb the summit of Everest again. It's been great. Thank you, everyone.
On the next episode of Ultimate Survival Everest, Will Cross goes to the summit. The Discovery Team performs a daring rescue. And when they finally go for the summit,
Here's the situation.
Ben decides that Shauna will have to climb alone.
Give me 1 minute.